Available on YouTube, this is the Games channel with day 7 almost upon us in the 20th Commonwealth Games. We'll continue to guide you through the best of the action at Glasgow 2014. 153 gold medals have been won so far, and we will add 19 to that total on the 7th day of the Games. There's only one gold medal now between Australia and England at the top of the table, and the leaders have burst through the 100 medals mark in total. Canada have gone above Scotland into third place, even though the host nation has broken all previous Commonwealth Games medal records. New Zealand and India complete the top 6. Then it's South Africa, Jamaica, Wales, Kenya, Singapore and Nigeria. Malaysia, Cyprus, Cameroon, Papua New Guinea, Pakistan and Northern Ireland. Samoa have a silver and bronze, then it's Bahamas, Bangladesh, Isle of Man, Mozambique and Sri Lanka. Namibia, Barbados, Fiji, Ghana, Grenada and Mauritius. The medals table completed by Trinidad and Tobago, Uganda and Zambia. Cast your mind back 7 days to the opening ceremony and you may remember some of the props which helped make that night at Celtic Park so special. They could be yours in an online auction on the Glasgow 2014 website.
This is the start of the show, the grand opening ceremony, the bit where we list all the things we have done, all the reasons it's great to be Scottish. At the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond.
The opening ceremony got the Games off with a bang, showcasing all things Scottish as we were taken on a tour of giant tea cakes, bagpipes, an inflatable Nessie and mini fourth rail bridge. But what happens to all those amazing props after the event?
We start auctioning a number of the props from the opening ceremony as part of the overall Games auction process. That process has started with the props that we all saw on the 23rd of July down at Celtic Park, one of which is in the background here, the fantastic four-wheel drive vehicle that we took on our slightly madcap journey around Scotland.
Proceeds of the auction will go to the cost of hosting the Games, and with many props already proving popular on the auction website, a significant amount of money could be raised.
We tried to fill that whole segment with really fun and quirky reflections of iconic images from across Scotland. But it's safe to say that the tea cakes are something that people have really warmed to, and I would expect that they'll be in really high demand. But we've also got a lot of the smaller props on there as well, you know, the bagpipes, the fish that people were throwing around, the whiskey barrels, you know, things that are a whole range of scale, both in terms of physically how big they are, but also likely that the kind of price that they will go for as well.
The rhythm of my heart is beating like a drum, with the words I love you rolling off my tongue.
So after the success of the opening ceremony, where we saw the likes of Rod Stewart, what can we expect on August the 3rd when Hampden plays host to the closing ceremony?
The secret I will let you into about the closing ceremony is that it's going to be fantastic and that everyone should tune in at 9 o'clock on the 3rd of August for a fantastic night out in Glasgow.
This might help formulate your viewing plans. In the lawn bowls, there's men's singles and fours, women's pairs and triples, and the open para triples semi-finals. So that's the lawn bowls. Diving gets underway at the Royal Commonwealth Pool in Edinburgh, and medals to be won in the women's 10-metre platform synchro and the 3 metres springboard synchro, plus the men's 1 metre springboard. In hockey, it's the last day of women's group games, including the tasty prospect for the home crowd of Scotland against England. The athletics from Hampden includes finals in men's long jump, high jump and 400 metres, and women's javelin, shot put and 3,000 metre steeplechase. After the team events in artistic gymnastics come the men's and women's individual all-round finals, and the boxing's coming to the Boyle, quarterfinals for men and women, offering the chance to guarantee a medal. Let's start our live action in the West End of Glasgow, lawn bowls at Kelvin Grove. It's the 4th round of the men's singles in sections A and B, and the 5th round in sections C and D. We're going to the 4th round meeting of Aaron Sheriff from Australia and Sam Tolchard of England, and your commentators are Paul Mitchell and John Price.
Falkland Islands were due to be in this group as well. Lee withdrew, so Australia, Wales, England, Kenya and the New Islands.
Right on line with that ball, Aaron Sheriff. Just needed a metre more.
Straight with his last one. Coming down, he's found the line again. Just pulling up short. Similar shot required from Aaron Sheriff.
Yes, I don't think he played too much weight to this. He's a brave man this morning, wearing shorts.
It's not quite the weather for it, unless he knows something that we don't. Just going to dip under, doesn't want to promote any blue balls. No chance here for Sam Tolchard just to come in on his own.
Sam wrapped up against the elements this morning. Played very well yesterday against Rob Wheel. Good steady performance. Certainly one of the challenges for the gold. He's well played with this. Oh, that's a really good delivery. Great control.
That's a nice way to start your morning. Not only was it 2 shots, John, 2 very good shots. I mean, that, you know, nothing loose about that from Sam Tolchard.
No, that'd give him a lot of confidence. Nice feel for the green early on.
Well, unlike Commonwealth Games in Delhi, which was sets play for singles, it's 21 up here. And there have been places 25 up, you know, sometimes in some Australia 35. Used to me just looks like you'd be there all day. And some challenge mentally to stay focused.
Yes, that's correct. And the long games in Australia can take up to 4 hours. A bit like the old days on the indoor circuit in this country when we played 5 sets. Divided opinion really between the players. Some players like this format, the 21 up. A lot of the players in this country are so used to playing sets now on the TV tournaments that they favour that. Certainly more cutthroat, the sets, Paul. Can't afford to make mistakes.
No, not early doors. Tend to find yourself behind very, very quickly. Although from the sets play, there's always that wiping the slate clean after the first, giving yourself the chance to come back in.
Yeah, and it's certainly exciting for the audience with the sets, because you never know what's going to happen. You can be dominating a game and it can turn so quickly.
I must admit, I always think of sets play. The sporting analogy is probably more like one-day cricket, whereas 21 up is probably more the test match version, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a fair description, I think. Interesting crowd in. Can expect some good support here for the Englishman.
And to drift inside, he's well played, Aaron Sheriff.
Yeah, it's well played. Good weight.
Sam Tolchard does the back balls. And it's also where it's his final ball.
Certainly playing weight through this. He gets the jack. He's well positioned at the back. Needs to bend. Oh, that was very close.
Certainly was. It was a good shot on for him. Unable to convert. So one shot and a measure indicated by Bill Lamont.
Good line in. It's well played again.
Oh, it just fell away. Yeah, they're going to ask for the measure. One shot. Just wanted to fall on that other side, didn't they?
Yes, it's a bit unfortunate there. I thought he was just beating the blue ball. Aaron electing to measure himself. It's an option for the players. Doesn't often happen in the UK. We tend to use the marker more, but Australia, Southern Hemisphere, will measure their own shots. As an opponent, if you're not happy, you can ask for the umpire.
Well, so Alan Sheriff doesn't fancy that, so that one's out. And now Sam Tolchard will be asked to have a look.
It's the only reason I feel that it's better to go to the marker or the umpire first as last.
Yeah.
Saves any confusion. Three shots.
Well, just enough of a touch with his last one. I'm with you, John. I just would have handed that to the umpire and said, look, on you go.
Yes, I think it's different in fours play and triples play when you expect the third man or the middle man to measure, but I don't see it in singles. I prefer, if you haven't got a marker who's capable, then you go to the umpire.
We're about to see another measure in this match. It was interesting to note that Sam Tolchard had the hand over the measure rather than underneath. Actually, we couldn't actually see the measure. He seemed to be holding the point with the overhand, which was a little bit unusual.
Yes, I mean, personally, and speaking from experience, I used to not enjoy measuring. When I played third man in the international team, I used to hope that the opposition third would measure. My DIY skills are not up to standard anyway at best. And hopeless with a screwdriver.
5 shots in the opening 2 ends, but they've been good heads. Always gets it away, Sam Tolchard, really smoothly, but there's a lot to his delivery when you watch him. We'll see him again in a moment. Contrast this with Aaron Sheriff.
Very smooth, flowing delivery, Aaron. All the Australian team have excellent delivery actions. Playing on fast greens, it's very grooved.
Now compare that a little bit more to this. You can see the swing of the arm. You see the twist in the arm coming through.
The thing is, with the delivery action, Paul, you're looking for the same action every time. Consistent action. They're all going to have different actions, especially in the UK, as long as it's the same action. I used to say it doesn't matter if you got a little bump on the bowl, as long as it's the one bump all the time.
Yeah. As long as you know what you're doing. It's a great thing about a tournament like this. You get to see so many different players, so many different styles. Some people are just so quick, and others are just so deliberate. You see them moving the feet, the hands, they're shuffling. There's another drawn shot from Aaron Sheriff.
Two shots at the moment. Yeah, I think some of the older viewers will remember Ian Taylor from Australia, who used to come over for the indoor events, and he had a unique action. Very, very strange delivery action. We used to stall on the point of delivery and hold the arm there and then just pull through. Unbelievable action. I'm sure many will remember that.
Little chance here. Sam Tolchard, well played, beautifully drawn. Well, he judged that to perfection. A couple of shots against him.
Yeah, that's a great ball, isn't it? 2 down, dead weight draw. Played it to perfection. That's a good start to this match. Both players playing some good length bowls.
At the moment between Sheriff and Tolchard. Let's get to the start of the women's hockey in Group B. Australia 4 wins out of 4. They are heading through, but who will go through with them? It is Scotland or England, and the old enemy go head to head here. Commentators Mel Clulo and Matt Chilton.
And they're not unbeatable, New Zealand. Scotland have had their most successful Commonwealth Games ever. Record number of medals won. England at the moment second in the medals table behind Australia. But that has no relevance at all to these players. It's all about winning this match now, or from England's point of view, getting the draw, getting the point that sees them through to the semi-final against New Zealand. And now the players parade on either side of the halfway line. No eye contact, no handshakes between the players. Full focus.
Let's check those team lineups then. First of all, Scotland. Number 12, captain Linda Clemens.
So here come the player introductions.
Number 3, Vicky Bunce. Number 4, Morag Matalan. Number 5, Alison Bell. Number 6, Rebecca Ward. 10, Sarah Robertson. Number 13, Elsa Wiley. Number 15, Lee Fawcett. Number 17, Nikki Kidd. Number 18, Suzanne McGivray. Number 19, Nicola Lloyd. Number 22, Nicholas Crosby. Number 23, Emily McGuire. Number 24, Aileen Davies. And 29, in goal, Amy Gibson. And now let's check the England lineup. Number 11, captain Kate Richardson-Walsh. Number 1 in goal, Maddie Hitch. Number 3, Sophie Bray. Number 4, Laura Unsworth. Number 5, Lily Owsley. Number 6, Zoe Shipley. Number 7, Georgie Twig. Number 8, Ellie Watton. Number 9, Susanna Townsend. Number 10, Susie Gilbert. Number 12, Holly Webb. Number 13, Sam Quick. Number 14, Nicola White. Number 15, Alex Danson. Number 16, Lucy Wood. And number 17, Giselle Atley. On the bench for Scotland will be manager Susie Elms and coach Rob Shepherd.
So the introductions have been done. The umpires from Canada and Singapore also introduced to the crowds. Dave Kelly Holmes is here, looking after the England team as an ambassador throughout the Commonwealth Games. She had a very successful Commonwealth Games career, as well as winning double Olympic gold in Athens in 2004 in the 800 and 1500 metres. She won gold medals in her first and last Commonwealth Games.
And we come off the pitch at the end, absolutely no regrets. Having said that, all about the process. Stay in the moment and concentrate on what's in front of you. Remember our press, it's key. Communication. Confidence to play the part. See it given. My best and sit that line. Come on, come on! Now! It is now! Come on! 1, 2, 3,
That's Jack McConnell, former First Minister of Scotland. We're underway. Scotland in there, all blue, attacking the goal to our right. England hitting from right to left in their white shirts, red skirts and red socks. 35 minutes each way for a place in the semi-finals. And it sounds like there's a piper in the Glasgow National Hockey Centre. Flower of Scotland echoing around as the stadium begins to fill. Davis all the way back for Scotland. Ralph asking for it on the right. It might come her way here. Oh, it's a good tackle. England coming forward with Sophie Bray. She's into the circle, couldn't get the cross. And a bit of relief for Scotland. Good start for England.
Great interception by Sophie Bray there, and that's what England forwards are going to be looking to put a lot of pressure high up the field. Unfortunately for Bray, the shot came off the back of the stick. But Gibson, quick off her line. She's going to have an important game to play today.
Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. No. Yeah.
Unsworth steals it for England.
Thank you.
Scotland get the free hit. Katrina Ralph. in defence for Scotland. It's back to her now. 164th cap today for Ralph. Georgie Twigg with the hit in for England. All the way back to the skipper, Kate Richardson-Walsh. And now England spread it to the right. That's good pressure. Alison Bell. And Scotland steal and have their first attacking opportunity, which doesn't last long, but Laura Unsworth concedes and gets England possession. Off down the right-hand side now with Lily Owsley.
Over the line.
Nice pace about the start of this match. Good pass. Davis. Georgie Twigg picks it up and attacks. Doesn't go far. That's solid tackling from Scotland. Now to Clement. Clement dives inside. Positive moves here from Maguire for Scotland. All the way down the left now. Back to Davis.
Emily Maguire started the game exceptionally well, and if Scotland are going to do well in this game, then she is going to have a big game in the middle of the field and use all her Olympic experience to push this Scottish team forwards.
Webb all the way back to the right-hand side and looking for Giselle Ansley. Richardson-Walsh. That's a lovely pass from the captain.
Pushing from the back.
Bray was pushed. England will get the free hit. Twigg to Unsworth. Queck. Ansley across field. That's high. Oh goodness, that hurts as well. Well, that's tough. And Kidd bounces straight back up, shakes it off and carries on. McGilvery for Scotland. That came off Owsley's stick. McGilvery again. Fawcett. McGilvery. That will be Scotland's long corner to be taken by Nikki Kidd, who slaloms her way towards the dotted line. Stopped in her tracks there by the umpire. England on their way. Alex Danson into the semicircle and has a shot which is saved. England haven't finished yet, but Scotland can clear their lines. High again. Great take from Ansley. Plucked that one out of the air. What skills. Webb to Queck.
It was a brilliant overhead by Ansley. Probably went 40, 50 yards, and Danson jinks her way into the circle. Amy Gibson off her line, closing it down. Would have trained regularly against Alex Danson on the GB Centralised programme. So it could be a little battle that's going to develop today.
McGilvery goes for the momentum flick. Couldn't keep control. And Ansley will go high here for England. Danson's onto it. Left-handed skills from Danson all the way to the circle. Can she get the cross in? Gibson there to foil Danson again. Good work from Lucy Wood. So far, robust defence from Scotland. Ansley's free hit to Unsworth. Oh. Lloyd took that on the elbow. Physical start to the match. Lloyd coming off for treatment to be replaced by Bell as England continue their forward pressure. England to the edge of the circle and behind. Good pressure from Susie Gilbert. Richardson Walsh. Holly Webb. Sam Quek on the right. Possession all England at the moment. Here's Unsworth in the centre. Gilbert, good skills from Gilbert. And she just ran out of room.
You two? Okay, enough, yes? Just wait, please. Sorry. Thank you. You're at the back. Bring it back. Nope, it wasn't there. Okay, ladies, where there's lots of room here, okay? Play!
Shipley. Poor pass, and unfortunately Nicola White could not control it. So a bit of relief for Scotland, having fended off the pressure. Scotland 0, England 0.
It's been a controlled start by England. Been really impressed with. They've got better as the tournament's gone on. Getting key players involved early.
Good work from Nicola White. Her pass intercepted, but eventually it falls to Sam Quek, who heads backwards. England attempt to build another attacking move. And that's a bit heavy, and it's behind. No harm done.
All the home nations clashes at this Commonwealth Games have been close affairs, and I can't see this one being any different. The interesting thing for me will be if Scotland can get a goal ahead, what will that have psychologically? How will it affect the England players having had such a poor World Cup campaign?
Wood away for England. Finds Unsworth to her right. Unsworth loses control, and Scotland have forward momentum and players up in support. Still Scotland possession.
Okay, number 4. No more, yeah? No, absolutely no more. I don't care.
Nicola Scraston leading that attack for Scotland. In England's half. Drifts behind. And ice on the elbow for Nicola Lloyd. Three Scotland players around the ball. It's still live. Scotland to the edge of the D. Inside the circle. Chance for a shot on goal. Peeling for the penalty corner, none given.
Great pressure by Scotland, high up the field.
Here they come again. Excellent tackle. Scotland's possession.
Watch it.
Scotland taking their time. It's driven towards the edge. England should clear, but it's intercepted. Good ball skills. England possession. First serious period of Scottish pressure. Richardson Walsh for England. Quek. High ball down the line. Taken out of the air. Falls to Scotland. Aileen Davis. McClellan on the right for Scotland. Goes inside, tries to find an escape route. It's picked up by Bray, who has Wood in support. Bray goes one way, Scotland go the other. England possession, England free hit.
It's about the third or fourth time during this game that England forwards have picked off the Scottish right half, trying to cut it back inside, but she's cutting across England forehands.
Outside. Thank you. Yep.
Unsworth with the free hit for England. behind her to Webb. Webb drills it in towards the edge of the circle. It doesn't penetrate. Ansley. Back to Webb, who thinks about using her captain and then goes forward, but is tackled by Wiley.
Calm down. I got it.
Illegally. Webb to the edge. Good pick up. Scotland reading these passes well. Wood has shown great creativity in the early stages of this match. Good start for Wood and for England towards the edge of the circle. Reverse shot, and it's behind.
Well played, Sophie Bray. Picking the ball up, using her body really well. The ball in from Schipperling. Knew which side the defender was on. Rolled onto her backhand, which is one of her favourite shots.
That's good.
Unfortunately for her, just wide.
Sorry, ladies. Your turn. Yeah, play.
Good interception from Ansley. Space and time on the right-hand side for England here. Lucy Wood unable to control the ball, so it goes out for a Scotland hit in. Non-stop movement in the first quarter of an hour of this match. McGilvery, that's a great hit down the line. Unfortunately, Scotland's Alison Bell unable to keep it in. Ansley over the top. Out via a Scotland stick. Gilbert finds Bray. Gilbert. Twig just ahead of her to her right. She takes it on. This is great stick work from Gilbert on the backhand. Good effort.
Great stick skills by Susie Gilbert. Going around the Scottish defenders fairly easily. Probably guilty of planting their feet a little bit. Just couldn't deliver on the cross, but great start by England so far.
Scotland's ball. Scotland have had a couple of decent attacks, but so far England's solid defence has kept them in check. Ralph inside. Kidd could make the difference to Scotland here, but she needs to find some accurate passes. Lloyd back on for Scotland, having had her elbow iced. England coming away down the centre again. White. That's a great ball to Alex Danson. Danson heads towards goal. Danson scores for England. What a goal for Alex Danson.
Fantastic ball here from Nick White. Danson signalled for it. Great lead by Laura Unsworth to open up the channel. Danson spins beautifully. Just gets the ball off the ground with a few 3D skills, which she loves. The little jink here, which makes it easier for her to get her stick underneath the ball and just flick it over Gibson. 1-0 to England. Great start to the game.
Scotland 0, England 1. Just under 19 minutes of the half to play. Alex Danson, so often able to generate those little bits of magic, and she did it just then to give England their first goal. Ward for Scotland. Ward again. Now, Scotland must respond, and quickly. They need to win this match. England only need the draw. Scotland so far with limited time in England's half of the field. Here's the goal again.
Just great play by Danson. You can see what it means to all the players, even all of the defenders that were back on their own in their own half, sprinted up to celebrate with Danson, and I think it shows what this game means to England. It obviously means a lot to Scotland as well, but disappointing summer so far, and they're trying to right the wrongs.
Twice, tackle, twice.
So the crowd slightly subdued. The Scotland supporters in the crowd anyway. Plenty of England supporters here as well. Scotland team could do with a bit of a lift from their supporters. Noise levels down at the moment. This is positive, or at least it was until the pass to Nikki Lloyd bounced over her stick.
But not that good.
Twig, back from a nasty groin injury she sustained last week. Had to sit out one of England's pool matches, but they're happy to see her back on the field. High ball, bounced right at the feet. Nice turn and go from Lucy Wood. She goes all the way to the byline. That's off a Scotland heel. Advantage has gone it. Scotland play on. Now, Robertson's running down the right. Can she get the flick past Shipley? Bunce. Bunce again. Nice passing from Scotland, then a missed, scuffed move, and Unsworth snatches it out of the air to set England on their way down the right. Danson was running onto it, but it was plucked away by Scotland's number 24, Aileen Davis.
Game's being played at quite a high tempo at the moment. England getting the ball going early, taking out a number of players.
Here's Lloyd for Scotland. Oh, this is a great scoring opportunity. Oh, what a chance to equalise. Nikki Kidd unable to find the target.
Brilliant play here. Lloyd under the arm to Clement. Really unselfish of her to play the ball across. Unfortunately, she probably wanted to play it slightly squarer, which meant it would have gone on to Kidd's forehand. But a positive reaction by the Scottish girls here.
Bunce is having another go. Encouraging signs for Scotland. Last quarter of an hour of the half. Scotland 0, England 1. But Scotland just came very close, and now they're in another goal-scoring opportunity, which is cleared by Sam Quek. Looked like that might have come off Sam Quek's foot, but no whistle. Gordon Shepherd looking on impassively, but his heart will be racing. England stuck in their own half at the moment. Two blue shirts around the single white, which is Nicola White. Solid pass. Bray couldn't control it. Scotland tried to break. Ralph to Lloyd to Kidd, all the way to the edge of the circle, back inside. Twig there to tidy up for England. Unsworth. Watton trips over the ball and Bell comes away. Bell's first move finds Unsworth, who's trying to tidy this situation up. Over the top. Great take from Bunce. Bunce runs into Twig. Scotland's ball.
England are very lucky there not to give away a penalty corner. When the whistle goes, you've got to check which arm the umpire's put up before you knock the ball away.
Good play for Scotland, over the top, into the circle. And Unsworth comes down the byline. Ward claiming it was a Scotland ball, but I think it came off a blue stick. High ball again. Bray makes contact, but it falls for Fawcett. Fawcett tackled, Bray keeping up the pressure. Bray, oh, still Bray. Good save, good work from the Scottish defence. Now they break. Can they counter-attack? Lucy Wood into space and then surrounded by blue shirts. Ansley on the left for England. Townsend all the way to the corner, still in play, bounced off the corner flag. Townsend, backhand cross is behind. Still England's possession. No. Townsend thought it was still England's possession. Scotland's ball.
Both teams did set up for the long corner.
Scotland on the move down the left-hand side with Nicola Scraston. How far can she go? She's got some support. But that's where it ends for Scotland. It'll be Sam Quek with the restart for England. Gets it back now. And all the way back to Holly Webb. Richardson Walsh. Scotland need to be careful here. England get possession, take it quickly. Lily Owsley all the way to the edge of the circle, has a shot on goal. Ansley inside to Owsley. And Ansley will try that again. No. Umpires conferring, and it's Scotland's possession.
That moment to just reconfirm, yeah. All right, thank you. Yeah, no worries.
It's a great quick free hit taken by Owsley, and she uses her pace exceptionally well to create that chance. Great defending, cover defending by Scotland. Got a stick on it, and it was Sophie Bray diving at the far post, just too far ahead of her to make that contact.
Ward all the way forward to McClellan via Maguire. And a card has been shown. Kate Richardson Walsh will have to sit it out for 2 minutes. Pushing by Richardson Walsh. Scotland with the power play. Player over. Into the last 10 minutes of the half. Giselle Ansley. High, looking for Danson, but too far for Alex Danson.
Sorry, thank you. Thanks, Andy. So I saw you with your hand up, so you okay? Yeah, I'm fine with me. I'm happy with you.
Ward across field. Scotland with acres of space here. England a player down. Lily Owsley coming down through the centre. Moves quickly. Powerful figure, finds Sam Quek on the right. Laura Unsworth. Holly Webb. England's possession. There was a Scotland touch on the ball, and it's picked up and taken quickly by Danson, who combines with Townsend. All the way back to Ansley. Unsworth. Down the centre. Little flick aimed towards the circle. England charging forward, looking for a penalty corner, and that's what they've got. No.
Did you see the Scotland foot first or the England? Sorry? Did you see the Scotland foot first or the England foot?
The Scotland foot.
I've just awarded a corner.
Yeah,
you're happy?
Yeah, I'm happy with the corner.
Okay, for foot. So you're going to first? Yeah. Okay, got it, yeah.
So here we go, we're going upstairs to get this one decided.
Sorry, Annalise.
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you just check which foot it came off, please, in the circle?
Okay, so we're looking for a foot inside the circle.
Yeah, thanks. I thought it was Scotland, but...
So we'll find out whether this is a penalty corner or not. One of these angles will show us exactly what happened. We'll get 2 or 3 different replays here.
Looks to me as if it's come off Sophie Bray's leg. Kat Ralph makes the initial tackle there. Becky Ward makes a great tackle. No Scottish foot. The only question could be the height that it's hit Sophie Bray.
Wendy, I have a decision for you.
Okay.
There's no clear reason to change your decision.
Okay.
It hit England foot up, but it was danger.
Okay, so I've given a penalty corner.
Yeah.
So you're happy with the penalty corner?
Yes, I'm happy with the penalty corner.
Okay, penalty corner.
Basically, the decision's been given, as we thought, that Becky Ward made a great tackle, but because the ball has hit Sophie Bray above the knee, it's deemed to be dangerous. Therefore, penalty corner is the correct decision.
Scotland still arguing their case. They feel hard done by.
Scotland need to calm themselves down now. This 5 that are defending the corner need to get their heart rates down, get focused on the job. England have got a number of options, obviously with Richardson Walsh on the sideline. She's not going to be one of them. So the likelihood is it will be Ansley off the top or Queck on a slip. It's Gilbert to inject.
Susie Gilbert will inject. And Scotland lose a defender because they weren't ready inside the 40 seconds. So one of the defenders has to go behind the halfway line.
She should be sat down. She got a green card, so she should be sat off.
Now she's coming off. Unsworth. Still bouncing around dangerously for Scotland, and it's in. England get their second goal. Susanna Townsend scores it. England lead by 2-0.
It was Unsworth in the end off the top. Great first running initially. Scotland will feel unlucky that they've not been able to clear the ball, and they are definitely going to feel hard done by, firstly with the corner and secondly for Kat Ralph getting the green card, but Susanna Townsend finishes it off superbly. 2-0 to England.
Well, Scotland were losing their discipline and composure as they continued to argue with the umpire over the decision, which they referred. So they went upstairs, they didn't get the decision they wanted. They continued to argue their case. In doing so, they lost a player off the field. They now need to forget about what's just happened and focus on getting back into this game. Under 7 minutes to play. Scotland 0, England 2. And Ralph is still off the field for Scotland, so England with a power play because Kate Richardson Walsh is back on. Diagonal ball picked out by Bray, who moves it forward to Alex Danson. Danson so quick around the turf, and look how she runs into acres of space and then finds Richardson Walsh on the right on a forward charge. Into the circle, or towards the circle, but picked up by Scotland. Kidd wants it on the right. She's got it now. Ralph is back on. joins in the attack. Clement down the right. They can't find Clement, but they will get the hit in, which Ralph arrives to take. Tucks back inside. Scotland into the shooting circle. Can they make contact? Richardson Walsh keeps calm and deals with the danger, and England get possession.
Okay, let's just tighten this up the next couple of minutes.
Sure. Thank you.
It's good. Yep, got it.
Watton for England, keeping possession. Tries to wriggle her way out, but it's touched by Kidd, who juggles her way into an attacking position here. Well played, Kidd. And penalty corner for Scotland.
Obstruction, she was going into the deep. No, do you want to ask?
There's just one person.
Richardson Walsh has decided that she wants to refer this.
I say it is, okay? Ask Annalise.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Can I just check you?
It's a lovely spin by Kidd on top of the circle.
Obstructing the Scotland player coming in.
I don't really think there's much Holly Webb could do there. She's set to make the tackle. It's a great spin.
Yeah.
Turned into a bit of a judo throw, didn't it?
It could be a tough call for Annalise Rostron to make.
Well,
Miss, I have a decision
Kidd went
for you.
down hard. Here's the decision.
There's no clear reason to change your decision.
Reason to change my decision?
It's a short corner in the least territory.
So England have lost their referral. The decision has gone against England. Scotland with their penalty corner opportunity. First of the match. Can they make this count? England getting their protective gear on.
What's the time now? 20
Fawcett is there.
Ladies, 20 seconds, gonna start carding now.
Bunce and Kidd are there.
Cat Ralph will be a hit option off the right-hand castle if it goes to her, or it'll be Kidd flicking off the left.
Scotland's penalty corner. It's bounced wide.
Thank you.
Another penalty corner.
So injected to Nikki Kidd's castle. I mean, it's great running by Ellie Watton as the #1 runner, but it comes off her leg. Eventually decision given by Wendy Stewart on the halfway line, which is exactly why the umpire stands in the middle of the field behind the penalty corner battery.
Come on, ladies.
In the line of the goal.
Davis has sprinted on to join the attacking formation here for Scotland. Wiley will inject again. Scotland's second penalty corner in quick succession. Here's the shot. It's a goal for Scotland. Nikki Kidd scores. Scotland's hopes are alive. Terrific drag flick from Nikki Kidd.
Fantastic penalty corner by Scotland here. Maddie Hinch's weight is all wrong in goal. She's falling backwards. Nikki Kidd spends so much time working on this as a set play routine. It's something that she prides herself on, and it is exactly the boost that Scotland need just before half-time.
Scotland 1, England 2. Fantastic first half of hockey here. Unsworth looking for Danson. Danson pushed. Danson takes it towards the circle. Kicked away. Nice turn from Wood. Wood has had a cracking first half.
Scotland have got to keep it nice and compact and tight for these last 2 minutes. If they can go in at half-time, either with the draw or 2-1 down, they will definitely fancy their chances in the second half, and it will give Gordon Shepherd a time just to collect his own thoughts, get his team back on track, and come out fighting in the second half.
Both teams have lost their right to refer. The referral options have been taken from them now. They'll have to just stick with the umpire's decisions from here on in. force it all the way across field. Ward. Richardson Walsh. Last couple of minutes of the half, and England are coming forward again. Lovely move to Lucy Wood. Wood holds it up. Fires it towards the circle, and it's seized upon by Scotland, who escape. White. White goes all the way back to Queck. Lloyd gets a stick on that. Scotland can break here, or at least they could until Unsworth spotted the opening. Unsworth takes it on. Unsworth holds it up. Ansley behind. Ansley will drill this into the D, and it bounces off and behind, but it will be England's possession. Lloyd gets a stick in the way and now leads the charge forward for Scotland, but Richardson Walsh was wise to the opportunity. White. Oh, little flick from Watton over the top.
Richardson Walsh using her experience there to step up on Maguire. I think Lloyd probably should have played the slightly safer option, which was out wide to Clement, her captain. Half chance for England at the end of the first half.
Unsworth, Richardson Walsh. White takes it all the way back. England ticking down the clock, last 5 seconds. Well, what a fabulous first half. Compelling hockey action here at the Glasgow National Hockey Centre. England are 1 goal in front, but Scotland have fought back through that penalty corner from Nikki Kidd. The half-time score here is Scotland 1, England 2.
So 2-1 half-time in the women's hockey as we go back to Kelvin Grove, and it is men's singles round 4, and Aaron Sheriff of Australia against Sam Tolchard of England, and Sheriff is 12-9 up after 14 ends.
Who may or may not in the past have carried a little bit of excess weight, but you know, viewing themselves, they need to be in peak physical condition.
Yeah, and I think it's a case as well, you can prolong your bowling career. You're thinking about it a lot more. The older you get, you really make sure you need to lose that little bit of weight, make yourself more flexible. There's too much weight, it affects the knees. Quite important in bowls, knees.
Well,
got to bend.
It's amazing the amount of bending they do. Just if you were to add up, you know, the amount of pressure you're putting on those joints. So if you're carrying that little bit of extra body weight, which tends to go, just affect the knees.
Robert Wheel now is taking control in his match. He's moved to 16-9.
It's going to be an interesting day for Aaron Sheriff here playing England's gold medal hawk Sam Tolchard. And a little bit this afternoon, he will then take on Robert Wheel of Wales. Sam Tolchard will finish up against Kenya.
He's trying with this. Needs the blue ball. It's just the wrong side of it, but he's got 3 good seconds there. Now, this is important for Sam. Must get another one in.
Just checking how far short Aaron Sheriff's ball is. 9 inches short. Bowls is one of those sports that flits between the imperial and the metric. Doesn't like it.
Oh, he's missed the line badly. Could be in trouble here now. Expect Aaron Sheriff to look for this blue ball. What he needs is about a couple of meters more weight on his last line.
Yep. The only danger, because you always try and identify the danger to the shot as well, is if he does come through with weight and was able to half the jack, he can actually send it the other way.
Yeah, I think he's got to play this, so even though there's an element of that about he could get a bit of bad luck, chances are that he gets the ball solid, he lies 4. He's certainly looking at it. He's on a line. He's on a line. He's very close.
Got it.
Oh, and he's got the jack, but he's gone with it. Solid.
Well, looked like he was plumb on it. Just wavered slightly.
Yes, he didn't quite get it solid, the blue ball, and what happened then, you can see he got part of it, half ball, and then got back into the jack. That's what he didn't want. But he's got the shot. It's got to be beaten. And it's a toucher. I'd see Sam attack this, so he might go for the ball, flick it out of the rink.
Yeah, he's looking at it.
He's playing running weight. Just running weight, he's close. Needs the jack of the ball. And he gets it, and he's unlucky. The touch has gone with the jack. Still 1 down. Oh, he can't believe that, can he?
Well, he played the shot, both players playing the shots, but again, the conditions showing not easy. Neither getting the result they were looking for.
Now they hit the target, both good bowls. Yeah, you can see this, he gets half and gets half on the jack as well. Toucher goes with the jack.
Yep, some mornings you do wonder. Aaron Sheriff just sneaking ahead now. Oh.
So 13-9 in the bowls, and it's the last group games in netball. It's Australia against South Africa. The Australians already through to the semi-finals. The hopes of South Africa, you would have to think, are pretty slim, because they would need to be beating Australia by about 40 points and hope that later Barbados can beat England if they have any chance of reaching the semi-finals of the netball. Australia against South Africa.
The match ball is our competition winner, Emily Blair, who's 11 from Card Ross.
So here we go then, the last match of the group stage for Australia and South Africa, and it is Australia that get us underway, attacking the post to our left-hand side in the yellow strip. South Africa in green, and a good start already for Australia. And joining myself, Charlie Broom, in the commentary box for this one, the former Australian netball captain, Catherine Harvey-Williams. And Catherine, good start from Australia, and the start for South Africa is more key, isn't it?
Yes, it is. We know Australia will get out of the blocks pretty quickly and in a nice settled manner. Expect to see plenty of Medhurst to Bassett. They play together at club level, and their shooter-to-shooter work is as good as anyone in the competition. But yes, South Africa, they just need to play a settled possession game, get a few goals on the board, and then try and settle into the competition.
Well done from Neiman, but just looking at Bassett and Neiman next to each other, there's a significant height advantage for Caitlin Bassett, who stands at 6'4", 1m93, Niemann 6 foot or 182. So that could be key, and Niemann's going to need a lot of elevation.
You have to get used to that in this competition. A few tall shooters going around, but she's good up with the body, Niemann, so she needs to make sure she works around Bassett and just put some uncertainty into the mind of the feeder.
Sulmy comes out to Mostert, and already South Africa not being afforded as much time as they had on the ball yesterday against Wales, but no surprise there. Berger.
Yeah, good work from Geitz. Well covered on Borter.
Australia did everything right. That contact call didn't need to come for them, because the next split second was going to be a hell ball, wasn't it?
Borter just instructing Berger that wasn't quite where she wanted the ball.
Well, Berger cannot afford to miss, but from Elizabeth Kurtz's point of view, she's got a great reserve in Potgieter, who had an excellent game against Wales yesterday. Medhurst opens her account, and Australia lead by 3 goals to 1.
So Australia already ahead in that final group game match against South Africa. Back to the hockey we go, and the fierce rivalry that exists between Scotland and England, competing for the chance here to make progress alongside Australia.
Ward for Scotland. Scotland going all the way back. Danson will pounce on this. This could be the perfect restart for England. Danson into a scoring opportunity. Her shot is scuffed and missed. Scotland survived the early scare.
Started in a very similar pattern to the first half, with England pressing the Scottish defenders high, and a mistake by the experienced Ralph didn't cost her team due to some scramble defence. Can't help thinking if the ball had been on Danson's backhand, it probably would have been on target.
Scotland pounce on this opportunity, heading towards the danger zone, into the D, high over the top. Nikki Kidd, who scored Scotland's goal in the first half, unable to find the target here. Susie Gilbert struggling to maintain possession here for England. Scotland get the free hit. Early pressure from the blue shirts. Owsley trying to run her way through the 2 Scottish players. England will get the free hit.
Doesn't seem to be anything that's changed tactically. Both teams definitely pressing high up the field. They feel that they can put 2 or 3 players around the sort of screen players, so the 2 that sit in front of the 3 defenders, and hit each other on the counter-attack. So hopefully we're in for a great second half like the first.
Bray just stretching herself a little too far. She gets the ball back, but via her thigh, so it will be Scotland's ball. Ward picks it up on the left for Scotland. Goes over the top. Inside. Alison Bell. Alison Bell penalised there, and Laura Unsworth picks it up for England. Ansley. Robertson steals it for Scotland. She has Bell to her left. If she can just slot this through, and she does, but it's too strong for Bell. Just off an England stick, so Scotland keep possession here as Bell weaves her way into an attacking position.
Watch your head, Scotland! Come on. No one, no one.
Ralph. That's good play from Ralph. Tucks it inside neatly to Ward. Scotland able to move the ball around into space. Into the central channel. Nothing there but England shirts. Here's Danson. Danson away. Lightning acceleration into space for Alex Danson. Now she holds it up. Thinks about her next move, which is back to Laura Unsworth. Georgie Twigg has just joined the party for England on the right. Danson, good trap, holds it up again, pass is poor, and Ansley has to retreat to retrieve. Richardson Walsh, the captain, keeps it on the turf, picked up on the right-hand side by Nicola White. Out of play, Owsley inside. Good escape work for Scotland. Now can they find their way out of the corner here? White again. Into the circle and out again. No further damage done. Scotland look to go forward. Richardson Walsh back to tidy up for England. Georgie Twigg. Too much on that for Sophie Bray. Oh, Danson steals it from Davis. Danson goes over the top, very nearly.
When is Davis going to realise not to take Alex Danson on one-on-one? It's about the 4th or 5th time she's been picked off, and it's a cheeky effort by Danson as she saw Gibson coming out and just over the bar. Scotland are really riding their luck at the moment.
McGilderay for Scotland. That's a nice pass. They let it go, and it's picked up nicely on the right for Linda Clement, the captain of Scotland. Slips and slides. Scotland keep possession.
Back. No, yeah, keep going, keep going.
Scotland 1, England 2. Scotland need the win, England need the draw. Oh, it's saved on the line. Maddie Hinch falling backwards, just a stroke to stick to keep the ball out of her goal.
This is the deflection, and Hinch manages to keep it out with her glove, with her stick glove.
Widely away for Scotland, little flick forward. Scotland looking for the equaliser, they get a penalty corner. No referral available for England. They have to take the umpire's decision.
Yeah, I think the stick tackle is coming up here. There's nothing wrong, but that's the stick tackle there that it's been given for.
Look out for Scotland's number 17, Nikki Kidd. Scored in the first half from the penalty corner. She'll be looking for her second here. Oh, it's a missed trap. Scotland have failed to capitalise first time on the penalty corner. Another chance to attack here. Scotland get another penalty corner. Umpires conferring.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, the
No referral.
umpire just said to England, do you want to refer? And then told them they didn't have one.
It's a goal point stroke. Sorry, girls.
What I don't understand here,
My angle, yeah.
I mean, that to me is high. Wendy Stewart is stood 3 or 4 yards away, and she's asked her colleague, who's 50 yards away, to make the decision. England have got to remain calm, though. They've lost their referral. They've just got to accept every decision that's now made.
Wiley will inject. Kidd. Oh, good save. Maddie Hinch reacting well. McClellan to force it down the central channel. And the pressure relieved for a moment for England, who have been up against it in the first 9 minutes of this second half.
It's a really interesting decision here. I think due to the injection being too far off the top of the circle, Kidd felt that she had to hit it rather than flick it. I'd be surprised if that was a call, the hit was a call from Gordon Shepherd, having seen Kidd already score from a flick.
Nice pick up and take from Lucy Wood. Runs herself into space. Sam Quek thinks about it, changes her mind, goes back to Kate Richardson-Walsh. Scotland coming forward again. All the way to the corner. Good looking cross. Shooting opportunity, it's wide and high. Elsa Wiley unable to test Maddie Hinch on that occasion. Watton on the right for England. Quek. Richardson-Walsh. That's a poor shot. Poor pass. And Georgie Twigg has rescued the situation for England, combining with Alex Danson, and now Sam Quek joins in down the right-hand side until she's robbed. And Ward gets Scotland back into an attacking position.
I really feel if Scotland can score whilst they're having this pressure, it really is going to put England under immense pressure for this second half. The demons may return from the World Cup for them as well, and Scotland can get this crowd behind them. It could be a really interesting second half.
Holly Webb under pressure, releasing the ball. And now England attack. Wonderful work again from number 16, Lucy Wood, who's held up there. Able to find the wide open spaces, Lucy Wood. Ansley finds Quek. Wood's there, holds it up. Scotland rescue the situation, and Lloyd has possession. Scotland keep possession. Bouncing ball falls England's way. Richardson-Walsh hopes to release Unsworth, but goes via Quek first. Quek now finds Laura Unsworth on the right. Wood. Susanna Townsend tangling, and England get the possession. Richardson-Walsh. Webb. Gilbert. 14 for England is White. All the way to the shooting circle. Still in there. England looking for a Scottish foot on the ball. Nothing given, they'll get the long corner. White takes it, weaves her way towards the danger zone. Backed up by Quek. Blue sticks everywhere, trying to keep this danger out as Quet goes to the line. White. That's poor. Scotland will breathe again. Scotland 1, England 2. Last 22 minutes of the match. Just to remind you, England need a draw, Scotland need the win. Richardson Walsh. Good recovery from Susie Gilbert. Finds Twig, who goes down the left-hand side now. Scotland stick there first. It's a Scotland ball. Risky for Ward, but she comes out of it okay. High bouncing ball. Scotland with a player all the way forward. Nutmeg. Scotland in a great position here. Can they find the goal? England defending desperately. Penalty corner.
It's well played by Robertson along the baseline, picking up the long ball. And then playing the ball into Wiley, who's already scored a couple of goals in this tournament. Desperate defence from Sam Quek, flicks the ball dangerously high at Lloyd.
Discussions complete. Ralph is there, Kidd is there. Scotland need this. Oh, what happened there? Bit of a mess for Scotland. They'll get another go. Well, whatever discussions they had, they need to have again.
Yeah.
Girls, keep going, okay, we'll corner now. Yeah.
Maybe, I can't imagine that was. I can't imagine that was planned, but
Okay, girls, let's go.
hopefully the message has got round to the main people on top of the circle now.
Another opportunity for Scotland. This time it's paid off for them. They get what they planned, but not the goal. That, I think, was what they were trying to do first time. Looks like a really decent move.
Yeah, it's a slip option off the top. Kidd moves to the left for the deflection. It's Wiley on the deflection. She's come in from the injector post. Just too good a touch, and Lloyd perhaps guilty of being a little bit high. Not expecting the ball to come to her, but fantastic pressure from Scotland, and they've definitely been dominating this second half, and they've got to make this domination turn into goals.
Quick. Owsley robbed. Scotland's tackling has been superb in this second half. Ralph, high ball. Battle between Quek and Kidd, which Quek wins. And here's Danson.
18.
So Scotland get a yellow card. McGilvray forced to sit it out. 5 minutes, 5 minutes on the bench. A 5-minute power play for England. Scotland certainly didn't need that. Ralph changes her options. That one behind and harmless as far as England are concerned. Here's the push which brought about the yellow card.
There's minimal contact there. I mean, Richardson Walsh already got the green card first, which is why that was upgraded to a yellow. Green card is a warning to both teams, but Danson didn't seem to be complaining, and I think McGilvray can feel a little bit hard done by in that situation.
Yeah, 5 minutes sit down seems a little harsh. England into the D. Danson trying to find a way towards a shooting opportunity, but she's held up. Shipley. Shipley gets the return ball, tries to go through a Scotland player's legs. It's all a bit scruffy, but Scotland get possession. Davis. Now Scotland switch sides for this next attack. Fawcett sends it way out to the right-hand side via Ralph, and Scotland still a player down. Shipley on the right for England. Lots of space ahead. Poor pass. Scotland turn and attack. Wiley did well. Scotland menacing the England goal to the edge of the circle, and they get a penalty corner.
How many times have we seen it in this tournament where the side that's short-handed, so a player down, actually end up with the possession? And Ali Bell there really strong. Giselle Anzi a little bit too, well, she's too close to make that tackle. Ali Bell rolls it onto the foot, and you do feel if Scotland are going to get anything out of this game, they've got to make one of these corners count.
Now, we've seen a couple of interesting moves from the penalty corner in this second half. Can Scotland make this one count? Kidd poised, and it falls to Kidd for the flick. Scotland still unable to penetrate, and England will come away. Bray and Davis and Wiley all tangling their hockey sticks around the ball as Ansley goes over the top. Beautiful take out of the air by Aileen Davis, who sets Scotland loose again on another attack. And don't forget, it's still 11 versus 10. Davis. Fawcett. Great pass. Ali Bell does well. Goes round one, goes round another, and then loses out. Scotland have a quarter of an hour.
Shots on goal now are fairly even. But if you would, for this second half, there's no doubt in my mind that Scotland have been the better team. They've created the better chances. They just haven't had the end product.
Ansley. England down the central line. Desperate tackling. McGilvray still sitting this one out. Scotland have had the best of the possession during England's power play as Davis and Fawcett combine. Now looking for a way through via the corner. Morag McClellan tangling with Alex Danson.
Scotland now back to 11.
It's 11 aside once again. Unsworth, 3 Scotland shirts around her, and she's forced to retreat to find her captain, Kate Richardson-Walsh, who returns the ball with Unsworth in a little bit more space. It's a good pass forward to Wood. Wood doing what she does best and running, returns it to Unsworth. England threatening the shooting circle. Hints of a Scottish foot on the ball, but no whistle from the umpire. So the piper has got his breath back and has started again with another rendition of Flower of Scotland. Scotland need all the encouragement now. They're down to under 13 minutes. They need 2 goals. They need the win. Scotland 1, England 2. Great take and run by Georgie Twigg. Finds Danson on the left. Danson and Ralph battling for possession. Twigg again, getting England into a bit of space here. Susanna Townsend on the right, running straight towards the circle, flick inside. Yeah, too strong and too far beyond Lily Owsley. Sam Quek will take this for England, all the way back to Richardson Walsh, cross field. Holly Webb finds Georgie Twigg, who makes it to Laura Unsworth. Nicola White, back to Unsworth, ahead to Wood. Lovely turn from Wood towards the edge of the D. Still Wood. Penalty corner to England. No, not a penalty corner. Referee, the umpire pointed as if she was about to award the corner.
Lucy Wood's really unlucky there. She's had to ride through that tackle, and then she's actually ended up fouling Kat Ralph, but I think that was more out of frustration that she hadn't got the penalty corner for the first instant in the circle.
Scotland 1, England 2. Time running out for Scotland as England hold on. Wave after wave of Scottish attack.
It's a crash ball in from Maguire here, and I'm not sure if Lloyd got a touch on it or not, but they're not too far off.
Let's go, girls, okay? Let's take it from there, it's fine.
White. Quick. Back to White. Looking for an opening. She's stolen by Maguire. Maguire feeds it forward. Scotland looking for the penalty corner, none given.
Yeah. Free hit, girls. Yeah.
It's a superb tackle by Richardson Walsh. Last defender in the circle, knows it needs to be clean. But it was a great steal by Maguire first of all. Certainly can't say that Scotland aren't giving it a go.
It's been a fantastic match. Good pass from Webb, all the way forward to Watton. Watton stuck on the sideline there, looking for a way out. Ansley forward to Twigg. Twigg goes backwards. And Richardson Walsh looking to switch the direction via Sam Quek on the right-hand side. Scotland come again. Robertson tangling with White. White wins that particular battle and runs into space and finds Unsworth. Good work from White and backed up well by Unsworth, who keeps England moving forward. McGilvray back from her lengthy suspension, 5 minutes in the sin bin. force it for Scotland. Miss trap. England's possession. Under 8 minutes. Scotland 1, England 2. If it stays like this, England will be in the Commonwealth Games semi-finals. Everybody's missing it, and then it's picked up by Twigg, who looks for Danson. Danson's been quiet for a while. Now she's back, looking for a way forward. Danson with 4 players around her, finds the pass. Brilliant play from Danson to White. Scotland's ball. McGilvray taking her time, making her choice. McGilvray again. Change of side, change of direction. Will it bring about a change of fortune for Scotland here? It's off Georgie Twigg's shin. Scotland free hit all the way down to the corner. Into the circle. Queck has control. Scotland turn. Scotland with a shot. It's saved. It's cleared. They get a penalty corner.
England need to disappear away from the umpire now, otherwise somebody could get sent off. Kate Richardson-Walsh as captain has every right to speak to the umpire.
The umpires will confer now.
Yes, I stopped time. Yeah, it was very clear. Okay, so for me, the ball came out. I called danger because it was straight into the player. Yeah. Come on. What's your call?
Yeah,
are you happy with it or out?
No, I'm happy with it.
Sure?
Yeah, I'm happy with it. Yeah.
Penalty corner stands. England will need to rush behind the goal and pick up their protective gear. Here it is again.
It's a great shot here by Ali Bell on the reverse stick. I would agree. Hinch has made the save into bunts. You know, one person perhaps goes to speak to the umpire, but not the entire team. But it shows the pressure that Scotland are putting England under.
Ralph and Kidd poised. Here's the injection. Scotland's penalty corner. Saved.
This is straight down the middle from Kidd. She's going to be disappointed. Again, it's interesting from Hinch that her body weight is going backwards. So she's not able to clear the ball with a lot of power.
Well, you get the sense that Scotland really needed to find the target with that penalty corner. Remember, they need to score twice, and with just over 5 minutes to play, they're running out of time. Queck for England. Owsley has the ball stolen. Oh, and there's a collision as Queck falls on top of Bunce. And that was a mismatch. Yellow card.
So she's off for the rest of the game. Lily Owsley, number 5, for the body check, and under 5 minutes to play in this half.
Ralph fires it into the circle. There was a foot on the way.
Emily Maguire didn't realise the whistle had started.
Everyone was set up.
Scotland 1, England 2, 4.5 minutes to play. Scotland can't hang about in their own half. They have to press forward. They have a player over because Owsley is sitting out for the remainder of the match. Scotland on the power play. Unsworth snatches it for England. Danson is forward. Danson takes it up here in the corner for England. Now, can she weave her way through and provide some service? England will be happy to be in this part of the field, counting down the seconds. 3.5 minutes now, and still England's possession.
Danson using her experience. Quite happy to keep it in the corner for as long as possible.
Bell comes away with it for Scotland. Great pace for Bell. Pass was poor, but Scotland retained possession. Maguire. Over to the right-hand side. Fired downfield. Still Scotland possession. Aileen Davis controlling play here for Scotland. The ball just behind the line. It's high. Big chase on down the left for Sophie Bray. She'll get there. And Danson and Gilbert are waiting for her. Scotland forward again. Oh, can't afford basic mistakes now. England will be in no particular rush.
So difficult to press when you've got somebody in your team that can throw an aerial like Giselle Ansley can.
England threatening once again with Bray. Holds it up, slows it down, keeps control. Scotland escape once more. Unsworth there with a stick. She'll do the same as Bray before her. In fact, she's attacking. Had a chance to attack and then decided to hold it up, Laura Unsworth. Sensible tactics from England. We're down to the last 90 seconds of the match. Bray with the free hit. She'll stay there. Scotland get possession as Bell breaks away once again. Feeds it inside. Looks for the return ball from Robertson, but it wasn't forthcoming. And Queck has a chance to lose a few more seconds. Gilbert goes forward. Down to the corner once again. Under a minute. Last gasp effort from Scotland. The ball is in the circle, and then Danson picks it up, and Danson heading for a safe area at the side of the field with under 30 seconds to go. England will head to the Commonwealth Games semi-finals. Danson flat on her belly, and the crowd will reluctantly join in the countdown for the final 10 seconds. It's all over. England have defeated Scotland by 2-1 and take their place in the Commonwealth Games semi-finals. Scotland gave it everything. They had a magnificent second half, but were unable to get the 2 goals required.
Yeah, Amy Gibson's been a spectator for the whole of that second half, and hats off to Scotland. Absolutely fantastic play, and they couldn't make it count in goal in the attacking circle. But I look forward to the next meeting, which is next August at the Europeans, because Scotland are on the up.
A fantastic match here. The final result: Scotland 1, England 2.
And England through to the semi-finals. Quite a match, that one. Well, it's Glasgow 2014, but Scotland's capital city is playing its part as well. Diving underway at the Royal Commonwealth Pool in Edinburgh. It's the third time the pool has been used for the Commonwealth Games after the diving taking place there in 1970 and 86, when of course the Games were hosted by Edinburgh. More to come later from the diving, but let's head to Hampden for athletics, and a lot of interest in the heats for the men's 200 metres. Olympic bronze and world silver medalist Warren Weir in this.
So heat number 3 in the men's 200 metres, 2 DNSs, Idrissa Adam and Shakoy Stevens will not start, but an athlete that is starting is in lane number 6, the familiar name of Warren Weir of Jamaica. There he is, the Commonwealth leader this year, 19.82 seconds. A good reception for the Jamaican. He sits number 2 on the world rankings behind Justin Gatlin of America, who's run 19.68. Weir will start in 6. This athlete, Jareen Richards from Trinidad and Tobago, will start in lane 4, 20 years old, world indoor relay bronze in 2012. Daniel Bailey of Antigua and Barbuda, 4th at the 2009 World Championships over the 100 metres, 5th in 2011. Neddy Marie of the Seychelles, he ran the 100 metres here, a personal best just inside 22 seconds. And completing the lineup, Courtney Williams from St Vincent and the Grenadines, also ran the 100 metres here, a personal best in 2014, he's run 21.16 seconds. So a slightly depleted field, men's 200, heat number 3. Remember, it's the first 2 only guaranteed a place in the semi-finals tomorrow, and the 4 fastest over the heats will also go through. So Daniel Bailey in lane 3, not in the best of forms, the Antiguan, but Warren Weir of Jamaica, the Olympic bronze medalist, he's in super form in 2014. Well, Weir was very slow to rise into the set position in lane number 6. Daniel Bailey's going well in lane number 3. Bailey's running a storming bend. It's going to be Bailey, it's going to be Weir. Hugging the line, Daniel Bailey in lane number 3. He's going to qualify comfortably, as is Warren Weir. And it looks like Richards from Trinidad and Tobago is going to come through in 3rd, but 20.71 seconds. Very comfortable indeed, as you would expect from Warren Weir.
Well, that was comfortable for Warren Weir at Hampden. In wrestling, we saw last night Jana Rattigan losing out in her gold medal match in the 48 kilos category. Husband Leon this time.
Leon Rattigan is the favourite for this one, but the Namibian Shikongo has come 3rd in the African Championships this year. It's no pushover for the Englishman, and Leon Rattigan has had Achilles problems in the run-up to this, so it will be a test for him. The referee just checks the 2 fighters down, and it's Angula Shikongo in the blue for Namibia and Leon Rattigan in the red for England.
Both wrestlers starting quite actively, both trying to good leg attack there, head on the inside. He's going to lift and try to drive him over. And because the Namibian landed on his front, that is why it's a 2-point takedown.
So the first 2-point score, and he's out of the ring as well, the Namibian. But they just reset back to the middle.
Good defence there, because the ankle lace was on.
Leon Rattigan is the husband of Jana Rattigan, who won silver yesterday in the lightest of the women's events.
Match has slowed down a little bit. Both wrestlers still getting a feel.
Shikongo's got heavy strapping. There's lots of the fighters with various knee and ankle problems.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a bad year for Leon to be injured all year, but to come back for this, I think he just wants to now turn it into a good year.
2 3-minute periods in a wrestling match, and the score just carries on between the two of them unless you get a win by pin or one fighter gets 10 ahead.
I can see the referee getting involved soon because both wrestlers are not really trying to attack, which is obviously the new rules, the new directive. They need to be constantly trying to score.
And it's Leon Rattigan of England who had the warning there.
Just putting his head into the chest and then maybe.
But at some point, one of the fighters will be told they are too passive and they have to score a point within 30 seconds. We didn't see that an awful lot yesterday. They didn't use that new rule a lot.
I think the threat of it seemed to work better than the actual rule. Wrestlers seemed more active, knowing they had to be. Both body to body. It's quite a neutral position. No wrestler's really got the advantage in that. There's Leon.
But the Australian referee made a mistake or two yesterday for being very harsh about it. In charge for this one, and he is coming in. He's speaking to Leon Rattigan for England, and it is the 30-second warning for Rattigan. So he's got to score in the next 30 seconds, or the point goes to Chikongo.
Yeah, and this is does he really go for the point and risk it, or does he just, oh, there we go, nice leg attack, head on the outside. What he's going to do is try to drive up, lift, elevate, and now he needs to get a knee down to score the takedown. One knee has to touch the floor. There's the takedown. Oh, but a counter.
So it's 2 points for Rattigan and England, but
a reversal for one.
The reversal for one for Chikongo. So it was worth the attack, wasn't it? Because it also saved in the one penalty point.
Yes, yeah, definitely. No, there's no progression on the floor, so that's why the referee stood them up. It didn't look like he could have got a turn in that moment.
The second heaviest weight division, the maximum 15 stone 3 or 97 kilos. And that's the end of the first 3-minute period. Interesting challenge for Leon Rattigan, getting back to full fitness, getting back to full sharpness as well. And these guys have got the extra fight, just the way it works, because the numbers aren't even, so someone's got to fight at the extra fight.
This is the first takedown, a leg attack, and he switched to the double leg, and he drove, good lift there, and then down to the ground for the takedown for 2 points. He was trying to break him down and do a gut wrench at the same time. As the gut wrench went, he was countered, but he wasn't kept on his back, so went the 1 point reversal.
And it's a brief break because they're back again. 30-second break. Back in for the second final 3-minute period. Rattigan in the red of England and Chikongo in blue for Namibia.
And the way the scoring has been, it's 4-1. You're not safe at 4-1 with the way that the scoring is. So Chikongo will feel that he's got a good chance of getting back into this match.
There's no 3-point score, there's no individual move that will get you a 3-point score, although the way they rapidly accumulate points, you can't get a reversal.
Either throw for 4 would take. Again, not much activity in the middle, really.
Fingers, red contact. Red blocking, reaction.
I think the referee's going to get himself involved again here because both wrestlers are very tentative. No one wants to seem to take a risk.
And again, it's Rattigan he's speaking to. A little bit more action. It's been as cagey a fight as we've seen.
Yeah, very. It just seems like no one wants to make that mistake. Rattigan's 4-1 up. He's feeling that Chikongo will have to take the match to win, but with these rules, you're not allowed to rest and just defend. You need to always be attacking.
And it was Rattigan again who's on the warning now, so he's got 30 seconds in which to score, or the point goes to Chikongo for Namibia.
Rattigan has to attack him, so he's just in a defensive position, and it's making it very difficult. There's his point.
So it's a point for Chikongo now. The referee can call the same against the Namibian if he wants to now. If Chikongo doesn't look active pretty soon, you imagine he might do.
Due to the way the scoring is, Rattigan has two two-point moves, so it means Chikongo needs 3 points to win this match. 4-4 will not do it.
Action.
But a 2-point move would be enough, wouldn't it? Because that would give him the last score in the event of a tie with 2 points. Or two 2-point moves, yeah.
Because Rattigan's done two twos. And there's nice attack, driving again, and there's the takedown. Again, 2-point takedown, no exposure to the back. Going to try to turn now.
So 30 seconds to go when we reset here, with a 4-point advantage for Rattigan. But a 4-point takedown would be enough.
But yeah, at this point
Chikongo.
still, yeah, with the scoring. But it's still, Chikongo doesn't look like he's got that desire to get this takedown though. He's not changed his tactics throughout this match. And there's only 12 seconds to go, and yet he's still looking, he looks like a lightweight who's made weight. Looking tired.
Time is just about up. And the Englishman is the victor, not in spectacular fashion, it must be said, John, but he's got through safely, and a win for his first fight is enough.
Yeah, a win's a win, and it gets you into the tournament, it gets you moving along and progressing. But I think Liam will be looking for better performance in his future matches, but a win's still good to win.
Leon Rattigan in the quarterfinals later on, and hoping ultimately he can go a step further than the wife Jana, beaten in the gold medal match yesterday. Let's cross Glasgow now. You're on the Games channel, available on YouTube. To Hampden, the athletics, and the 200-metre heats continue.
And this guy's useful, Adam Harris, quarter-finalist in Berlin 5 years ago over the 100, made the semis here. And Michael Wilson starts on the inside for Grenada. One of great games they're having. Medal for Kurt Felix in the decathlon, and they'll be hoping that it's gold tonight for Karani James in the men's 400. So Adam Harris in 2, James Ellington, England in 3, and Jason Livermore, who's given the crowd an indication that he's not particularly warm here this morning. He goes in 4. First 2 to proceed to tomorrow's semi-finals as of right, plus 4 fastest losers. Livermore by some margin, the fastest man in the field. So Livermore is already storming away, but James Ellington's tracking him nicely round the bend. Those two going well at the moment. Houston of Bermuda's running well on the outside, but it's the Jamaican coming home. He's already glancing round. Ellington's coming up alongside him just to let him know he's there. And the two of them exchanging eyeballs and glances as they come down the home straight. Very smooth qualification from Jason Livermore. He may have been feeling the effects of a rather breezy, blustery morning here in Glasgow, but he got the job done there by 2/100ths of a second from Ellington. That was impressive from Jason Livermore. Joins Warren Weir in the semi-finals, and perhaps he can upgrade from his 6th place finish in the 100.
I had thought watching that it was going to be a slightly loaded heat, that one, in terms of the fact that there were athletes outside the big two in Adam Harris, Harold Houston, Michael Wilson, who you thought might have got close. And you saw that Houston ran a good bend out in lane 6, the athlete from Bermuda, but then off the bend, Livermore strong. Ellington went with him, improving Adam Harris of Guyana in lane 2, but it's victory for the Jamaican Livermore 2071, Ellington taking second 2073. They're the automatic qualifiers. Adam Harris 21.19, just a little bit disappointing, and I don't think he's got any chance of making the final, subject to confirmation. But the Jamaican might be cold, but he produced quite a hot performance, 6th in the 100 metres, and he's moving on confidently through to tomorrow's semi-finals.
Nice work from Livermore. It's always interesting to watch the antics of these guys when they've got races under control, just having a look at one another as they coast home down the home straight. Nicely done by the Jamaican.
So women's long jump continues. This is Shara Proctor of England. She's not in form at this moment in time. This is her 3rd and final attempt. I'm confident to say she'll make the top 12 and get into the final. That's a bit better. 6 meters and 82 this season. She is one of the best jumpers in the world. She's happier with that. She'd only gone out to 6 meters and 36 in the first round, 6 meters and 30 in the second, still way behind the board. So she's going to comfortably be in the top 12 for that final. This is an improvement at around about 6.5 meters. And she'll be able to go away, have a word with her coach, Raina Ryder, and sort out any little discrepancies. 6 meters and 51, as you can see, she goes comfortably into the top 12 for the final. But this athlete, well, we know she's in decent form. Chantel Malone of the Ivory Coast, John, 6 meters and 49 in the second round.
Let's see if she can find any improvement. 6:29 was her season's best, but she's clearly come here in good shape. Competing for the British Virgin Islands. Chantel Malone, her 3rd attempt, and that looks decent. Round about the 6:50 mark. Should be good enough to ensure that she is going to get through as well.
Well, she didn't need to do the jump. She'd done 6:49. She was going to comfortably in the top 12. But athletes like to get some jumps under their belt, feel the track, get a feel for what's going to come potentially for the final if they make it.
6:55, and that does quite definitely get her into the final tomorrow. Good news for the British Virgin Islands. Nice place, I'm told. Heat 8 of the men's 200 metres. Rashid Dwyer, another very talented Jamaican, starting in lane 5. He is the Jamaican champion, and he's set a lifetime best of 20.04 this season. Chris Clark, lane 1, the Englishman, former world youth champion at 400 metres. He's run 20.57 this season. And out in lane 7, Jared Geddes, the Australian, 20.59, his best of the season. Only 20 years old, and clearly an improving talent, and he'll be looking to post a good time. There he is in lane 7, coached by Michael Dooley. Won the Sydney 200 earlier on in the season and ran very well there. 20.59, as I say, his best. Jonathan Purmell of Mauritius, double sprint medalist at the African Junior Championships last year, just 20 years old, 21.17 this season. And here's Dwyer. He's the class act in this 8th heat. Wadley Jean of the Turks and Caicos Islands, just 17 years old. He's run 21.78, big occasion for him. As indeed it is for Kashim Colborne in lane 3 from Antigua and Barbuda. 21.08, he set a personal best this season. Alphonse Binan and Lend of Cameroon goes in lane 2, just 18 years old. Big occasion for all these youngsters. They'll never have run in anything remotely like the sort of atmosphere that we've got here, with upwards of 40,000 people watching. And there in lane 1, Chris Clark, former world youth champion and European junior champion. He's run 20.57 this season. So 7 athletes, first 2 to qualify as of right. Watch for lane 5, Rashid Dwyer. He's got a real chance of getting medals here. He'll be hoping that he can come away with a gold medal. And away they go. Good start from Dwyer. Colborne got out quick as well, and Clark on the inside. Dwyer's got a little bit to do as they come off the bend, and on the outside, Geddes the Australian. Clark really flowing well on the inside. Dwyer has a look across to him and just eases past. The old little bit of psychology. He comes through as the winner. Second place Clark, third place Geddes for Australia, and a winning time unofficially at 20.59. Well, you saw a little bit of the I'm the daddy sort of attitude from Dwyer there. Clark had run a really good bend and had a significant lead as they came into the straight, but then Dwyer came past him, and as he did so, gave him the old-fashioned look.
It's what us sprinters do. It was a great run by Rashid Dwyer of Jamaica. The favoured lane draw in lane number 5. A softer bend, not as tight as for Chris Clark. And the Australian Geddes comes off the track. He was in third in the end in 21.03 seconds, but Chris Clark on the inside line, absolutely flying. He's such a talent, the 24-year-old. 45.5 seconds over 400 metres, committed on the bend, John.
Geddes gave himself every opportunity, didn't he, with the bend, but just couldn't hold it together, and he's going to be disappointed with that. Significantly back on his season's best, the Australian on the outside, and I'm not sure he's going to make it. Dwyer, good though, isn't he?
He's
quality
very good.
athlete. He ran in those relays in the Bahamas when the Jamaicans swept all before them. Actually gave way to Nicol Ashmead in the final, but he's a talent.
Well, Geddes from Australia clearly struggling with the different hemisphere, different times of the year, but good qualifying for the Jamaican, as they always do in the sprint events. Well,
long jump qualification continuing. This is Ayana Alexander of Trinidad and Tobago, her third and final attempt.
she won bronze last night, of course, in the triple jump. 14 metres and 1 centimetres last night behind Williams of Jamaica and Samuel of England. Well, that's shy of the 6-metre line, John.
I don't think that's going to trouble the rankings over much. Good triple jump, but a long jump has not been comparable. A bit ragged. Perhaps a little bit tired after the triple jump competition. And she's coming away, having enjoyed the whole Glasgow experience nevertheless. The medal in the triple jump, certainly no bad thing. 13th her ranking, she's not going to make the final.
So, men's discus qualification continues the field theme at the moment. There's your Group A. 2 pools of athletes, A and B. 63 metres is the qualification, or the top 12 for the final tomorrow. And this is Group A. 10 athletes due to start. And this is Gowda of India. Twice 7th at the World Championships. He's gone out to 65 metres and 62 this year. He's one of the gold medal favourites in this event. 2-kilogram discus. Well, comfortably surpassing that 63-metre line. The Asian champion last year, the Indian record holder. And he's done the job he wanted to do. He's coached by John Godina, 3 times the world champion. A super thrower in his time.
Yeah, you'd have expected nothing less from Gowda. He's been around quite a while. Got the silver medal 4 years ago on home turf, making pretty smooth work of his qualification there. Jason Livermore, very, very smooth there. James Ellington in second place. Harris has no chance as a fastest loser. Shongwei of Swaziland was disqualified.
Heat number 9 in the men's 200 metres. Here is your full lineup. Remember, you know by now, the first two only guaranteed a place in the semi-final. Standout name, well, it potentially has to be in lane number 4, Antoine Adams from St Kitts and Nevis, 20.08 seconds this year. He sits 5th on the Commonwealth rankings. He's the standout name in this 9th heat. Seen some good qualification so far, comfortable qualification by the big names. Terray Smith of the Bahamas, 20.57 seconds for the 19-year-old. That's a lifetime best in 2014. In lane number 7, David Hamill from the Cayman Islands. Just outside 22 seconds this season. In lane 6, Kamori Shearman from St Vincent and the Grenadines. Ran in the heats of the 100 metres, 21.32 this season. From Grenada, Joel Redhead, who was their national record holder at this event before a certain Karani James took it off him. And Antoine Adams from St Kitts and Nevis, their record holder at this event, 4th at the Commonwealth Games here over the 100 metres. Leroy Henriette of the Seychelles, their national record holder at this event, 21.76 this season. And Corneille Lionel of St Lucia, just outside 21 seconds in 2014. So Adams, the standout name, 4th over the 100 metres just a couple of days ago. He's back for more and a genuine medal shot in this 200 metres. Heat number 9, first 2 and 4 fastest for tomorrow's semi-finals. UK time, if you're interested, 6:40 in the evening, and the final will be on Thursday evening. But first, the athletes have to negotiate their heat. Keep your eyes on Adams in 4 and potentially Redhead in 5. So a nice clean start, and Adams is going well in lane number 4. Flying round the bend. A slower start by Redhead from Grenada in lane number 5. Oh, look at this. The athlete from St Kitts and Nevis, he's not even out of 3rd gear here. Redhead's putting a bit more work in. Smith from the Bahamas was going well as well. Well, that was potentially one of the most comfortable pieces of qualification we've had here this morning from Antoine Adams. It really was, Rob. He's the 5th fastest in the Commonwealth, and he really didn't do much after about 80 or 90 metres.
The only thing I was worried about from his perspective was that he was busy glancing up at the screen, and I was checking that he'd noticed that Terray Smith was coming fast on the outside. The athlete from the Bahamas did take the 2nd automatic spot, which has squeezed Redhead down to 3rd, so he'll have to wait to see if he goes through as a fastest loser, which does look likely at the moment. But that was much better from Antoine Adams than we had from his compatriot BJ Lawrence earlier this season. He did all his work in the first, 45, 50 metres, came up onto the shoulder of Redhead. But have a look on the outside, running on the left there in the pale blue of the Bahamas. Terray Smith came into the mix and suddenly put Joel Redhead under pressure. And as you said, Catherine, Adams was just watching the big screen almost all the way down the home straight.
Well, he's in the same training group as the new Trinidad sprint star, Michelle Ayi, who unfortunately we lost to injury in the women's 100 metres, and clearly in good form. And that was very impressive indeed. He'll get a good lane draw going forward towards those semi-finals tomorrow evening. So confirmation then of the result of heat number 9. Antoine Adams, 20.88 seconds. Smith takes a second automatic qualifying spot.
Result from Heat 8. A good win for Rashid Dwyer, 20.59. Christopher Clark. Chris Clark, English athlete, second qualifier. And you notice the disqualification of the athlete from Cameroon at the bottom of that list.
So men's discus qualification continues. Julian Ruck of Australia. It's his second attempt. He had a no throw in the first round. So all athletes, of course, 3 throws trying to qualify. Won World Junior Bronze back in 2010 to the 23-year-old. And of course it's better, anything's better than a no jump or a no throw. So he's going to register a mark, the Australian. 56 metres and 57, some way down on his best this year, but a mark is on the board. So the women's long jump qualification has finished. Here are your qualifiers for that final tomorrow night, being led by Bianca Stewart from the Bahamas, 6 metres and 67. Malone's through, Proctor's through. It will be a good competition, and we expect the standard to potentially raise significantly in terms of distances jumped. But there are your 12 athletes through to the women's long jump final.
One more heat still to come in the 200 metres. Young and old getting a view of the athletics here at Hampden Park. Something they'll be able to tell their friends about and tell their children about perhaps in years to come, and say, I was there in 2014 when the Commonwealth Games came to Glasgow.
Just saw my first kilt of the Games in the crowd there. Good effort. So these heats have been going for an hour, and they're about to round off Heat 10 in the men's 200 metres. Mathieu of the Bahamas going in 5. And watch out for Kanata. He goes in lane 2. The Kenyan set a lifetime best 20.17 this year. Wind is picking up once again. Chap in the kilt will just have to pay close attention. Brilliant atmosphere here, as it has been for all the sessions so far. Here's Obina Metu, made the final as a World Junior a few years ago. 4 times a Nigerian national champion. Kyle Groh, 5th in the Central American and Caribbean Games last year. 20.59, he could well be in the mix. Masbar Ahmed of Bangladesh, knocked out in the heats of the 100 metres. And then the standout performer here, Michael Mathieu, 4x4 relay gold medalist, alongside the likes of the fireman Chris Brown. What a great end to that race it was in London. Julius Morris, 10.55 in the heats of the 100. Ruan Gunasinghe of Papua New Guinea just missed out on a medal in the Oceania Championships earlier this year in the 100 and 200 metres. And then we don't often see Kenyans running the sprints. Great to see Carvin Kanata here. 20.17 this year. He competes on the American circuit at the University of Pittsburgh. Running in that tight lane 2. And I wonder whether he can put Michael Mathieu under some pressure. And watch out for Groh of Trinidad in 7. So Kanata of Kenya on the inside in 2. Mathieu in the familiar pale blue of the Bahamas in 5. Groh of Trinidad and Tobago in their red national colours in 7. And Metu nearest the camera in 8. This is the Kenyan. Last heat, first 2 to advance to tomorrow night's semi-finals. So who's going to take the last two automatic spots? Mathieu's got a brilliant start, and Kanata's got some work to do on the inside. Also going well is Metu on the outside. And now the Kenyan is beginning to close down the athlete from the Bahamas. So it's Mathieu takes it from Kanata. Pretty comfortable there. Groh will have to wait to see if he goes through as a fastest loser. Mathieu got a fantastic start. Kanata perhaps just taking a little while to get up to full speed after coming round that very tight inside bend. Mathieu did exactly what we would have expected. Great start and a comfortable qualification for the relay gold medalist from London.
Nipping away from the athletics at Hampden for a moment to head back to Kelvin Grove, and that match we were watching earlier on, the men's singles, round 4 from section A, and victory for Australian Aaron Sheriff against England's Sam Tolchard. This is the 28th end. And that was it, all over at 21:18. Now wrapping up the netball, we're watching the Australian-South Africa match, South Africa needing a minor miracle. Here's how that netball match ended. Commentary from Catherine Harby and Charlie Brow.
Advantage offside, goal shooter.
There they go. Caldwell to Hallinan to Green. Caldwell.
Advantage offside, wing defense.
He was 23 with 2 minutes to go. It's still 23, so a better finish to the quarter from South Africa. They might still go down. As Caldwell's stuck that one away. And it's a centre pass for Australia. So South Africa have scored their most goals in the Commonwealth Games against Australia. They've beaten their previous best of 38, which they've scored on 2 previous occasions, but it's not enough to beat the Diamonds Australia. Top Pool B, 4 wins from 4, and they have won all 4 quarters against South Africa, but in the end, running out by 24 goals. Final score here, Australia 64, South Africa 40.
So South Africa's bid for a place in the semi-finals failed. Australia were already there, and England against Barbados later on, barring a ridiculous defeat. England will be in the semis as well.
So we're into the 3rd round then, in the men's discus qualifying. Dean William of the Seychelles, their national record holder in the hammer. 42 metres and 44 in the first round, a no throw in the second round. And that doesn't look an improvement. That 42 metres and 44 was a personal best performance for the young man. Still just 19 years old, developing.
Well, and he's trying all the throws. He had a crack at the shot put and the hammer. Didn't make the final. Personal best in the first round, as you said, Catherine. Perhaps if he can get hold of some in-depth coaching, he'll come on. He's only 19 years of age, a little bit younger than the 31-year-old Tom Norman here.
Yeah, Tom Norman from England. 55 metres and 6 centimetres in the first round. He improved to 55 metres and 31 in the second. He was the UK champion last year. And he's close to his lifetime best this season, which is 59 metres and 98, set 3 years ago, Rob. So we know on season's best form, he's gone over 59 metres, looking for 63.
He's had a good season, Tom Norman. Couple of wins in the British League, but that's not going to trouble his lifetime best, I'm afraid.
No, registered as a no throw. So it'll be no improvement. He ends with 55 metres and 31. No, he'll be disappointed with that.
So as the flags begin to flutter once again, just a confirmation that Mathieu made it through to the semi-finals. Kanata also joining him, and Gros, the fastest of the fastest losers. Ahmed was disqualified, but Gros will be in the semi-finals. All of the big names making it through safely.
So there is the list, the full list of qualifiers, and Mathieu the fastest. Canadian Andre de Grasse looked good as well. Danny Talbot, impressive run from him. Rashid Dwyer, Jamaicans going so well. Jason Livermore as well. And Warren Weir, he just jogged through, didn't he, for his 2071. Warren Weir, a sub-22nd man. It's going to be fascinating to see how that unfolds, though. Semi-finals coming up tomorrow, and that's the full list, including those fastest losers down the bottom of the list, including, a little bit surprisingly, Rondel Cirillo. Would have expected him to be an automatic qualifier, but has to rely on the clock there to get him through.
So Henry in the discus, his third attempt of the morning. 2 no throws so far. He needs to register a mark. Well, he over-rotates and loses balance. He's going to land at about the 52-metre line.
Well, at least he's got one on the board, Catherine.
He's going to be disappointed, though, Rob. 61 metres and 90 in 2014. That's his lifetime best.
Still so young, 19 years of age. And there's a bit of toning to come on that frame. And once he gets a bit of coaching and a bit more muscle mass, he could well be qualifying for the final. Attends the Central Arizona College.
So into the third and final round of qualifying. Enters the athlete from Mauritius, Pierre-Louis, on his third and final attempt of the morning. He did a no-throw in the first round, 49 metres and 98 in the second. It's going to be close. Well, he's peppering once again that 50-metre line.
Mauritian record holder, 5th in the African Games 3 years ago. Good to see him producing a lifetime best this season, but not close to that here today. His best effort in the last round, but that won't be good enough.
So Ruck of Australia, his best to date is 56 metres and 57. That was in the second round. And remember, we have 2 pools of qualifying in the men's discus. This is Group A, and when these guys finish, Group B will come out. Oh, good speed. Really good use of his full, tall, strong, big frame. It falls just shy of the 60-metre line for Ruck. It's going to be his best of the day. He has done 65 metres and 1 centimetre in 2014, 68 metres and 16 at his best. He's 4th ranked in the Commonwealth. Because these athletes will go away, Rob. The second group are going to come out. Then we combine them to get the top 12 distances. And we only have 1 automatic qualifier so far with Gowda from India.
Yeah, that wasn't what we might have expected from Ruck, but he is a talented guy, usually very, very consistent. He should be okay for an appearance in the final.
So the full covered body in the slightly chilly conditions here this morning. 19 degrees is the temperature on the clock in the middle of the field. Heptathlon. It's his third and final round from the Nui Island. Their national record holder at the discus throw. No. Well, his best today isn't going to be that one. 40 metres and 32 in the first round It was a national record though, Rob, so fair play to the athlete coming and doing the best that he's ever done, but he won't go through to the final.
Good effort from the 18-year-old as the big Jamaican Chad Wright steps into the throwing circle. Snazzy calf warmers he's wearing there. And great to see the Jamaican nation doing well in the men's field events.
Well, Wright's best today, 60 metres and 67 in the second round. Oh, he's consistent. Might be a slight improvement. Started with 53.25, sorted out technical issues, then went over 60 metres. Jamaican discus champion this year, third in the shot put at their national trials.
And O'Dane Richards taking that gold medal in the men's shot in fine style.
61 metres and 8 centimetres. That's his best of the day. He'll finish third. Well, he's standing third in the moment in this first pool.
Nick Percy should get a big cheer from this Scottish crowd. European junior silver medalist last year. Had a 3-season unbeaten streak in Great Britain as a junior. Still a teenager.
56 metres and 71 in the first round. Robbie did a no-throw in the second round. No, he's not happy. The red flag has been raised for Nicholas Percy of Scotland. But another young developing athlete, the Scottish young man, just 19 years old, talent for the future.
Percy, I'm sure, will have learnt much from the experience. Lives on the Isle of Wight, but proudly flying the flag for his nation of birth.
So we're coming to the closing stages of the first discus throw qualification group. Parelis from Cyprus comes up then. Now this is an athlete who at his best in 2012 went over 65 metres. He's done 61 metres and 58 today in the second round.
Possibly a slight improvement there from the Cypriot. Excellent form a couple of years ago. Was perhaps unlucky when he was throwing 65 metres in 2012 not to qualify for the Olympics. Didn't make the Worlds last year in Moscow either. 16 national records he set. A minor improvement, he's added just less than half a metre.
Well, that's comfortable qualification. Only 3 athletes in this Group A qualifying pool have gone over 60 metres. Gauda, Parelis and Wright. And there are the full results then for qualification Group A. Qualification Group B will be coming out shortly. So to correct myself, excuse me, only Gauda has the automatic qualifying distance, but as mentioned, just 3 athletes over the 60-metre line in that group. It'll be interesting to see when combined later. The 12 we will take through for tomorrow's final. Well, the field's nice and busy. The track action will be continuing in about 10 minutes' time with the heats of the men's 400-metre hurdles. But here's group qualification A for the women's high jump. Always an exciting event, John Rawling, and 2 qualification pools with an automatic height of 1.88 meters.
They're looking for 188, or alternatively to get into the top 12 for Friday's final. Laverne Spencer is the big name in that first group you've seen from St. Lucia. Season's best of 196, 30 years old, the St. Lucian record holder. And they're in the second group, looking down the list. Kalanu of Cyprus is a 192 high jumper.
So the 2 pools running side by side on the top bend. Super viewing for those spectators that have tickets here in Hampden. On that top bend for the women's high jump. The Commonwealth leaders here. Laverne Spencer, she'll jump in group number A, qualification pool A. And the Commonwealth #2 this year, Patterson from Australia. She'll be in the B group. But this is Nelty. Ashley Nelty of the Cayman Islands. Well, she gives it a rattle. She got a personal best last year of 1m75, a season's best of 1m68. And as you can see, a nice second-time clearance with a little bit of a bobble over 1m71. That's the season's best for the young athlete.
Looking forward to seeing Eleanor Patterson in action a little bit later on, Catherine, reigning world youth champion and equalled the world youth best at the back end of last year, 196, which had been set way back in the 1980s. She's going to be a medal contender and looking to hopefully safely qualify.
Well, no doubt. And then the other pool with a season's best of the same height, John, of 1m96, is the Commonwealth leader, Laverne Spencer from St. Lucia.
5 times the Central American and Caribbean champion.
So quality, which we hope will progress to the women's high jump final, which is on Friday. And here is Frederick looking for qualification. Her first attempt at 1m76, asking the crowd for some support. The 25-year-old over 1m80 in 2014.
Antigua and Barbuda, she represents, she's their record holder. And here she goes. Not to be theatrical oohs and ahs from the crowd who are enjoying this high jump competition as ever.
Well, this is the opening height, as you can see from the scorecard. The little dash meaning that they've passed at a height. So a first-time failure on her opening attempt. And here's the Jamaican, Kimberly Williamson, her first attempt at 1m76. The Jamaican champion this year, 1m88 in 2014, a lifetime best. Oh no.
Well, I was worried there that she'd fallen badly, and she's certainly limping away from the landing area. Let's take another look. Well, she gets it all wrong, dear.
Well, she got heavy strapping on the right ankle. So I was trying to work out what she actually did wrong there, because she ran in reasonably well, but it's a first-time failure at 1m76. So, from Malaysia, Shun Lee Yap.
Co-holder of the Malaysian record at 178. Tiny little athlete, only stands 1m68.
1m73 in 2014 for the 19-year-old. She's got a lifetime best, though, last year of 1m78.
See if she can go clear here. A lot of pressure on these athletes, looking to get in the top 12. And for so many of them, haven't performed in front of this sort of passionate crowd before.
Well, 1m66, she went over on the first time of asking. So her first attempt then at 1m76 after a third time clearance at 1m71. See the high jump bar at the moment has been going up in 5-centimetre increments. Then it will change to 4 centimetres if needed.
Athletes trying to visualise what they've practiced so long in training. And she can't get it right this time.
Oh, it was a decent attempt, though.
Yeah, not far off, as we'll see now. Just clipping it with her legs.
It would be a season's best for her. So she'll have further attempts. 2 more attempts at 1m76.
Naya Owusu. Ghanaian. Her first attempt at 176.
Well, she's got a nice clear scorecard. 166 first time, 1m71 on the first attempt.
Attends the University of St. Louis in the United States. Owusu, she'll have 2 further attempts.
Well, she's trying to equal a lifetime best There's a Wuso, which she's set this year of 1.76 meters, but here is Timmers from Australia. Her first attempt then at this height of 1.76 meters. Oh, that's nice. That was efficient, that was tidy. 5th at the World Junior Championships back in 2008. The PE teacher from Australia, 1.86 meters in 2014, so that's well within her compass.
Here's Deandra Daniel, her first attempt at 1.76 from Trinidad and Tobago. 21 years old. 1.83 she's managed this season, which was a personal best for her. Her first attempt at this height at 1.76. And goes clear, nice effort. Nice clean high jump. And looked as though she cleared it quite comfortably, maybe more to add.
Well, she went over the previous height of 1.71 meters.
Just touched, just grazed the bar, but her torso was well clear.
So you can see from the shot, the hurdles have been laid out. Here is your lineup for round 1, heat 1 of the men's 400-meter hurdles. A non-starter in lane number 4. 3 heats, it's 2 plus 2. The first 2 and 2 fastest for the final tomorrow. And the standout name is the athlete of Jehu Gordon. Niall Flannery from England lines up in lane number 7. The UK champion this year. He really has had a breakthrough, the Englishman. 48.80 seconds this season. Nicholas Bett from Kenya. He lines up in lane number 6, second at the Kenyan Championships this year and last. In lane number 5 from Mozambique, Kirk Kuto, their national record holder over this event and the 400-meter flat. Lane 4 is vacant. In lane number 3, the world champion from Moscow last year. He won that in a photo finish with Michael Tinsley. Jehu Gordon of Trinidad and Tobago. In lane number 2, Ansert White, third ranked in the Commonwealth this year. Big improvements, down to 48.58 seconds this season. And completing the lineup in lane number 1, Christian Sivas Morton of Nigeria, their national champion back in 2012. So the first heat in the men's 400-meter hurdles. First 2 and 2 fastest to the final. Jehu Gordon from Trinidad and Tobago. 49.29 seconds this season. That just creeps him 10th on the Commonwealth rankings, but at his best, 47.69 seconds. Quality.
He's been concentrating on his studies this year. He's not been running a great deal, Jehu Gordon. Recently graduated from the University of West Indies. He's been studying sports management. We had a tweet passed around about him saying he passed his exams with A+ and 3 A's, so well done to him.
Brains as well as talent can be a dangerous combination. And at 22 years old, the world champion, well, has talent in abundance. His coach in Hippolyte says he has the potential to run 13 strides between hurdles all the way through the race, as did Kevin Young, who still holds that world record time.
I'm going to be interested to see how Ansett White, the Jamaican, goes in lane 2, because all the Jamaicans seem to have been performing so well. And he trains with Usain Bolt, Johan Blake.
Well, you can see the breeze blowing through Mrs. Starter's hair. It's a little bit breezy down on track level. Heat number 1 of the men's 400-meter hurdles. first two only guaranteed a spot in that final tomorrow night. Well, Hampden Park was in complete silence for the start of the race. Kuto from Mozambique is going well in lane number 5. Flannery from England in lane number 7 started well. Bet from Kenya, tracking Flannery. Jehu Gordon, comfortable, controlled in lane number 3. The Jamaican White in lane number 2 is trying to track Jehu Gordon. The Kenyan Bet in lane number 6 is going well. Niall Flannery's decided to put his foot down, but Jehu Gordon in lane number 3 is going to sweep into the straight. Kuvas Morton from Nigeria going quite well on the inside. It's the inside 3 lanes at the moment, but Jehu Gordon, the long loping stride. White's going to come up for second from Jamaica, and a dip from Kuvas Morton from Nigeria on the inside. But 49.43 seconds, the long loping stride of the world champion Jehu Gordon, looking very comfortable and as expected.
He qualified very easily, didn't he, as you would think him to do. He's a terrific talent when he's at his best. Whether he's got himself into absolutely peak shape for these games, well, we'll see. But he's made his way through to the final, and he's a heat winner, which is what he'd have wanted. These are semi-finals, effectively. This is for tomorrow's final, so he'll get himself a good lane draw. Christian Cuevas Morton, the Nigerian, who was on the inside, stumbled over the final flight of hurdles, and that let Ansett White, the Jamaican, creep in. If you look behind, the battle in lanes 1 and 2 for that second place, and on the outside, Niall Flannery, the Englishman, but it was easy in front for Gordon. Very, very comfortable qualification. You see there the Nigerian just stumbled over the final flight, and White came through and took second place. 49.42, White 49.58. Have to go a lot faster than that though come the final, I think, but Gordon looks as though he's in the sort of shape that he can.
Well, what was impressive there for me from Gordon, he arrived in Glasgow with the season's best of 49.29 seconds. Slight little stumble from Gordon, looks around, checks, but 49.4, as easy as that. He's in 48 shape, clearly, but as you say, John, concentrated on the studies this year. Has he timed it to perfection? When you're a world champion, you know the talent is there, and he could be rounding into good form at just the right time. We see a slow-mo replay of the final barrier, and with the first two just guaranteed a place in the final, they were battling, and the Jamaican took advantage.
Bit of a hero back home in the Caribbean. One of the things they gave him after he won his gold medal was a house, one of his awards, and he promptly gave it to his mum. Nice lad.
Good boy. So we'll bring you full confirmation of the result of that first heat of 3 of the men's 400-metre hurdles. He has the height, the range and the ability to do what his coach wants and run 13 strides at some point all the way round, which is an impressive feat in itself for 400-metre hurdlers. We go back to the days of Edwin Moses and, of course, Kevin Young, the world record holder. But easy and nice.
World record stood for an awful long time, hasn't it, Kevin Young? 1992.
Was it Barcelona Olympics?
It was.
Yeah.
Makes you feel old. I was there.
Some of us are old, John.
You'll get there. You'll get there, don't worry.
Me and Rob included.
I was still at school in 92.
So the officials will check all of the hurdles individually to make sure they're all upright, back in position and on the right mark before the second heat of the men's 400-metre hurdles.
And in that second heat, Cornel Fredericks of South Africa will be going. He was 5th in those World Championships back in 2011, but he's moved on since then, and he's replaced LJ Van Ziel as South Africa's #1. Run 48.42 this season.
Kimberly Williamson, women's high jump is continuing. She took 2 attempts to get over 1 metre and 66. She went over 1m71 at the first time. Third attempt at 176, no. She's going to bow out of the competition with a best clearance of 1m71. Remember, 2 pools going here in the women's high jump qualifying. 188, or the top 12 will be taken to the final on Friday.
Laverne Spencer, the favourite from St Lucia, has passed at all the heights so far. 196, her season's best, as these athletes battle it out for qualification. Here's Yap of Malaysia. Her final attempt at 176. Cleared 171 at the third time of asking. Let's see if she can do it 5 centimetres higher. This would be her best clearance of the summer. .173 her best, a lifetime best 178. So she has done this previously.
Oh, well, she runs round. She has a clock. All athletes in field events have clocks. They have a certain amount of time from when they start their attempt. And as long as she didn't touch any part of the high jump bed, the upright, she's within her right to go back and start her attempt again. So third and final attempt then for Yap at 1m76. Here she goes.
No, not to be, and so she bows out of the competition and won't be taking a place in the final. 171, her best clearance here.
So let's bring you confirmation of that first heat in the men's 400-metre hurdles. Jehu Gordon from Trinidad and Tobago, 49.42 seconds. White from Jamaica also automatically through. You can see a DNS and a DQ. But now we move on to the second heat.
And there is the lineup. And the athlete I was telling you about, Cornell Fredericks, South African record holder, he starts in lane 3. Maybe watch as well for Jeffrey Gibson of the Bahamas, the Bahamian record holder, in lane 4, a sub-49 man this season. And out in lane 7, Leaford Green of Jamaica, an Olympic finalist 2 years ago, and 4 times the Jamaican champion. Here's Sebastian Roger for England. He's run 49.51 this season. The Australian, Ian Dewhurst, Australian champion. Third in the World Student Games last year. 49.52 his best time. He's done that this season. And there in lane 4, Jeffrey Gibson, the Bahamian record holder. He's run a personal best 48.95 this season. And Cornell Fredericks, who's come very close in time gone by to the 48-second barrier. Reigning South African champion. Lane 2, Moen Bueno of Papua New Guinea. 34 years old. Season's best of 52.56. And completing the lineup, this is the athlete for Northern Ireland, Jason Harvey, 50.64, his best time of the season. Last time the Commonwealth Games were in Scotland in 1986, the shock winner of this event was Northern Irish, Phil Beattie. I wonder if Jason Harvey in lane 1 knows that, but there's Fredericks. Good athlete, been competing on the Diamond League circuit and competing with some distinction. So away they go, this second heat of the men's 400 hurdles. First 2 and 2 fastest losers, and Fredericks is really motoring, has gone out hard. Down the back straight, it's Fredericks for South Africa, who leads the way in lane 3 in the green vest. And you see the Jamaican, maybe his closest challenger, Leaford Green on the outside. But it's Fredericks looking strong and composed and hurdling well as they come around the second bend. And he has a clear advantage. This is good from the South African, trying to get into contact. Jeffrey Gibson of the Bahamas, he moves into second place and comes past Leaford Green. And coming right away, this is Cornell Fredericks. Really good piece of running. And in second place, Jeffrey Gibson, finishing hard. Those are the two who will qualify automatically. 49.27. Good hurdling, good work. And he is safely through into the final, and he is going to be a threat. He's come here with gold in his sights. Jeffrey Gibson, he gets through as well, but Fredericks ran really hard over the first 100, and he kept his form together, and the others could never get back.
Vanuatu, if you didn't know already, is a group of islands in the southwest Pacific, south of the Solomon Islands, and representing them in the table tennis mixed doubles first round, Xing and Lulu, they are playing here. Chan Yuk Fu and Wong Yun Kwong of Mauritius, and the commentary on the table tennis comes from Kenan Pratt, Paul Hand and Trevor Harris.
The team from Vanuatu at that break between games, still feeling lonely. No coach there at the back of the court. And I think they could do with a few words just to get things back on track here. Still leading 2 games to 1.
One love. Love 2. One, 2.
Has not been as solid with his attacking shots, Xing. Barely missed in the opening 2 games.
2-all.
Now being pushed onto the back foot, away from the table.
3-2. All. 3-4.
Oh, that might fire up the team from Vanuatu. Oh, took a big swing, miscued it. Can he find his rhythm again here?
Five, 4.
And he can on that one. Balance the key for Xing. Was able to really get set and unload on the forehand. 2-point margin now.
4-7.
They extend their lead to 7 points to 4. The team from Vanuatu. Timeout called by Mauritius. Patrick Saja-Jacine just sensing that time might be running out for his players. All of the doubles matches, best of 5 games. So Xing and Lulu only 4 points from victory. And they still don't have a brains trust there. Have to be content to talk amongst themselves. And there's not much chatting going on between Xing and Lulu. They just want to get on with business here. Intriguing to see if the timeout will make any difference, help the Mauritians.
7-5. 8-5.
Oh, she smacked the bat onto a thigh. That would have hurt.
7-8.
Lulu just needs to calm down here a little bit. She's got a little overexcited with those forehands. And that time she nails it.
9-7.
In full flight, taking the pairing to within 2 points of victory.
9-8. 8-10.
2 match points for Xing and Lulu. And 1 saved. And there is the match. To Joshua Xing and Annalyn Lulu of Vanuatu. They take it 3-1. And things don't get any easier from here, because with that victory, they advance to a second round where they will face the second seeds, Gao Ning and Lin Yi of Singapore.
And Roxroy Kato, national champion at the 6th attempt, 4th in the Central American and Caribbean Games last year, but he's in the form of his life with 48.48, his PB set this season. This is quite a loaded heat, only the first 2 guaranteed to advance to the final, but there's room for 1 or 2 of the other athletes in this to nick a fastest loser spot if they can keep their momentum all the way to the line. Van Zyl starts in 3. Kato on the inside for Jamaica, and Di Green in 6. The Welshman, the defending champion, on his way back from injury. What can he produce here in his title defence quest? So it will be fascinating, this one. It's arguably the most loaded of the heats. Myers has gone out well from Trinidad. Kato's left himself a lot to do. Rick Yates has gone out hard, 3rd from the right-hand side. As they head down the back straight, Myers is still going well. The Trinidadians having a fantastic run here. And Rick Yates moving wide on the outside. Di Green is outside him and starting to respond. Van Zyl's got an awful lot to do here if he's going to qualify. Yates from Di Green. Myers and Van Zyl trying to come back into this, and now Kato moving through on the inside. It's a little bit of a blanket finish. Yates is tying up a little bit, and it's going to be Kato, and on the near side, Muchera coming through for the second automatic spot. Well, there was opportunity there. Kato following up with that great personal best earlier this season. He started conservatively, timed his drive to the line to perfection. So too did Muchero. Richard Yates may well go through, and does, as a fastest loser, but that means there will be no spot in the final for either Louis Van Zyl or Di Green. The gold and silver medalists from 2010 run out of it.
Yeah, Di Green out in lane 6, the defending champion, just about in touch here. And it looked as though Myers had run a really good race. Van Zyl, he's battling to get back, and it was Kato on the inside, finishing strongly. The Jamaican did all his running, really, in the last 100 metres, kept his form together, and Muchero of Kenya coming through, the 22-year-old Kenyan, he takes the second automatic qualification point.
From Glasgow to Edinburgh, the Royal Commonwealth Pool, the women's synchronized 10-metre platform, and the commentary from Dean Fuller and Roger Thames.
Friendship comes in. I mean, they're best mates really up there. They've been through it all before. They spend so much time together. They compete individually, but quite a few of these divers become real synchro specialists.
All the divers are quite good friends. You know, it's a very small family, the diving family. And you see each other travelling around the world all the time, competing in international events, and the girls want to go down now maybe and have a shower and just start the whole process again. And start, because they do get, you like to have your routines, your traditions that you like to have, whether that be have a shower, and then I used to have a shower and then dive into the pool and just freshen up a little bit, get wet, then dry off and get going, just so you felt fresh and ready. So these girls obviously just want to come down and start that whole process again.
You didn't have so many stairs to come down though, did you?
No, that's right. No, I tried not to go up that high. Just stay down low. There's one of the showers there. The divers can...
It's a bit like a sprinter really, that, you know, come out of the blocks, go back, have a bit of a shake, settle down, step forward again, or, you know, almost like somebody completing a putt at golf where, no, I want to go through my whole routine, get ready for the trigger. They'll have a routine between the two of them as well. We'll hear quite a few of them count. Yep. One of them takes the lead role. They've got to, you know, they've got to get that synchronicity right and be ready to go. So just listen out for that. Coach is having a word as well, just keep them relaxed. Coach is probably more nervous than competitors.
Probably. You know, as I said, these girls are very experienced. I mean, they want to get going, but they also know that there's nothing they can do about it, and just to sit back and it'll be right. But as you said, you always count with the divers. There'll always be just sort of one of them who'll let almost the boss, we call them boss, but there's always got to be one leader who starts the count, so the other one knows the other person's ready.
I've got to say, the atmosphere so far this morning's been good. It's been good to see the divers smiling even when things haven't always gone their way.
Well, there's the Melissa Wu's coach, Chava Sabrino sitting in the middle. Tom Daly's old coach, Andy Banks, there on the right-hand side. And Cesar there from Canada on the left, a couple of very experienced coaches.
Good to see the coaches empathising there. Just hearing that we've got a 4-minute delay now. This will make the organisers a little bit more uncomfortable. They'd have been looking to get to a nice, good, sharp start on the first final.
Especially when everything's probably been tested and ready to go, and then you go to start and they don't work. It's always the way.
Crowd are basically over on the far side here, along what is the 50-metre pool to our left. Certainly as we look across from our commentary position. So see the 50-metre pool there to the left. The spectators are lined along there. They still get a very decent view looking across the width of the pool at the diving boards, especially they're really head on for the 10-metre platform. And Edinburgh crowd getting a chance to get into the action here. Hosting the Commonwealth Games, of course, so knows all about these events. Quite a few of the 1-metre guys who've competed already staying around. It's always good when you see the rest of the team coming out to see the competitions and cheering their teammates on. I think in any sport that there's a definite sense of momentum. If somebody gets a good medal early on and maybe exceeds expectations, then the belief can spread through the squad that they can all get in there and get a piece of the glory. And the 1 or 2 countries, maybe in the individual competitions more, will want to follow Malaysia in what they've achieved by making themselves a real force in international diving. China, the big miss in this competition, of course. They tend to swamp the board.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologise once again for the continued delay in the competition. I have been informed that the delay will take 10 minutes, so can divers please keep themselves yourselves warm. We'll be with you very shortly.
Well, there's a slight delay, as you've probably heard, in the diving competition in Edinburgh. So in the meantime, let's go to netball in the Scottish Exhibition and Conference Centre. We saw earlier South Africa fail in their bid for the semi-finals. The winner of this one, New Zealand against Jamaica, 18-15 currently, will play England in the semis.
Langman called for the contact. That's what they've got to do, get those arms up, but nothing can stop it if the pass is right. Brilliant, Jamaica. Such a well-placed ball. Jodie Brown actually on Romelda Aiken's foot. I take it that's not counted as contact. He's a happy fan with a big fern. 1916, New Zealand just hanging on to this 3-goal lead. Again, just that elevation of Fowler Reid. The arms go up, the ball just hits the hand. Such a target. Good work on the stretch there. A nice baseline from Halpenny. Oh, check the shot there, Romelda Aiken. Brilliant from Aiken. That's what she can do. And good supportive play to bring that ball through. This is where movement off the ball's critical, but no, elected for that long ball. Well, that's outstanding, Jamaica. (1918). Now, is this the time for Jamaica to level? Fowler Reid was free. Now, Sasha Gay Henry sees her all tied up. 19 all, halfway mark, second quarter. Excellent positioning there by Fowler Reid. Just gained some space behind. Critical point for New Zealand. But Evering just caught on the contact. As we see Brown just make that characteristic drive round to ball side. For a moment, it looked like Brown was going to leave that one bounce too late. It was going to go out. Again, it's Beckford just dominating the first phase of the attack. Good ball through from Thompson. Well, this has turned into a thriller. 20 all. 6.5 minutes remaining in the first half. It's good support by Langman. Dropped short by Halpenny. Great recovery from Aiken. Boxed out well. And Vangelie Williams just really trying to get herself involved in this attack. And Beckford to the rescue again. She weaves her way through, carves her way through the line of New Zealand's defence. Langman called. And Williams just supporting on the line. There's the indication, and the ball goes up from Beckford.
Jamaica in front, 21-20. The flags fly.
Yes, caught behind De Bruyne, just trying to move around. Good take, good mix in play.
And the fist pump from Fowler Reid. Great comeback, Jamaica. They lead by 2. Casey Kopua calls an injury timeout. 22-20, just over 5 minutes left in the second quarter.
And just as the defence from New Zealand were expecting the high ball, comes in short.
And it's that change, Anita, isn't it, at goalkeeper? Aiken, she's forced the shooters, missed shots, gets the rebound, and just giving Jamaica more opportunity.
Absolutely, just get a sense she's got into her stride there. Reduced number of penalties given away by the defence. Some quality work on the ground by Evering. A goal defence for Jamaica.
Well, perhaps it's a little bit of inspiration too for the Jamaicans. Usain Bolt is in the house.
He threatened a visit to support the Sunshine Girls. He sees this as the crucial game for sure.
I love the way he wears his sunglasses. Well, I think his arrival has coincided with the revival.
2014 Netball.
I hasten to add, they're probably unaware he's here, but let's have a look at this. Romelda Aiken at goalkeeper, putting such pressure on the shot and then soaring high to get the rebound.
Yes, just seemed to take her a few minutes to get into her stride, but then some quality positioning under the post for those rebounds. And that was lacking in the first quarter for Jamaica.
New Zealand pick it up again. Jamaica lead, 22-20, 5 minutes left in the second quarter.
Fowler Reid communicating down, arms up. Strong arms over the ball needed from the Jamaica defence.
Oh, that was badly needed by the New Zealanders. They will want to stay in touch. And force errors like that, that's a big mistake for Jamaica.
Just hesitated there. Sasha Gay-Henry on the line, just needed to follow through forwards.
Oh, and now too much on that for Kopua. So, error followed by error.
Yes, look long. Certainly a message coming from the back there for Jamaica. Good work by Henry. De Bruyne again over-committing forwards. Picked up by Henry. Cool, calm, collected. Shanice Beckford for Jamaica. A goal attack.
Brown just running on through. A bit of added impetus there from Casey Evering.
That's a good swing of the ball by Brown. Leota forced to put the ball back to Henry.
Three times she brings it in, and there's the arm. Oh, Romelda Aiken.
Check the shot, superb discipline to hold that lean over the ball. And again, what a player, Beckford. Just use that double play with Thompson.
Let's have another look at this. Romelda applauds. And that's where it started. Jamaica out to a 3-goal lead. Out of court. That was better defence from De Bruyne.
Yes, De Bruyne just holding back there, positioning strong on the body of Fowler Reid, not over-committing forwards. Leota positioning, supporting play.
It'll be interesting to see how Halpenny responds now after having a shot knocked out by that, and that will help. Oh, good settler for Halpenny. She can be a pretty cool customer. She's only young. Oh, and she takes that nicely.
Good hands there by Paula Thompson. Matching the speed of Langman well, Paula Thompson. Again, good swing of the ball. Excellent work by Leota and Langman. Speed of the ball, just catching Jamaica there. Excellent work on the circle edge.
Back to just one goal. 24-23, Jamaica in front. Oh, Kopua, and the connection.
Excellent work there. Track back quickly, Kopua.
And De Bruyne there to pick up the tip, but oh, the offensive contact, Jodie Brown. Opportunity lost, New Zealand. De Bruyne this time. They've come alive, the two at the back for New Zealand.
Yes, excellent switch there from Kopua and De Bruyne. Oh, what a take.
That was never going in from Halpenny. Kopua, this time. Okay, 3 times the defence has won the ball for the shooters. Can they finish? Oh. Oh, and now the time has run out. What an end to the second quarter. A thrilling game. Jamaica lead New Zealand 24-23.
Yeah, that's a great game of netball. Meanwhile, at Hampden, these are the qualifiers for the 400-metre hurdles final. Cornell Fredericks, Gordon, Cato, White, Cuevas, Morton, Gibson, Mukeru and Yates. There has been a technical delay in the diving in Edinburgh, back there later. So wrestling for now, it's the women's freestyle of 53 kilos semi-final. Odunayo Adekoroye of Nigeria against Lemofak Lechiji of Cameroon.
Well, we have seen some terrific fighting between African women fighters in the last couple, and we move into the semi-finals now of the women's 53. So it's another Cameroon versus Nigeria match. Lemofak against Adekiore.
Cameroon. Christelle Lemofak in red.
So we are getting close. We are closing in on medal time. We're not there yet. She's back. She's back and she's in fine voice again.
Yeah, she's replenished them batteries. Tired of the last match, carried off, but singing and positive.
Gary Bird of Canada.
Both these wrestlers wrestled well in the first match.
So Lemofak for Cameroon in the red and Adekiore for Nigeria in blue.
We saw Nigerian had she's got really long reach. She's a really tall girl for the weight, woman for the weight, and she also has a really good double leg attack. There's an attack again. Takedown. 2 points. No exposure to the back, and that's why it's 2 points. That's control. She's looking for the ankle lace now. What she's going to do is roll over and again. And she can do that as many times as she can fit in the mat. And she's doing it all the way around the mat. And the points are just totting up, and it's 10 clear.
Wow, that was impressive. Well, Lemmerfat, Dijon fought well in the first time that we saw her, but she got trapped there. She just couldn't get out. She span around. She must be dizzy, and she's out.
And it was a really good awareness of the mat, the way she kept in the mat as well, doing it. And it's a really tall woman for the weight, and she's using them levers really well.
Well, she got bronze in Delhi. She's going better than that. Will she be getting a gold medal later on?
And back at Hampden, the heats for the women's 800 metres are ongoing.
From the first heat, 2:05.22, Jessica Smith winning it, the Canadian. And it's taking a photograph to sort out who's second. Winnie Nanyondo is given it. And in third place, Janet Jepkoskai.
Well, that was quite an interesting race. Good performance there from Jess Smith. She was a semi-finalist in the Olympics a couple of years ago. Kat Sanivakis will have a very anxious wait. She's gone 2:05.41 there. And the first two fastest losers from the opening heat were inside 2:05. It looked as though Jepkoskai had this under control. Interesting to see how Winnie Nanyondo gets on. She smashed her lifetime best for the national record. The tiny Ugandan, just centre frame there, who came through for the second of the automatic spot. She's gone down from 2:02 to 1:58 and scratched from the 1500. Obviously, the Ugandan management deciding to save her for the 8, and she's done more than enough there.
I thought the Ugandan athlete there looked brilliant. She qualified very easily, and there is the result. Jessica Smith, she's the winner. The Canadian, Nanyondo, going through in second place. The Ugandan youngster and the former world champion, Janet Jepkoskai Businai, she goes through in third place. And Kat Sanivakis of Australia has to wait and see how that final heat, which is coming up next, how that pans out and whether she's among the fastest losers.
Sophie Stanwell from Australia. Women's heptathlon long jump. Well, she's surpassing the 6-metre line. 6 overnight was the Australian with 3,400 points. At her best in heptathlon competition will long jump 6 metres and 16. So potentially a solid opening. Right in the middle of the board. Not the best javelin thrower. 35-metre javelin thrower, which is the next event. So 5 metres and 99 for Stanwell. But here is Jessica Zelinka in the silver medal position overnight, trying to hang on to the coattails of her teammate Tyson Eaton. She's 200 points, 195 points exactly down overnight. And she's not particularly having a good day in the office, long jumping wise. She got the white flag there. She had a no jump in the first round. That looks shy of about 6 metres. 5 metres and 91, 822 points, that'll get her. So she's going to lose some more points to this lady. The event leader, Brianne Tyson-Eaton, her second attempt, 6 metres and 29 in the first round, 940 points. She'll be looking to put a bigger piece of daylight between herself and Zelinka and the rest. That's better, still a slight chop, but it's going to be a little bit of an improvement on her first round effort. And if she can get around 6.5 metres here, she could potentially, John, end this discipline with a well over a 300-point lead over Jessica Zelinka, which, when you have, look at their javelin, which is similar, and their 800, which isn't too much different. We've said it already, but this is the woman to beat.
Well, I don't think, unless Zelinka can produce something exceptional in her final round, I don't think that this is really going to be open to debate after this. 6:44, and she is moving into a really powerful position. She's all but got a stranglehold on the event.
Third heat of the women's 800 metres. Jess Judd, the Englishwoman, goes on the outside in 7. There's real quality here. There is Jess Judd. She's now in the realm of regularly running sub-2. Third in Oslo, only 8th in the Diamond League in Monaco, but still managed under 2 minutes. Samoya Campbell, just 20 years of age, the Jamaican, second in the Central American and Caribbean Championships last year. Donna Corneille picked up 5 medals at the Oceanian Championships earlier this year. She's got a lifetime best of 2:13 though in the 800, so she might struggle a bit here. Angela Smith, 3 times national champion, getting so close to that sub-2 minute barrier. Wonder how fast it'll require come the final. Born and bred in Glasgow, what a moment for Emily Dudgeon. Made the World Junior Final a couple of years ago. She's down to 2:01 this year. Mel Bishop's having a fabulous season. She's the 5th fastest athlete in the Commonwealth from Canada. Twice a national champion. And Tintu Luca, if you were watching the Commonwealth final in Delhi 4 years ago, you may remember she ran 57.5 for the first lap and completely blew up in the closing stages. Jess Judd on the outside, coached by Rob Denmark, graced the top of the podium in the Commonwealth Games in 1994 in the 5,000 metres. So Judd on the outside, but Mel Bishop, the Canadian's in good form, and Campbell's tracking Jess Judd second from the left-hand side. Tintu Luca, the tiny Indian, does have a habit of going to the front even when she's running in the heats, and true to form, it is the tiny Tintu Luca who is storming away. And one thing you can say for certain, they're certainly going to be getting a decent pace in the early stages here, and that may become significant in terms of fastest loser spot. So the Indian leads at the moment. Smith is in 2nd place, Jess Judd in 3rd, and the rest of the contenders don't seem too concerned about going with the Indian at the moment.
Well, coming up towards the bell, and this is a good run from Angela Smith, who's in form, and she's looking quite comfortable in 2nd place, and Jessica Judd as well is well poised as they go through 58.19 at the bell.
Well, Lucas so often does this. Sometimes it works, and sometimes it goes spectacularly wrong. Jess Judd just having to shove Angela Smith of New Zealand in the back there as Tintu Luca begins to go backwards, and there's another shove in the back. That was Dudgeon giving a little nudge towards Mel Bishop. And it's Smith on the inside, then Judd, Bishop running wide, Dudgeon coming into 4th place, moving past and inevitably tiring Tintu Luca, who's now detached in 5th. The crowd roaring them on because they want Emily Dudgeon to finish in the top 3. So it's 4 into 3 here, which doesn't go. Jess Judd in 2nd place. Good running by Mel Bishop. The Canadian is going to come away to take this one. Jess Judd in 2nd, and Dudgeon does make sure of 3rd spot. Smith tired badly towards the end, which allowed Luca to come back in on the inside, and as a result of the Indian's fast pace on the first lap, she will be in the hunt, the Indian, for a fastest loser spot. Good qualification from Mel Bishop. She looks so smooth.
Sharp time for a heat, that was. Winning time 2:01.73, and Jessica Judd 2:02.16 in 2nd place. Emily Dudgeon taking 3rd. I thought Melissa Bishop looked in really good shape. Twice the Canadian champion. She's run sub 2 minutes this season, and she controlled that. She was absolutely where she was at all stages. Luca, as we thought she might, went off, we thought, a little bit suicidally quickly, but she managed to hang on in there, and she's got a good chance of making it through as one of the fastest losers. First 3 qualifiers of right, and Luca came through and took the 4th place in 2:02.74. So the Indian athlete, you see, battling back there and hanging on, real grit and determination from her. She's likely to make it through as the fastest loser. But excellent run from Melissa Bishop. Jessica Judd clearly in good form, and Emily Dudgeon taking it in 3rd place as the 3rd automatic qualifier.
So, round 2 of the women's heptathlon long jump. Alcide of St. Lucia, 4th place overnight, but she's starting to lose ground. Long jump isn't the good event for her. She did 5 meters and 12 centimeters in the first round. Well, there may be a minor improvement there for the athlete who was just outside the medals overnight. She really was in a battle when she woke up this morning with England's Jessica Taylor and England's Jessica Tappin. It is an improvement, 5 meters and 36, that's 660 points. Third and final jump for Brianne Tyson-Eaton, the event leader, 6 meters and 44 in the second round, 988 points. She's extended a lead in this heptathlon competition. Well, it's going to be close. It's potentially not going to increase her distance of 6 meters and 44.
Well, that netball match was on a knife edge last time we were there, and leading the support for Team Jamaica is Usain Bolt. And the Jamaican national netball team in with a big chance of getting through to the semi-finals to play England. It is 25-all against New Zealand as we rejoin the action.
Breaking. Has powered through the mid-court there, Jolene Henry. Evering contesting, but just caught for the contact. That's a good ball through from Halpenny to Brown.
New Zealand back in front. I think this is just going to be a seesaw from go to woe. 5 minutes gone, second quarter, 26-25 New Zealand.
Wing defence, intimidation. Vantage contact centre.
Yes, good defence. Held ball, Halpenny.
Kept the distance, kept the structure. Good work by Casey Evering. Leota just strong in that first line of defence as well.
Wing defence, contact.
Contact against Henry.
Vantage contact centre.
More like it for Fowler Reid. She likes that spot just by the post.
You see the effect of Henry being pulled down court and out of play. Oh, Jolene Henry, superb. Who's going to win the race? Halpenny. Great speed. But the problem for New Zealand is, can they score?
Goalkeeper. Yep.
Brown just positioning there, just behind Evering.
Obstruction.
Well, these blokes are pleased. Great get-ups.
Vantage contact, wing attack. Wing defence, contact.
Oh, nice ball in, but it will go back out.
At healer. Vantage centre contact.
Here, Langman resetting. Such good defence from Jamaica.
Vantage wing defence contact.
It's the change of direction by Langman that saves the day there. Great move, great work from New Zealand.
And you could see Paula Thompson just out of your picture. She's agitated about something with her defensive players.
Attack, hold. Back with me, wing.
It's great defensive pressure from Henry, and Langman stopping the ball through to Henry.
Oh, De Bruyn thought about going out. Now she's called. Halfway, third quarter, 28-27. Usain Bolt waving his flag.
Well-placed ball from Leota.
The Kiwi chant goes up. Actually, there's tremendous support for both sides in the stadium. Lots of Jamaicans here. Lots of New Zealanders.
Yes, good play, Beckford. Fowlery just shielding off De Bruyne from the shot there. Again, such great support from Henry on the line.
Oh, clever Jodie Brown. Knew that she wasn't going to be able to take that in court, batted it down. Look, she's missed a few shots, but some of her passing and touches. 30-28, just over 6 minutes in this third quarter remaining. Oh, that's lovely from Khadijah Williams. Nothing to be done about that. And how quickly the Jamaicans score.
Yes, Thompson just asking for the defensive line to come through, wanting Henry and Beckford down. Good pressure by the Jamaica pair. Brown just asking for that ball around the post there. Almost checked the shot, Aiken, not far away.
Great elevation, Fowlery. You know, some tall players, they think they don't have to jump. She jumps.
Good subtle change of direction there from Sasha Gay Henry. It's a hard defensive line with Henry, Langman, Kapua.
Centre contact, advantage offside. No contact.
Shannon Francois warming up, Katrina Grant doing the same. And Anna Harrison.
Wing defence contact.
Yes, just popped out there. Halpenny.
Yes, again, the hesitation, too long. Held ball.
Just slightly out on their timing, Jamaica, but recovered there with that long ball through to Henry. Evering supporting well. Oh, great hands by De Bruyne.
Oh, and there's Jolene Henry to pick up the loose ball. So a rare miss by Jamaica. Shanice Beckford under all sorts of pressure. And there's pressure galore in this goal circle.
Excellent hold by Jodie Brown.
Grant and Francois looking on, thinking, will I be next? 3.5 minutes remaining in the third quarter. 32-30, New Zealand lead. And now Casey Corpus caught out. Big opportunity here. Henry doing her best to slow it down. And in fact, is that being moved forward? No. Yes.
Just advancing the penalty there, the umpire. Oh, almost Kapua.
Intimidation. Pass or shot.
Romelda Aiken called out. Here's a chance to get things a little easier. Brown goes down. I'm sure she's getting royal treatment in the New Zealand village. Can't afford to lose any more shooters. 33-31. 2.5 minutes left in the third quarter. Thompson looks long and around and goes back. Great defence. She knew she'd stepped in. Thompson couldn't get it away.
It's a good swing to Langman. Just opened up there for Halpenny. Disappointing, but Romelda Aiken picking up for Jamaica. Oh, brilliant.
Kaupua, captain. And Brown adds her little bit. This game, tremendously exciting. Romelda Aiken overbalances out of court. The shot goes in.
Look at that, came from behind, played the ball back through court. Excellent play.
1 minute 30 on the clock in the third quarter. Oh, that one, Halpenny. Maria Tutayer applauds. They've opened up a 4-goal buffer in the third quarter, New Zealand. But Jamaica have shown in a blink of an eye they can be back there.
Absolutely, this game's not over yet. Good work by Henry. What a take by Fowler Reid. Good response from Jamaica.
Brown thought about the little pass out. Oh, and that's off her foot, loose ball. Khadijah Williams tidies for Jamaica.
Quick to get the ball out there to Henry, just not allowing the defensive setup.
Oh, Kaupua gets there, but is not deemed to have got there first.
It's Beckford to take the shot. Good reply from Jamaica.
And there's time here for another one for Jamaica. Watch this centre pass. Seconds on the clock. They only need 2 passes, but they've held on to it. What a third quarter. This game goes this way, then that. But at the break, New Zealand lead Jamaica 35-33.
So still in the balance, and we'll be back with the netball for the final quarter between New Zealand and Jamaica. But heading for Hampden now, and the 4th heat of the 800 metres, featuring world champion Eunice Sum of Kenya.
Here's the full lineup on the outside. Brittany McGowan, Australian athlete who's run 2 minutes 1.26, a personal best this season. Katie Kirk of Northern Ireland alongside her in lane 6. She's run 2:02. Irish champion last year at 800 metres. And Eunice Sum, what a talent this athlete is. 25 years old and brilliant around the European Diamond League circuit, a winner in Rome, a winner in Oslo and in Lausanne. Laurie Muir does not start, her lane was empty, and so Marilyn Okoro in lane 3. Running for England, she's run 2:01.57. Faith Labana for Malawi, just 17 years old. She's not going to figure, but a great experience for her. And Nikki Hamlin, New Zealand record holder at 1,500 metres, but she's a sub-2 minute 800 metre runner as well, although not this season. Interesting to see just how impressive Eunice Sum will look here. Who's going to take it out? It could be Marilyn Okoro. Away they go then. Okoro starting in lane 3, and looks as though she's started quite hard, as indeed has Sum. And they go now down the back straight for the first time, and Eunice Sum is leaving nothing to chance, and the Kenyan has gone straight to the front, ahead of Marilyn Okoro for England. Such a beautiful athlete to watch, and she is going to take some beating when it comes to the final.
She will. Eunice Sum lowered her personal best by over 2 seconds when she stormed to the world title last August in Moscow. Marilyn Okoro so often leads from the front, but she doesn't have to here because Sum is doing the job, and the 3 athletes who are tracking these two will try and run as fast as possible, because it's certainly within the context the possibility that all of them could go through. They've all run inside 2:03, and if they repeat that, they'll all make it through as fastest losers. Just outside a minute there for Eunice Sum. She looks strong.
And in third place, it is Nikki Hamblin. Behind her comes Brittany McGowan, as they move down the back straight for the second time. And still, Eunice Sum full of running. Nikki Hamblin right in the mix. Marilyn Okoro still prominent, running in the white headband for England. But Eunice Sum is flowing now. The world champion is controlling this, running from the front. Here comes McGowan, the Australian. Instant response from the leader, from Eunice Sum. Around towards the finishing straight. Only 3 will automatically qualify, but it's going to be a quick time, and it may well be that all these athletes are going to make it through, including Katie Kirk of Northern Ireland. But look at Eunice Sum coming right away in front. Lovely piece of front running from her, and she wins in 2 minutes 2.37 seconds, and quick times for all the athletes behind. Katie Kirk, Brittany McGowan, Nikki Hamblin, Marilyn Okoro, and it may well be that they all make it through. Katie Kirk taking second place, that's confirmed, but Eunice Sum, she looked absolutely a class apart.
Eunice Sum on cruise control in that heat of the 800s, and back to the netball. Less than 13 minutes left of the match, 37-35, New Zealand against Jamaica. The winners play England in the semi-finals.
Shanice Beckford now, she was earlier at goal attack. We now see her at wing attack. Oh, Paula Thompson, great challenge. Which way is this ball going? I think she's called Thompson for the contact. No? Yes. Might have been 50-50. Khadijah Williams. Oh, New Zealand making their way down court via penalties.
Good fast ball from the centre pass from New Zealand. Leota links well.
Thompson again called. And the roll from Halpenny. New Zealand push out to a 4-goal lead, but they've been here before and it's quickly swallowed up. Oh, brilliant defence.
Such a strong defensive line, no options there. All the players pushed up the court from Jamaica. Such strong communication from the back there. Kapua, De Bruyne communicating well. Just been pulled out of the game on the contact calls, Jamaica, around this circle edge.
Now, I think that's a warning for Williams. Umpire Fippard making it clear no more. Oh, in and out for Halpenny, but she gets round. Oh, that's... And she gets applause from Langman, Ellen Halpenny. Well, this is not pretty, but it's smart from New Zealand.
That's just playing the ball on the ground, just defence being caught by the short ball, the drop through Halpenny to Brown.
And around comes Halpenny once more. Well, Romelda Aiken looking to the umpire. I'm not quite sure what for. I think perhaps she feels she's being contacted. 10 minutes remaining in this match. 41-35, New Zealand lead.
Almost there, De Bruyne, but recovery and good positioning from Fowler Reid.
Usain Bolt chewing gum nervously. I don't know if Usain Bolt gets nervous, but... Strong
Good
take,
hold.
Brown.
Just a well-timed movement there from Halpenny, but looked uncomfortable with that shot.
Important turnover here. Jamaica need to score.
Just see the line there again of Langman, Henry. Henry quick to track back to stop that long ball through the mid-court.
Oh, she's lucky to get away with that. Williams dropped the ball and regathered. No dropping the ball for Fowler Reid. And this is all Jamaica needs. They just need to score off those New Zealand centre passes, then score off their own. Harwood so quick. And well done, De Bruyne. Caught the contact off Fowler Reid.
That's great work. Good use of Kapoor on the line there. Leota powering through to goal.
Called on this occasion, Aiken.
Yes. Obstruction, both players.
Well, that was a chance for Jamaica just to make a little inroad into this lead. We now have an injury timeout for Jamaica. 7 minutes gone in this fourth quarter. It's been a good beginning to this quarter for New Zealand.
Absolutely, just the strength in defence, just taking its toll on the Jamaica attack, and credit to Halpenny Brown, just using that low ball through. Good links between those two, the shooter-to-shooter ball.
And just to repeat why this game is so significant, these two, they're in the same pool. They know they've made the semi-finals. But because of the crossover system, whoever wins this match will avoid the Australians in the semi-final. It's all about avoiding Australia, Anita. But then that's not to suggest that England is easy pickings.
Absolutely. Whatever the position moving forward, I think every classification game, the semis, will just be so critical and rely on the day performances. It's hard to call. Must give credit to the New Zealand players on court. They've worked through some initial errors, really bounced back strong with that solid defence.
Jill McIntosh going over to have a chat to Romelda Aiken. Meanwhile, there's Paula Thompson. She's been good for Jamaica. Started at centre, then moved across to wing defence.
Just sends Jill McIntosh. Will just be trying to get Romelda Aiken a little bit more involved in the game, and expected that. Paula Thompson moving back to centre. She's been lost slightly in attack.
New Zealand 42, Jamaica 37. There she goes straight away. Thompson waits. Williams. I should mention that's Vangelie Williams back on court at wing defence. Yeah, good pressure. Fabulous for New Zealand, that defensive pressure. Fowler Reid simply could not stay in court.
Just worked hard, Kapua, De Bruyn, just to reduce the space available to Fowler Reid. Again, characteristic drop through to Brown, just playing the ball on the ground against the height of Aiken.
Vicky Wilson, the assistant coach for New Zealand, giving a bit of vocal support. Good passage of play for New Zealand. Maria Tutaia, she'll be pleased with this, and Grant and Latu. These two teams have 2 days off after today, while the minor placings are sorted out. Leota on the chase, and then battle resumes.
Yes, great pressure, good positioning by De Bruyn.
You have to think these two, Kopua and De Bruyn, I think are probably the best defensive pairing in the world.
Absolutely, switching to perfection, closing down the space, but they turn over ball. The ball comes to them as a result of that strong line as well of defence from Henry and Langman.
New Zealand open up a 10-goal advantage over Jamaica. And it's a lead that looked very unlikely through much of this game. But still plenty of time, over 5 minutes left.
Oh, yes, she saw it coming. Diagonal across the circle. Great work from Kapua. Often resembles a basketball screen with the work of Jodie Brown in that circle. Tremendous at just closing off the defensive movement and finishing extremely well.
She is a very good basketballer. Had an opportunity to take up a scholarship in the States when she was younger. Had to choose. Confidence now from Halpenny. She could have offloaded that to Brown. She thinks no. 4 minutes left, 49-37, and you just feel a little bit of the stuffing's gone out of the Jamaicans.
Yes, they've struggled just getting the ball through this particular area of the court. Thompson doing well there, lofts the ball through to Fowler Reid. Most of the time it's been difficult to get the ball to the circle edge.
Well, I think the New Zealanders will take an awful lot of heart from this win. A, it's a very good Jamaican side, and B, they've done it with perhaps not the game plan they would have liked.
Just sense Halpenny will just come back even stronger after this game. She's stood up strong to the pressure of Jamaica. De Bruyn just caught there, head down, quality ball through. Jamaica just continuing to put some goals on the clock. We just sense the pressure's getting to them now in attack.
Wing defence.
Jolene Henry taking the injury break, receiving some attention on her hand. Well, this will be a pretty pleased New Zealand huddle. Still plenty to talk about with less than 3 minutes on the clock. Waitomona with bibs in her hands, and it looks like Anna Harrison may be coming on. Yeah, quick turnaround for the Jamaicans. You can see them back of screen, heading on out. And they'll want to finish strongly. I should emphasise, by no means over for Jamaica. What this means is that they will play Australia in their semi-final. What a clash that will be.
It's good cover by the pairing from Jamaica.
Yeah, contact call against Halpin. He ran straight into the back of Romelda Aiken. There's Anna Harrison on court at wing defence. And that's what she can do. Too close on that occasion.
Just one step back, goal attack, and one step in goal defence. Instruction.
Beckford back in the goal attack position, really trying to will her team on, just get some more goals. She's so active for the first phase of the centre pass. But it's the footwork call.
Hold time. That's it. Contact, goal attack, goal third. Goal third, goal attack, step back.
Brain, I think, just wanting clarification where to take that ball. The New Zealanders zoom down the sideline.
Yes, good hold by Leota.
That's it. Contact centre, where you are centre.
That lean of Aiken. Brown, though, up to the task. Well, the sign has turned out to be correct. Ferns for the win. It certainly didn't look like that a number of times during this match.
No, Jamaica will take an awful lot of positives from this game moving forwards. They contested this game well, just slipped from their hands in the final minutes as a result of that quality defence. De Bruyne, Kapua. It's a better ball through. Thompson wants the ball back. She wants to be getting more goals.
Netball too high. It's out the back. A terrific win for New Zealand. They top Pool A. Jamaica suffer their first loss here at the Commonwealth Games. 50-42. And it really wasn't until, well, halfway through that last quarter that you knew which way this game was going to go. Fierce competition.
So we finished there for next.
Fabulous netball, satisfied crowd.
Managing to get an 8-goal lead in that.
So we can tell you that that will mean semi-final matchups between Jamaica and England. I should say Jamaica. Now I've even confused myself. New Zealand plays England. Jamaica will play Australia. Waitamonu, she'll be well pleased. They came into this game under a massive injury cloud. The players have stood up and they get a standing ovation. And I'm sure that is for both sides from this big crowd.
Thank you so much to our technical officials and our umpires. A big round of applause for our Clydesiders, without whom Glasgow 2014. And a big thank you to all of you out there as well for making the atmosphere in here this morning so incredible.
Enjoyed that. That was some game of netball. New Zealand victorious against Jamaica. This is the Games channel at Glasgow 2014, available on YouTube. All the action from the 20th Commonwealth Games. And next up for us, it is diving. There was a technical delay. That's been sorted now at the Royal Commonwealth Pool in Edinburgh. We're joining the synchronised 10-metre platform, and commentary from Dean Puller and Roger Thames.
Of the 5 teams that we have here, top quality. Most of the best in the world are ready to dive in the next few minutes. Canada, 2 from Malaysia, England and Australia will be fighting for the first medals in this diving competition here in Edinburgh. It's been a nervy start for them. Dean Puller still sitting alongside me, anxious for the off as well. How do you think these girls will have coped with this delay?
Well, I think ultimately when the final whistle goes, or this first whistle, they'll be ready to go. They are experienced competitors, competing all around the world, and they know when to turn it on, and they will be ready, I am sure.
So, test of nerve and composure before we even get underway, as Megan Benfeito and Rosaline Fillon from Canada, Olympic bronze medalists and real favourites here. Difficult competition to call. Remember, the opening dives all worth 2.0.
And a magnificent start, just as we said, they will be okay with the delay. You see there from the side, exactly the same distance from the platform. Get the execution judges will get their scores first, and then the synchronisation. And look, falling at exactly the same time. Beautiful camera angle.
They've been through the mill together, these two. 5 World Championships, 2 Olympic Games. Like sisters, they say. Remember, the scoring system has gone old school here. It's pencil and paper, it's manual. He remembers all that, so that's handy.
That's right, and so it's very difficult to make sure that you get the right judges recording for the right person. So the judges, with having 11 judges, we've got 5 on one side of the pool and 6 on the other side of the pool.
Well, that was a great start. We've got the marks now on our own information screens. 5 marks to count in all, 4 9s and an 8.5. Straight 9s for synchronisation.
We've got one of the synchronised judges who is waving his card there, Sham Roslan. I think he gave it an 8, so.
This is a nightmare for the organisers. Our heart goes out for them, and they're just so keen to get off to a really good start, but it's all about the divers in the end. Chung Jun-hoon, Young Mun-yi. Mun-yi on the right there. Reverse dive piked is the first test for these teams.
Marks for execution. 8.5, 8, 8.
Kyung Jun-hoon
8, 9, 8.5.
has competed with Leong Mun-yi as well. So plenty of talent in the Malaysian team. It just depends whether they get the partnership right.
Yes, Ng-Mon-Yi just a bit closer to the board than her partner. And so might just see a little bit lower scores for the individual dive.
That's the scores there. 8.5. 8 to 8.5.
Performing a reverse dive pint.
A reverse dive piked here. Pandalela Rinong. On the left there, a real superstar in Malaysia with 15-year-old Nur Dabita Sabri.
Yes, and what a chance for the young 15-year-old to dive with Pandalela. Solid takeoff from both girls. Good pike position. See Pandalela there, bring her arms through. I think she thought she was maybe going over, so she's just brought her arms out to try and stop the speed.
Mandalay, a real megastar in Malaysia, the first female Malaysian athlete to win a medal at the Olympics, first to win an Olympic medal in any sport other than badminton. And she's been a real flag bearer for the rapidly improving Malaysian team to rally around, and they come here with a squad of 11 divers across the competition, determined to make an impact, and they have done. This competition is going to be tight. The degree of difficulty when that starts to kick in will be all important. In England colours, the Great Britain regular duo of Sarah Barrow and Tonya Couch. Bit of experience there, both 25 years of age.
And that was a sensational dive from the local pairing. Beautiful timing. Great jumps. In exactly the same position. Maybe Sarah a little bit out, but beautiful dives individually as well, so they'll get good scores.
Quite well matched physically. Sarah is 5'4", Tonya 5'5". That is a strong start. Those synchronization marks, very impressive. You can see from the smiles. Rachel Bugg and Melissa Wu up there on the platform. Rachel Bugg, 25 on the left. Melissa Wu, who's a bit of a star at 22. Massively successful for a 22-year-old.
Oh, and a good start there from the Australian pairing as well. Getting it through the water.
Rachel Bugg's an interesting character. She got a bit disillusioned with the sport and walked away from it. Then in November 2012, retired. Found she missed it and has come back with a bit of a vengeance by the look of it.
Yeah, so she's very good. She does make a good pairing with Melissa here. You know, she came fourth in the Olympics with Ludi Torquay in London, and now she's back. Hopefully, for that pairing, they will be improving their position today.
Australia was hoping for a second team in this, but ruled out through injury. 9 8.5s and 1 8. Moved through the round so quickly with just 5 teams to go. Canada, the marginal favourites, putting down the marker. Straight away, the leaders are into action with their second dive, a reverse dive pint. Again, we're still with that 2.0 degree of difficulty.
Oh, that's right, it's 2.0, but these could be the couple of points. If you get maybe even 5 points behind in these little 2.0 dives, it can really affect you at the end, because these divers will be very close, these teams, and a very nice dive from the Canadians to keep them probably in the lead at the moment. Down to a 7.5 there for the individual dive, so they're not their best. Only 50.4.
So now the competition is underway. We're moving through the rounds very quickly. 5 rounds for the women. Remember, to do a bit of stretching, 1 or 2 bits of tape and support there. That kinetic type tape, which just holds the muscles in position there. Platform divers get a bit of a battering from that height. Cheong Jun Hung Leong Mun Yi from Malaysia.
Wow, and again the Malaysian pairing, 2 very strong teams in this event. Strong takeoff. You could hear one of the divers counting, ready, go. Falling exactly the same time.
They're billed as Malaysia 1 and 2. This is Malaysia 1, but I think they must have just tossed for that. Don't know how they have picked it.
And they're ready, these Malaysian teams. A good scoring now, up to 9s in the synchronised and 9 for an individual. 52.8.
Got to say, so far, the divers have reacted well to that delay. Have looked pretty cool and straight on with business. Pandalela and Sabri. Pandalela very much the senior partner here.
And yes, we see maybe there, it's only a slight Pandalela just hitting the water a bit earlier than her partner. She had quite a big jump there, Sabri. See on the right-hand side of the screen, just hitting the water a little bit earlier.
Sabri also a springboard diver as well. Pandalela has competed in springboard events, but looking across her record, she does have more success at the greater height. Standards have been set so high in this competition that you know, you've got to be looking to hit 9s if you're going to make an impact at the top.
Well, that's right, and here we go with the English pair trying to stay in touch. Tonya Couch and Sarah Barrow with the back dive pike.
English team will have come into this competition with high hopes. 3 from 5, remember.
Wow. And very nice. Sensational entries from both of those two girls, and that's what the judges see last. So that's nice toe point, bringing the arms around at exactly the same time, and they should score very well for synchronisation.
Started as a 10-metre partnership in 2010, coached by Andy Banks. Both girls born in Plymouth. Look at those marks again. The synchronisation is particularly strong. Such a short competition that the girls are hammering through and into action. There's no time for great contemplation you might get in a 12-team competition here. This is Bug and Wu from Australia. Melissa Wu, Olympic silver medalist for Beijing. Gold and 2 silvers already in the Commonwealth Games.
And a great dive there from the Australian pairing as well. So rounding out the 2.0 degree dives. Take off. I don't know whether it was quite up to the scratch to the English pairing. Melissa just back a little bit. So maybe not as good as the individual execution marks. They'll be hoping it brings them up close to the lead. The 3 more to go.
7.5 there for execution, and an 8.5. That's another round out the way.
We are having to go manual, but please get behind these divers.
Let's see how it's going now, and it's England who have edged ahead after those 2 rounds of 2.0 dives. Canada and Jun Hung and Mun Yi from Malaysia. Very tight though. Still more or less anybody's game. And now the competition hots up now as the partnerships unveil their opted performances. The tariffs will jump up now. The rewards will increase proportionately. Megan Benfeito and Rosaline Filion. Forward 3.5 somersault piked. Now we're really off and running in this competition.
And the crowd seem to like it. Canadian coaches really going up. Spinning a little bit out of time. You see just on the far side on the left-hand side of the screen. Megan just going over a little bit there on the entry. You can see that from the individual execution judges' marks.
I think the crowd reacting there as much because the the level of spectacular action has suddenly increased. You can see that the scores there rather harder to land. 6.5's not a medal-winning score. 6.5. Jun Hung and Mun Yi. The third dive is a forward 3.5 somersault pike. That's also 3.0.
Yes, well, I just say that dive by the Canadians, only 6.5s. They would have been hoping for more than that. So letting this Malaysian team in. See Leong Mun Yi just on this side, close to the camera. A bit of a splash there with her dive on the right-hand side of the screen, but good synchronisation.
Mun Yi is the more successful and experienced of the two divers. A couple of World Championship bronze, Asian Games as well. Of course, great opportunities for these Malaysians to shine. Competitions that perhaps in Europe we don't see so much of, but that and the Southeast Asian Games gives the Malaysians plenty of opportunity to compete. It's Pandalela and Sabri here.
And quite a mistake there from the Malaysians. Just with the timing, beautiful individual dives, the execution, but the synchronisation, you can see diver closest to the screen, Pandalela far side, finishing quite a long time earlier. And the judges should really pick that up with their synchronisation and mark them down.
That's where the teams who've been together for 6-7 years really have the edge. But that Rio target at the Olympic Games is only 2 years away, and that in preparation terms is not massive. 6.5s and 7s there. Pandalela is used to being on that podium when she competes. Great second dive for Sarah Barrow and Tonya Couch, representing England here today. Inward 3.5 somersault, 3.2 tariff here.
See again, a little bit out with the timing, but good individual dives from those girls. A big dive in with 3.5 and standing there doing it next to somebody else. You see Sarah on the far side, she's gone down quite a little bit earlier than Tonya. Rolled it over a bit, so the judges will be taking off some scores there. So some quite uncharacteristic mistakes being made here.
Well, whether you're pressing an electronic button or holding up a bit of card, then there's still an awful lot to be looking at for these judges to come up with a fair reflection. And Barrow and Couch, the England team, they're dipping from their previous scoring performance. Just throws this competition ever more open.
Wants to really open the doors for one of these teams if they can get good synchronisation. And here is Bug and Wu with the front 3.5 pike.
They've still got more in their locker, you suspect.
And a pretty good dive there from the Australian pairing as well. Some nice rip entries. Spinning in pretty good time. You see Bug on the far side, a little bit short, but pretty good synchronisation. Again, a little bit out of time, but not too bad.
Rachel Buggs from Adelaide and Melissa Wu is from Sydney, so that must present a bit of logistical problems when they've got to train together and work on that synchronisation there, but Wu in particular is a very experienced competitor. Now being warned about the flash photography on the platform, the divers tend to pick a spot, don't they, to orientate themselves around in the air, and the flashing light bulbs can disturb them, but that's the leaderboard. England, Canada, Malaysia, Australia, Malaysia 2.
Team Canada.
Only less than 3 points in, it's at the top. That gold is still there. Anyone who can really hit the big one. Back to the Canadians. Round 4 of 5. Megan Benfeito, Rosaline Filion.
Big dive.
Back 3.5 somersault, 3.3.
Oh, and good synchronisation, but I think if you have a look at Megan's dive here, she puts it over further from the camera. So she kicks very high and goes quite a long way over.
A lot of water displacement there.
So not her best dive there. You see it, you can tell the slouched shoulders.
Execution marks there, telling the story, the 5.5. Together with 6.5, 7.7, 6.5. Not really cashing in there when they needed to just step it up a level.
Well, really the standard hasn't probably been up to what I was expecting. A few of the divers missing a few dives, but that creates the opportunity.
FINA rankings had sort of 4 of the top 5 teams here.
Who's going to make the most of it?
Yun Hung and Mun Yi in with 3.5 somersault, tucked, 3.2.
And a good dive there from the Malaysian pairing. It'll really keep them in the action. Big dives with 3.5, spinning back towards the platform. See, very good dives.
Leon Monnier is 29, which is at the top end for the divers in age terms. 2 7.5s and a 7 of the synchronisation. The execution needs to step up a level or two.
It's a big effort to be 29 and up there on the 10 metre.
Said with a smile, I point out. Handalela and Sabri. Sabri has a brother who also dives for Malaysia, but he's missed the Commonwealth Games through I think it's an ear infection. They're bringing up the 5th position, but a big dive with a 3.2 tariff here could really change all that.
Oh, yes, and that's probably the best one we've seen so far. Wonderful dive. Good timing between both of them. Nice jump. Spinning at the right time. And solid dives. Pandalela further than Mrs. Green, maybe a bit short. But we'll get good synchronised judges from the marks from the judges on this one. And up to 8s there for the synchronised, and up to 70.8, so that's a good score.
That's shaken up the competition a bit. Now, Sarah Barrow and Tonya Couch have often just missed out on the medals. 4th at World Championship and Commonwealth Games level. They won't want to miss out this time, and they've given themselves a real chance so far. Forward 3.5 somersault.
And good dives individually. But you see Sarah, who's furthest from the camera, going quite a long way out. She kept moving out as they've gone down. You can see there, the judges will see them both. What the judges do there with the synchronisation will be interesting. Good spinning timing, but as I said, Sarah further out, so there will be a deduction.
Sarah, well, they're both managing a smile, I was going to say there. 7.57. We'll wait and see if that's cost them the top spot.
Team Australia.
Rachel Barker and Melissa Wu will be aware that it's all up for grabs. They were 4th after 3 rounds. Melissa Wu nearest the camera.
And unfortunately from the Australian pairing as well, they really had an opportunity there with 1 round to go. You just see Rachel on the far side really going down and finishing it short. Nice dive there from Melissa. Really not getting much jump, and it'll hurt the scores as well.
I think that delay might have spooked 1 or 2.
Oh, maybe it did, Roger. It looks like it. Some of the performances. But they're all in it together, and they've got 1 round to see if they can get out of it.
Won't say that in the record book, though. We'll just have the winners. Big long explanation there.
Well, interesting to see the scores here. We can get the scores coming up. Here they come now. So, yes, you see there the dive down to 4.5s on the individual. So that's really costly.
Only 1 round to go. 4 out of 5 rounds. England still in the gold medal position. Just over 3 points in it. And very closely behind Jung-Hoon and Mun-Yi, Benfito and Filion. So there's only 4 points covering the medal positions. Then another 4 down to Pandalela and Sabri. Bug and Wu have ground to make up. Of course, it's not just about who gets it right, it's who might get it very wrong as well.
Well, they're all doing the same dive. All 5 pairings are doing exactly the same dive. So the judges will be able to compare them. And now it's up to Benfito and Filion starting out.
Back 2.5 somersault, 1.5 twists. Piked position, 3.2 then the tariff. Right on the edge of that 10-metre platform. Composure, concentration, now execution.
Oh, superb finish. That's a wonderful finish there from the Canadian pairing, really going to apply the pressure. Stepping it up, having the opportunity to lay down a good score, and that is a really good finish from those 2 girls. Haven't dived as well as they would have liked, and as well as we've seen them dive in the past, but a strong finish.
All those years of teamwork, the sisterhood they spoke about, and certainly sustaining their form right the way through and making sure they finish on a high note there. On 8.5 counting. Jung-Hoon and Leung Mun-Yi, the first of the 2 Malaysian teams, have set the Malaysian standards. Remember, sticking with that 3.2 degree of difficulty dive. What can they produce to finally find off their routine, oh dear.
Oh, I think they've blown it. And I think that'll be enough to beat the Canadians. Looked pretty good off the platform, but then see on the far side, away from the camera, just moving away and then over rotates. You see all of the legs going way over, and big splash here on the right-hand side here. And just ducked the chin on the entry.
Well, they had a chance. They definitely put themselves in the frame, but the judges have certainly marked down for that execution mark of 5.5, and the synchronization acceptable, but not spectacular. Well, can the second Malaysian pairing respond to that with the regular medal-winning Pandalela and the newcomer, the 15-year-old Sabri, just 15 a couple of weeks ago. Pandalela on the right there as we look at them.
Pretty good. The coach is happy. He's trying to encourage the judges there to give some big scores. It was a very nice dive. Good spinning. Exactly the same time. You see Pandalela falling. Sabri going a bit short, so we might not get massive scores, but could be enough to take them in front of their compatriots in the other Malaysian team.
Good to see them there together, and Pandalela.
And it is.
Congratulating the young girl, and that was a good way to sign off.
Now it's bumped them up to behind the Canadians.
Now a real chance for England here. Barrow and Couch looking to get that golden feeling here. Two girls, both born in Plymouth, right at the other end of the United Kingdom. Can they hold it together? This is the test when you're on the big stage and with a chance of a medal that we talk about.
This is for gold. I think it might be good enough. A sensational dive from the English pairing. The crowd has gone wild. They've done what they needed to throughout the whole competition. They've been diving beautifully. Just don't know, Sarah maybe over-rotating slightly on the entry. You just see both girls going a bit over, a bit heavy, but the synchronisation was excellent. So this could really go down to the wire. They're chasing the Canadians. And it's really will be very interesting.
Anxious wait for those marks. Well, they know that they've had a really good morning. This would be an enormous boost for the England team. It's the biggest team here. Look at the faces as much as the marks. That'll tell you how they've done.
Well, the anticipation, they know the Australians are next. They can't beat them, so this is it. If they beat the Canadians or they don't, we will surely see the scores now. Oh, and unfortunately for them, they've ended up second.
Oh, it's gone quiet in here. The crowd were right on the edge there. So Canada leading at the moment, England, then Malaysia too. What can the Australians do about this? Bug and Wu. Rounding off the competition.
Oh, a magnificent finish from the Australian pairing. Will that be enough to get themselves up there? They'll need huge scores. Haven't dived as well here that they would have liked, but really falling nicely. Quite extending there. Wu close, but they should get some big synchronised scores. They need probably 80 points to get them up into the medals. So it's a big ask. And just might have been a little bit underdone here, just not being able to up to their full ability today. It's been a good competition.
Got more work to do, so sticking together with the teamwork.
Well, that's what happens. It's a synchronisation, it's a team now, it's a team event, so you've both got to rely on each other. You're in it together. It's not just you by yourself.
Well, the Canadian coaches and teams full of smiles, full of satisfaction. 7.5, 8. Not quite brought it out at the end. So it's Canada who comes out on top. The first medals in the pool here in Edinburgh in these Commonwealth Games. That's the final standings there. It's gold for Canada. Quality and experience coming through. Barrow and Couch, a silver, a good reward, but they will know that they might have just had gold within their reach. And Pandalela and her new partner Sabri. Pandalela keeping her medal collection going. And the second Malaysian pair there down in 4th place, Bug and Wu 5th. But a very narrow margin between top and bottom there. But it's Canada once again confirming their favoritism, slight favoritism before the competition. Canada get the first gold here in the pool. Here come the first medal winners in the pool at these Commonwealth Games. The first time, of course, Edinburgh has seen a medal ceremony. Twice they've hosted the Commonwealth Games, but in 2014, it's Canada who've set the gold standard, and boy, do they look delighted about it. Just 5 teams that want to get that number up in what is a comparatively new event. Only the 3rd time that the women's 10-metre synchronized competition has been held in these games. And the Australian monopoly has been broken. Gold medal winners won bronze here before, but today is their big day.
The medals will be presented by President of the Commonwealth Games Federation, His Royal Highness Prince Imran, accompanied by Director of Scottish Swimming, Ian McCallum. The winner of the bronze medal is Malaysia.
And Alayla adds to her significant medal collection. Sabri, the 15-year-old. This may well be the pairing for the future for Malaysia. Coming together this year and edging out oh so closely 2 very experienced divers as well, who were the other Malaysian team here. Snatched the bronze by 1.2 the margin. Produced the best dive of round 4. A strong dive to finish.
The winner of
Great
the
for the
silver
15-year-old.
medal, Team England, represented by Sarah and Tonya Couch.
Well, England were leading going into the final round. They've won gold and silver at European level, and now they've got a silver medal here at the Commonwealth Games to add to it. Had the chance of the gold, but they performed very solidly through the bulk of the competition, and we'll see this as much encouragement. Two Plymouth girls doing the city proud.
Gold medalists and Commonwealth champion with a score of 310.65. Canada, represented by Megan Benefito and Rosaline Filion.
It's a golden feeling for the 2 popular Canadians, always in the mix, always performing with great credit right across the competitions. So often in the silver and bronze positions, but today, genuinely the Golden Girls. Very few people will begrudge them this success, and all those years together paying off when they pulled out the dive of the competition when it mattered, right at the death.
This is the Games channel at Glasgow 2014. We are available on YouTube, bringing you the best of the 20th Commonwealth Games, and we are gymnastics bound, and it is the men's all-around final. The men perform on 6 apparatus: floor, parallel bars, horizontal bar, vault rings and pommel horse. Gymnasts scores from each apparatus combined, and the highest total wins. Our commentators to talk you through it: Vincent Walduck, Liz Chetkovich and Steve Robillard.
Have a look at the rings now, and American-born Kiwi Christopher Dunn.
It's quite a tall gymnast, so he may struggle on some of the strength elements, and we can see on that the legs are not quite high enough in that straddle planche. Not surprisingly, he's good at the swing part of his routine. Really, the only way to build up a decent difficulty score on rings is to have a succession of strength elements back to back, and he's been unable to do that, relying on his swinging elements. But what he's done well.
Christopher Dunn had a 13.3 in qualifying, and the difficulty in that routine was 4.9. New Zealand finished 6th in team competition. There's the score in for Grobler on vault. Frank Baines now.
Frank Baines, beautiful gymnast. Excellent swing, the single leg work. 2 circles on one handle. Rush now, back in, variations for Stockley. Mistake on this apparatus in the qualification. Excellent straight hip extension on the Magyar spindle.
Same place, you think, Vince?
I couldn't pinpoint it exactly, but that Wu travel is one of the most difficult elements, where he's got to have his shoulders in the right place to position his body for the swing, continued swings. His hips come too close on the horse.
I seem to remember it there or thereabouts last time.
Probably his trickiest part of his routine. Excellent basic technique. That's going to hurt his all-around score. Swings to the handstand, pirouettes with such ease.
The Scottish crowd trying to get behind him and lift his spirits after coming off the apparatus, but it's not what he wanted on pommels, especially with Whitlock, such a master of it. Done. 13.333 on rings. He's followed in the rotation by his teammate David Bishop, who did well on pommels.
Commences with a uprise through to a cross position. Just holding it for the full 2 seconds, that's important. And a little kip up to his L sit position. Now we'll see him press through to handstand and start the swinging part of his routine. Well-controlled giant handstand and a 1.5 twist to finish. A small stumble, well, actually more than a small stumble on the landing.
He's got slightly less difficulty in his routine than Christopher Dunn. And as a result, in qualifying, he was about 0.4 below him. Baines, 12.825. That's going to restrict his chances of getting a medal here in the all-around. Cannot slip up on any apparatus if you're going to be in the top 3. Unless, of course, all your rivals have a problem somewhere as well. And that can be the case. Keatings.
Keatings is world class on this apparatus. Swings with great ease. This is a handstand. Multiple Stockleys. Up to the handstand, flares. There's the Busnari. Grades his difficulty significantly. He's got his legs jammed. Look at the Russians in the centre. Beautiful work. It's on song for a big score here. There's the Wu travel. Excellent style. Russians on the end. Yeah, and Giovanni travels. This is an excellent routine. Really brilliant. There's the pirouette. Whoa!
Hey, well, the top score so far in pommels is 13.45, but I think we've seen a new mark.
I was struck by the speed of his hand movements, Vince.
That really is special pommel horse work. Could make a World Championship pommel horse final and adds that extra Busnari skill. 2 handstand phases in the routine at the beginning and in the middle.
12.566 for David Bishop on rings. And next up on that apparatus is Australia's Sean O'Hara.
Just getting the grip right, getting his hands right on top. The coach holding him up so he can really get a strong starting position. And straight back lever through to cross position. Smooth swing. Timing very nice on those elements. It just seems to have missed something there. I think he was supposed to do a strength element out of that. Kipped across. Could hold those strength elements just a tad longer to show the judges he's in full control. Some lower back problem in that handstand. Takes it above the rings. Full twisting double back. I'm thinking he's salvaged a routine there which went haywire perhaps in the middle.
13.366 for Sean in qualifying. Let's see how that stacks up in the all-around. Here we have a 15.533 for Keatings on pommels. Well, that's
it's a whole mark up on his previous score.
that's incredible, really. Noah Wilson will be next, and then it will be Max Whitlock. Let's see how the English lads respond to that stellar performance on pommels from Keatings.
Most of the gymnasts starting with the scissor handstand. 2 circles on one handle. There's again the Russian to move to the end of the horse. Triple Russian. Such a disciplinarian on his style. Onto the handle, swings up to handstand. Safe pirouette mount. Never a doubt.
Nicely done. Noah Wilson. In for O'Hara, and it's 13 for that perhaps improvised rings routine. Bit of attention to the hands. It certainly takes some punishment on this apparatus. And Ewan Mepham is next to attack it.
Really is a significant comment, the amount of calluses that gymnasts have on their hands to cope with all the grip apparatus. They need some special management.
Mepham working hard to hold his strengths elements as he needs to. Looking a little shaky in this handstand so early on in the routine. And comes out of the 2 forward somersault elements into his cross position. Double to finish.
Mepham looks pretty pleased with it. The Welsh supporters also. Although they're perhaps here for Harry Owen. And Niall Wilson pommels 13.833. A little better than his qualifying score, but here's a much anticipated moment. Max Whitlock, a 15.733 in qualifying. Keatings has just shown us a 15.533.
He really is a pommel horse genius. Just sit back and watch. That's the highest start scores in the world. Russian on one handle. Into the handstand. Pirouettes, back down. The Busnari. It's the difficult travel, one end to the other. Russian on the end. Dismount to come.
Oh, another brilliant performance from Whitlock. He absolutely delights the audience and his teammates. Lewis and Thomas there.
I think he's one of the, sorry, I think he's one of the few pommel horse workers where you don't have your heart in your throat thinking, is he going to fall, is he going to fall? He just looks so confident and prepared, doesn't he?
Well, as a young boy, he's been trained to do thousands of circles a week.
Mepham on rings, 13.466. Pangiotis Aristotelis.
Cypriots are generally very good on this apparatus. And that is done extremely well. A small hesitation before he presses up to the handstand, however. Has a very nice feel to his swing.
Aristotelis competed in Delhi. The Cyprus team finished 7th. He was 23rd in the all-around. Whitlock looking for his score to come in, and a 15.866. A difficulty score of 7.3, but execution 8.566. And he is going to extend his lead.
So they've given him the same difficulty value as team competition. Just repeated it. Everyone in no doubt that he has the most complex routine.
Purnell of Wales qualified with a 13.4.
Improved style, the team event. Forward and backward walks along the horse. Legs jammed together, well done. Well done, young man. Up to handstand and successful pirouette.
Those inflatable big hands, popular here, especially when you see yourself on the big screen. Give us another wave. And Aristotelis, 13.566 on rings for the man from Cyprus. Back to rings, and Gabriel Garn He started off so well on pommels. See if he can maintain that standard. This might be tougher for him with the strength requirements.
Garn's got a very nice body line. We've seen that on the other apparatus. It's all about the strength and the holds and the building of the bonus points through those. And unfortunately falling on his dismount. That's a shame because he doesn't have a great deal in the routine.
It's quite a short routine, isn't it? And to not stick the dismount, it's going to hurt him.
Well, it's early days in his strength development. If you can't do a strength element well, it's best not to do it at all. A little bit of bent arms on the upward phase of the giant.
Looking for the score now for Purnell to come in. And 13-1-3-3. Kelly Holmes. Want to take in all the different sports. Nice to see the athletes moving around the venues. It's a little intimidating for the Australians in this seeded group. I see what Keatings and Whitlock have done.
Good single leg combination, maximising swings in that area. Not highly rewarded, many of them. Scuff of the legs on the handle, swinging fast. Magyar and the backward circling travel, Javado. It's having to press out on the dismount.
Got it done though. Draws a smile from Luke Wadsworth. Couple of problems in there. The feet collecting the end of the horse. And Garn, his rings routine won't be a match for his pommels. 11-1-3-3. Not to worry, move on. Rakesh Patra of India next to go on rings.
Patra opening with a inverted cross. We haven't seen too many of those in this competition, and then pushing up through to his planche position. Third strength element. He's got very good upper body development. Very nice Yamawaki Yonason straight through to his Maltese position, and that is textbook position. Showing pretty good control through most of this routine. A double front, that's a risky dismount, but he does it well.
Rakesh Patra, no slouch on rings, a 14.266 to qualify. That score, if he could repeat it, would be the highest so far on this apparatus in the all-around final. 12-2-3-3, I'm sorry, for Wadsworth on pommels. Almost a third of the way through the competition we are. That's a Sukahara, penultimate competitor on pommels, gets ready.
This isn't an apparatus like floor where he can do very simple work and get a respectable score. He's got to pack in some difficulty. dependent on the complexity of the circles. There's the back scissor half turn to handstand. That's 1D achieved, 1D value. Stock lead, 2 circles on one handle. And again, there's the Russian out. Good on the woo travel. Oh!
I think he fell there last time.
Just didn't quite get sufficient purchase with his hand on the end.
It's a heavy fall from that way, yeah?
Yes, it's not a very high apparatus, but you can have a nasty spill. Circles just weren't quite big enough. Not enough clearance between his hips and his hands. Forward and back travelling, Stockley up, and swings, and gets away with a little bit of extra strength on the pirouette dismount.
Certainly a disappointing fall for Sukahara. Unusually heavy one. It's so graceful. Gets the encouragement of his rivals. And Patra 14.266. Yes, we're expecting something in the 14s from him, and we got it.
Patra is a brute of a man. Immense upper body development.
You meant that in a nice way, didn't you?
Very much so.
And Ashish Kumar.
Not quite holding that straddle planche. Does better on the cross. And that's better again. Can repeat an element as long as you come into it or go out of it in a different way. And does the double front pike and tuck combination. Jonathan Yamawaki, and straight into his dismount. I think he struggled a bit on the strength elements, but made up for it a little bit at the end with his swing.
So for Sukahara, yeah, 12.833 on pommels after that fall. Final performance on pommels will come from Scotland's Daniel Purvis. Crowd gives him a big welcome. He went very well on floor. Can he back it up?
Scissor handstand to start. Oh, tried to do the complex circling and pirouette and handstand and carry on. Lost his balance. It's a new element for him. Back into action. There's the Russian turns. Swings with good hip extension. So that will have a significant effect, not only the fall but the loss of difficulty, that mistake. Fast up to handstand.
Well, it's going to mean that Dan Keatings is the leading Scot. Lewis Smith, Christian Thomas, hoping that Max Whitlock can maintain his lead in this all-round competition, and we've had 2 of the 6 apparatus required. And Whitlock was doing the business.
Lifts up to the handstand, there's the shoulders out of line. Surprised to hit the deck.
So had a third group on vault, Aditya Rana from India.
handspring front with the 1.5 twist out. Look for the body position here. It's a 5.2 difficulty, which is quite high, but rather piked and very low shoulders as he lands. Big deduction for that landing position, even though he's in line, very low.
.14.033 on vault, the best out of the group on that apparatus. And the ring score for Kumar at 12-1.
I have to say, I think that India wins the leotard competition.
I didn't know there was one. Purvis 12.833 on pommels.
There's always a leotard competition, even in the men's.
Okay. Mikhail Kudanov of New Zealand, Russian-born, as you might expect with that family name.
Round off before the springboard for the Yushenko style vault. Round off onto the springboard, backflip into the 1.5 somersaults, 1.5 twists. Takes years of development, various training drills to simulate the positions.
And that 13.966 has lifted Kudanov up the rankings significantly into equal 5th position with 2 apparatus down. 4 to go, and Whitlock with a lead of a full point from Dan Keatings. It's a couple back to Niall Wilson now, so the top 2 have cleared out just a little bit. Dan Purvis to 4th, then Kudanov, Purnell, Baines and William Albert of Trinidad Tobago in the top 8. South Africa's Grobler, Sukahara, Australia, Rana, India, Owen of Wales, Wadsworth, Lucades, Dunn and Aristoteles. So the 2 Cyprians in that second group of 8 in the overall standings. Pape Ripadu of Cyprus rounding out the 24-man field. So this is the 3rd rotation. Our leader Max Whitlock will go up 3rd after Keatings, who's in 2nd position, and Wilson, who is 3rd. So this seeded group is certainly living up to their qualifying scores. We didn't think anything other than that would happen. Purnell, Wadsworth, Sukahara, Purvis and Baines on rings. Across on vault goes the group with the 2 Kiwis in it, Bishop and Dunn. They'll go at opposite ends of this little group. Indian boys still back to back there, Patra and Kumar. And we swing into the parallel bars as well with Sifasili Biasi of South Africa. Kick it off there, and Kudanov, who was in 5th position overall, will go 3rd.
So as we said at the beginning, that shows the potential for gymnasts in the lower ranked groups to come into the high rankings. Kudanov.
Really, even at this early stage, Liz, Whitlock's got to make a big mistake somewhere. One feels to let the rest of the field back in the door.
Well, he might even need to make 2 or 3 mistakes. I think he's got vault to come, of course, which is one of his stronger apparatus. Rings probably not his best. He's not as well developed in the upper body yet. He's still got time for that, I suppose. And there's no slouch on P-bars either.
Had a very uncomfortable night, no doubt, Sam Oldham, after a nasty injury on vault to his ankle that spelt the end of his chances of making the all-around or any apparatus finals, for that matter.
Deep in analysis with his coach, Sam Oldham.
I mentioned Scotland has never medalled in Commonwealth Games all-around competition, and Keating's well positioned to do something about that today. So is Purvis, actually. So Scotland sitting second and fourth, England first and third. Terrific venue, isn't it? Looks great. Everyone's got a terrific view. The way it's constructed, there are no pillars to obstruct someone's view of the main action. It's only a year old. The World Championships are coming here in just over a year.
The engineering of the roof is so impressive to be able to give that clear space one side to the other.
Nice to have the architects doing something for their money, Vince.
There's a nice shot of it, like a bird's nest.
A Rod Stewart performance helped to open this venue a year ago. Still in the warm-up phases of this third rotation. Garn with the tidy little practice vault.
8 gymnasts in each group, of course, so the warm-up takes a little longer.
Whitlock will be using this as a warm-up for the World Championships coming up in 8 weeks' time. Be most interesting to see how, if he can push up into the all-around medals there.
Whitlock with his coach, Scott Hand from the South Essex Club, also one of the England coaches.
It's Kudanov, New Zealand. Well experienced now. He was in Melbourne as a 14-year-old. Extraordinary, really. 2 games ago. David Bishop of New Zealand, first man on vault.
Coach putting in place that small additional mat before the springboard for the hand placement. Give the wrists some extra support. Shenko's style vault, the backflip on. Blind entry, but really efficient. Allows the gymnast to snap, get lots of somersaults. Like Kudanov, his teammate, adds the 1.5 twist. Minor form deductions on the leg style, but accurate.
Very important moment in the overall competition coming right now. Dan Keating sitting second. First up on rings in this third rotation.
He didn't crack a 14 in the qualification, but let's see what he can manage here. Into a planche hold. And through to a nice quality L sit. Straight into swinging combination and back into another cross. One and a half twisting double back, and that's about as best a routine as he can do, I should imagine. And all he needs to do is hold his head above water on this apparatus, which is possibly not his strength, literally.
Keating's 14.5.3, beg your pardon, 13.9 in qualifying. Bishop on vault, 14.125. Great result. The rather intense at times, Sean O'Hara.
We saw him mentally rehearsing yesterday.
Love to be a lip reader right now.
How's he going to reflect on that when he gets home? Fast. Goes for the handspring double front. Just about gets his feet down first. Big improvement from yesterday. It was a deep squat landing. But he used all that adrenaline to good effect. There's the camaraderie. Gymnasts all congratulate each other after every routine. Wide split in the double front. Wide split of the knees. Tries to condense his moment of inertia to go around faster. Propels himself forward after that deep landing, but he's on his feet.
Keatings 14-1 on rings. That's a 0.2 improvement for him on that apparatus from qualifying. No damage done there, that's for sure. Now Wilson in contention.
Just a young lad of 18, but already you can see he has good upper body development, and I can see he's got potential on this apparatus for the future. And look at that beautiful Maltese, body in line, rolls through to a cross. And transfers from his swinging movements to strength with very good precision. And rings is actually about precision in so many of these elements. Nice straight arms on those swings.
Wow, how about the landing from Noah Wilson? Spot on. So something in the low to mid 14s is really what they're hunting for.
He certainly makes a statement on that landing, doesn't he?
He does.
Well, that's why he's the best junior gymnast in Europe.
Smile from O'Hara after his vault of 13.833. There's a nice feeling in the room. There's a serious competition, but joy amongst the spectators and competitors as this all around unfolds before us. Hydro, quite an intimate venue, even though it holds so many people. Ewan Mepham, Wales to go on vault.
It's the round off into the Yushchenko, adds a full turn. Accurate and solid. Male gymnasts don't reach their peak until they're in their 20s, so early days for this young man. Good technique in the round off. Square and accurate in the hurdle stride.
On rings, we saw a 14-1 from Keatings. Wilson has blown that away with a 14.633. An 8.933 for execution. His difficulty wasn't as high as Patra's, but he certainly did what he did in fine style. Now, Max Whitlock.
Whitlock capable of a mid-14s on this as well. Showing more than the 2 seconds in his strength position, which makes it for the judges easy to decide whether he's being paid the element. Needs to time the downswing to reduce the ring swinging, and back in full control in handstand again. Ending in this routine, and once again swinging through to another strength element. Important they keep the arms straight. All the handstand elements, double-double to finish.
Well, just the smallest hop on landing for Whitlock, but that should be good enough to keep him top of the standings at the halfway point.
It's a long competition. Gymnasts having mini snacks to keep the sustenance up.
Mepham, his vault, 13.5 for the young Welshman. It's Panagiotis Aristotelis, top of the vault runway.
Just checking with his coach to make sure the springboard's perfectly in line. Sugihara adds the 2 twists. So different type of vault from the Yurchenko, where they round off before the vaulting table. This time he rounds off on top of the vaulting table. Straight onto the springboard. There's the half turn. Snaps in, wraps the 2 twists.
The judge, looking at his alignment, raised the flag here. He's landed just outside the central area with 1 foot.
No pointed toes achieved.
Whitlock, 14-7, 3-3. On rings, he just keeps the good scores coming.
You can see there at the halfway point, 46 points. So he's on target for 92. That was his target, to be able to compete with the world champion Uchimura.
Clinton Purnell of Wales now.
Purnell has the perfect body for rings, strong upper body, not so long legs, and look at that press straight through to planche, sorry, Maltese cross. They're required to do swings to handstand, swings to strength. There's one of those. Pops down and bounce back up to cross. Picking up valuable points here. Bonus points for connecting strength elements as well as the value of the elements themselves. He stacked the front half of the routine with difficulty. And all strength, few swings and then out to the dismount.
The leading Welshman in the all-around final. He's joined in the competition by Owen and Mepham. And he's in the seeded group, so he's done very well. Aristotelis on vault to 13.858. About halfway through this third rotation. Gabriel Garn ready to attack the vault runway. He's going to use all of it too.
Heels touching the 25-metre barrier. Same style of vaulting as the previous gymnast, Sugihara. Adds the full turn. Gymnasts in their early development, coaches electing what suits them most. Yurchenko style or the Sugihara. Jumps on the springboard, there's the half on, quarter on. Sugihara adds a full turn, minor deviation to the right. But if they are naturally dynamic, then the coach will want to develop different strands so that they have vault final potential, where you've got to do 2 different vaults. 2 different families. You can see, really nice flight. legs together. So in a vault final, you couldn't do a Sukahara with one twist and with two twists. You have to do a different style of vaulting.
Gunn fought pretty well there to keep the vault in alignment. It's close to stepping out of the area, but 13.366. And the score comes in for Purnell as well, 14.233 on rings. Whitlock seems to have a lot on his mind, but he should be thinking confidently. He's had 2 scores in the 15s and 1 high 14s. Wadsworth
had one of the higher execution scores out of this group in the qualifying round. So we expect to see a clean routine from him. And there's that cross element held for a long time, which is so impressive. And second, shoulders perfectly parallel with the rings. That's where they're supposed to be. Holding his position before he swings into his third strength, and that's a nicely done straddle planche. Quite precise on this apparatus. It's a nice rise between both of those forward swinging elements, the Yamawaki and the Jonassen. Good straight arms. Excellent routine.
Well done, Wadsworth. Now, Vince, when we watch the dismount, they have to be so careful to push the rings aside so their feet don't catch it on the way through.
Yeah, that's part of the skill of learning those dismounts from an early age. You throw the rings away. Very occasionally, that's mistimed and you can kick them, or extreme case, catch your foot in one, but it's an exceptional rarity.
Rakesh Patra.
Fast approach run. 2 twists in the Sukahara. Uses all his strength to explode off the top of the vaulting table. Big push, wraps in the twist. Slightly deep in the landing, knees apart, stylish in flight. You can see that deep squat and feet too far apart to be disguised. It's all part of helping him stick the landing.
Wadsworth on rings, 13.733. It's a couple of tenths lower than his qualifying score. Now where Sukahara is next.
Seen Sukahara on the other apparatus. Shows style and quality. I'm sure we're going to see that again here on the rings. Straight through to that beautiful Maltese and pushing up to planche. Back down to Maltese. That's superb. Brilliant. Swing through to another planche position, shoulders forward, body in perfect horizontal position. Double dismount, packed with difficulty.
Well, he's another man capable of a score in the low to mid 14s on rings. That would help him after a mishap on pommels. Rakesh Patra of India, his vault was a 14. Ashish Kumar, just a slight adjustment required on the springboard for him. Now he's satisfied.
He's posted a tariff of 6 points. So maximum score would be 16, a measured approach. He's gone for the double Sugihara, one of the most difficult of vaults. Didn't quite get enough height in his push-off.
His hands were out for the landing well in advance. He must have known he wasn't getting through it, Vince.
He's really got to be so explosive off the board so that his body is moving and he can just contribute to that height with the repulsion off the vaulting table. You can see he's well short of rotation. Not sure if he was trying it tucked or piked.
Sukahara wants a good ring score. He certainly got one. 14-7-3-3. That's a match for Whitlock's. That's equal best of the day. Little extra noise for the Scotsman, Dan Purvis.
Dan posted a 6.2 difficulty, the qualification, the most of anybody in this group. You've got to see why. Backward roll to plant, cross. Smooth connection from swing to strength. Once again showing he's a contender in this competition and he needed that routine.
Little congratulations there from Whitlock, who's sort of stalking up and down, deep in thought. Whitlock, he's it's interesting to watch him while the other competitors are up. He's this is his way. He's the other boys are sitting down.
Well, he is about to go to vault where he has the most difficult of vaults that he needs to mentally rehearse.
Kumar 13-3-3-3 on vault. He's working on his flexibility.
Gymnasts prepare mentally for the next apparatus in different ways. Some are intense, some prefer to relax prior to late concentration.
Christopher Dunn, New Zealand.
Safe and simple. Simple at this level anyway. The Sugihara in the straight position with the full turn. Maximum score 14.8. Good style, no leg form breaks in first flight with all that speed.
It's not really impressive distance in that post flight, Vince. He hasn't got it out there very far.
Well, judges can take up to 5/10 for height and distance. So he's probably on just under 2 meters, whereas some of the very best will be double that.
14-4 for Dan Purvis on rings. Not quite a match for Sukahara and Whitlock. How about this crowd at the Hydro? Not too many spare seats. Frank Baines.
Coming off a disappointing pommel routine. holding good straight arms and a good leg position in his straddle planche, hips completely open as they need to be. He does have good swing quality. Nice easiness about the way he swings through the bottom of the rings and up to the handstands. Double pike, double tuck, double front.
Oh, nicely done. Frank Baines. Lots of Scots flags in the audience, as you would expect. Generous support for all competitors, no matter where they're from. Max Whitlock's still in his own little world and still well on top of the standings. Done a 13.633 on vault. His score in. Let's check on the progress of another of the Kiwis because he's doing well. Mikhail Kudanov needs a solid performance on parallel bars to maintain his standing in the top 10.
Simple start, jump to the undershoot. Honma, front somersault from upper arms. Excellent under somersaults, handstand, locked arms. There's the Makut, the Amadov and back turn combined. Perfect line on the giant. Moi to the end. There's the reverse pirouette, little adjustment. Straddle front somersault and Healy prior to his dismount. Extra skill, the Stutz. And double pike, accurate.
Kudanov is in this third group, so he's well down the seedings, but he's well up in the standings when it matters. So he's brought his A game to the all-around.
There's the front uprise, big extension. Get lots of swing and power for the straddle front somersault. Not the highest of double pikes, needs to swing his hips further through.
And a 14.666. He's keeping the quality coming, is Kudanov. And the ring score is in for Frank Baines, a 13.966, and he'll be in 8th position at the halfway point of the competition. So we're really at a moment now where we can get some kind of feeling for how this is going to finish. But Aditya Rana, before we bring you those scores, let's check him out on P-bars.
Nice glide, back straddle up to the handstand. Under somersault. There's the P-bars quite wide. And the other gymnasts going to the end. The Moi, Tippelt back into the middle. Using strength to get out of trouble on the Healy. 5 requirements. And parallel bars on all the apparatus. Some of these simpler elements tick for the requirements. Tick the box. And the double pike that most gymnasts use gets a D value. Whatever amount of concentration they've had, however good or bad the routine is, there's always support for each other and acknowledgement. Hand slaps. It's that camaraderie, respect and appreciation of each other.
Let's see how we stand halfway through the competition. And it's still Max Whitlock leading from Dan Keatings now and Niall Wilson, Dan Purvis. So England, Scotland, England, Scotland. The joker in the pack is Kudanov, and all 3 of his performances so far have been a significant improvement on his qualifying scores. He's really jumped up the rankings, so well done to him. Purnell, Sukahara and Baines. Wadsworth, first of the Indians, Aditya Rana, Gades, Grobler, Aristoteles there, Dunn and Bishop, 2 other Kiwis in 14th and 15th, and Harry Owen of Wales. Kudinov 6th all around in Delhi, so perhaps we shouldn't be surprised. It's just that his qualifying here, maybe he was a bit out of form, but he's found it in a hurry. Sean O'Hara in 20th, just ahead of South Africa's Biasi. William Albert, after a good start, the Trinidad Tobago man is down to 17th.
The judges from rings have moved to high bar. Each of these judging pools will judge 2 different apparatus.
So the A team, if you like, the seeded gymnasts are at the vault. Wilson followed by Whitlock. Very important moment coming up for the event favourite, Whitlock. Purnell, the Aussies back-to-back, as are the Scots now. Purvis, Baines and Keatings will go 6, 7 and 8. Our second group on parallel bars, led off by O'Hara, then Mepham, Patra and Kumar, Dunn and Bishop, performing as mini teams, if you like. And our first look at the high bar. The crowd loves this apparatus, so do we. And Papavripadu of Cyprus will be first up. Kudinov won't have to wait long to try and put together another good score and stay in contention for a surprise medal, perhaps. It's going to be a worthy venue for the World Championships next year, Liz. It's got everything.
Yes, sorry, just watching Whitlock there on vaulting, warming up.
Of course, a special World Championships because it allows teams to qualify prior to Rio. So all the countries desperate to get their appropriate ranking.
This is a little game we play at the Hydro each day, the slow motion Mexican wave, and the crowd gets into it, and I don't think the Blue Danube can be put to better effect, really.
Every generation delicate in their touch.
There we go.
Balletic arms all round.
All good fun. Need something to do between rotations. Give yourselves a hand, folks.
So every gymnast maximising their warm-up opportunity. 2 volts or a 30-second swing. Max Whitlock using his warm-up time to special effect. Just a full twist in the somersault, but you'll see why in a few minutes.
Niall Wilson of England is sitting in 3rd position, overall standings. He's got the green light.
Fast and furious on the Sugihara. We've now gone up to 2.5 twists. That's what the most difficult gymnasts in the world are achieving. Sugihara, 2.5 twists. Little step back on the landing.
Wilson posted a 14.5 in qualifying on the vault.
Stylish, spot on the centre line. Can't do better than that.
Vince, we've seen a move away from the double saltos on vault for men and more into the twisting.
I think any gymnast that has the natural raw power and ability to be able to look at double saltos would go there with the coach. It's just such a dangerous and complex skill.
So Kudenov is in pause mode over at high bar, so we can check out our competition leader, Max Whitlock, with the vault.
We were stunned with this vaulting in the team competition. It has a maximum tariff of 6 points, so 16 would be the best score he could achieve. Just take a look at this.
Oh, not quite there this time. He had a very high execution of 9.333 in qualifying. It won't be able to quite match that today.
So as the Yushenko, but adds 3 twists, 1,080 degrees of twist in the 1.5 somersaults, wraps in, but didn't quite get enough kick into his snap position. Got to connect sufficient somersault with sufficient twist. Didn't quite kick his feet in adequately, and that large step will be 5, maybe 7/10 of execution penalty. But we think only one other gymnast in the world doing this vault at the moment.
Kudenov on high bar in qualifying had a few problems. He only posted a 10.333.
He jumped off halfway through. We weren't quite sure why. Let's hope he has a better outing today. Opening with a Yamawaki with a half turn. Getting good flight above the bar. And now straight Yamawaki into his giant swing. We're watching for nice straight arms in those swings. There we go. Third release. And once again, his grips come unwrapped. Look at that. That's a golden rule. You have your grips wrapped up properly, and if you have those Velcro grips, you should have a elastic band or something wrapped around it, or a bit of tape. Seen that happen before, Vince?
That is unbelievable that he didn't learn his lesson the first time.
Well, inexcusable really at this level to have, normally they use the buckle grips which can't unravel. However, it would have been dangerous for him to continue, so after a pause and a 1 full point deduction, he resumes.
Let's hope that worn Velcro doesn't come undone again.
1.5. Short circle close to the bar, and now into the difficult grip positions. You can see it looks awkward. Well, it probably feels awkward too. And the triple back, but his chances at all-around glory have slipped away.
Well, such a shame for Mikhail Kudenov, having to voluntarily get off the high bar with those grip problems. And a 14.5 for Max Whitlock on vault. No match for his 15.333 in qualifying. Purnell. I don't know if that even slightly opens up the competition. Whitlock's minor problem on vault. A pretty good lead.
5.2, the tariff of this vault. Sugihara with double twist. That's one of the better ones we've seen. Good style.
Purnell's a man with some serious upper body strength, Vince.
There are quite a few gymnasts here whose upper body conditioning training has created vast musculature in the shoulder girdle, deltoids, latissimus, pectoral muscles, all bursting. But that's what you need when you're going to be good on rings.
Mepham of Wales now on parallel bars.
So it's working with underbar work to start, one of the requirements. Back summy to handstand. There we go, under the bar again. Need to show some long swings in hang.
Mepham clearly enjoying the competition, being on the stage. Just in that Purnell's got a different Welsh singlet to the other boys.
Well, it's an individual all-around competition, so I guess he can choose his favourite Welsh leotard.
Yeah. Perhaps he thinks as the senior bloke he can choose a different one.
Bit of individuality.
Equally smart though, both choices. Wadsworth in our #1 group about to tackle the vault.
Another gymnast who's posted 5.2, going for the Sugihara double twist. Really gets an effective block in front of the vaulting table.
Handshakes all round.
Special camera work to keep up with that speed.
Top view of the vault shows there's a lot of chalk on top there, Vince. Is that a result of the hands going on, or they pre-chalk it?
Well, they can do either. Just certainly wouldn't want some perspiration on there that could give a slipping problem. Some gymnasts might have a tweak of their parallel bar honey just to enhance their grip. But, most of the time, you can get leverage off the front face.
The immaculately groomed Ewan Mepham.
Gymnasts can chalk up using what's provided. Many of them bring their own special chalk from home. Lucky chalk, I think it is.
Panagiotis Aristotelis. Away he goes, P-bars.
Felger to handstand a little bit short. He swings a giant from there. And some adjustments in the handstand. They'll incur a small deduction. Healy turn, and second one. Some leg form problems as well as some stability problems. And a rather large problem on his dismount.
It's a less than graceful landing for Aristotelis. Naoya Sukahara though, he's about ready to go the vault. Wadsworth's score is in 14-3, picking up some good ground on vault. Need to, the better marks are on offer. Australian coat of arms, of course he has represented Japan with enormous distinction.
His highest world achievement was second all around. Had a little trouble on vaulting yesterday. That's more like it. Supreme professional.
Sukahara gives a lesson on Sukaharas.
Yes.
1972, his father first did this vault in the tuck position. Went on to do it straight. But over 30 years, 40 years later, it's done with double twist. And of course, some gymnasts even do it with a double back.
Aristoteles 12.933 on P-bars. Long delay on the score being issued for Mikhail Kudanov and a 12.666, and that's really set him back, having been in the top 5 through the first 3 apparatus. Most unusual reason for him having to get off the high bar. Anyway, Gabriel Gahn continues for Singapore.
Been impressed with Gahn's beautiful body alignment, and this is one of those apparatus where he can really show it off. Looking for a straight line from the wrist through to the shoulders, hips and up to the toes. Classic position, the L sit on parallel bars. And a very simple dismount. He won't get much deduction for execution, but then again, he's not going to have much on the difficulty either.
You see a simple routine like that, it's important to remember that even those skills have taken years to develop.
14.466 and Naoya Sukahara on vault, and is climbing the rankings. That could put him in 4th position. But Dan Purvis might have something to say about that with this next vault.
Purvis, normally a very strong vaulter. 5.6 the tariff. Good height. 2.5 twists in the Yoshenko. Costly sideways step out of the channel. Judges will be impressed by the distance, but there'll be at least 5/10 of penalty on this landing.
Yeah, it's that left foot going sideways that drew the raised flag.
Slightly short of somersault. Needed an adjustment, a correction to the out of bounds area.
Looking for the score from Gabriel Gahn on P-bars, and it's a 12.866. The top dozen at the moment. Still a bit to go here in this 4th rotation. Whitlock should still have a decent lead here. We'll see what Purvis offers us. We're 14.666 on vault. It's England 1-2 at the moment from Scotland, then Purnell, then Sukahara. Got Baines and Keatings still to come though on vault. Rakesh Patra ready to go on P-bars.
Patra, with a good upper body strength, will be able to work through any little imperfections and bring himself back onto line if that need arises. Beautiful. Travels right along the parallel bars in that element. And there we see the tip L need a lot of strength. Looks easy, but it's actually a very difficult element to do. Healy turn to handstand, double pike. It's a good routine.
He likes it. Never an effort to impress the judges the way you leave the podium, Vince. Is that done?
I think judges are wise to not being fooled by that.
Right, Scotland trying to keep some kind of pressure on Whitlock and Wilson.
Rangy Scott's got to be at his most dynamic.
It's a shame.
Same vault. as Purvis, the 2.5 twist. Baines from the round-off on top. The Sukahara family, and Purvis from the Yushchenko style. Round-off before the springboard. But not enough rotation on his summing. In the handstand position, he's got to kick the vault, create lots of rotation before he wraps the twist. The tendency is always to twist early and not have sufficient rotation. There's always a tall order to save that.
And Patra sitting in the top 10 at the moment after his 14 333 on P-bars. But a couple of important scores yet to come in here in the fourth rotation. Frank Baines 13.9, he's 6th. Dan Keating's.
Keating's not kept waiting at all. No opportunity for him to get nervous. 5.2, not the most difficult of vaults in the tariff book. Sukahara, double twist, but spots the landing. Good quality in style and height.
You know, what's going to be interesting, just peering ahead in this competition, is that as we watch Keatings again, this lead group will finish on high bar, and the last man up will be Whitlock. Is that random?
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah.
Extraordinary.
But we saw it with Bezebenko in the rhythmic competition.
Yep.
It's the god of excitement looking down on us.
Oh, he's got a sense of humour then. Keatings 14.333. Second position, but almost 2 points adrift of Max Whitlock. Ashish Kumar on P-bars.
Kumar's got the padding on his upper arms. He's likely to be doing a double salto. Normally, the giant to one bar, that's hard to do. Double back to upper arm. Unfortunately, copping an extra swing, doesn't quite finish in the right position. Another giant to the Tippelt. Some minor form problems. That's called a Healy turn, a quick half pirouette afterwards, or a half turn after. Quite fluid in his movements. Pretty difficult routine, but the extra swing's going to cost him. Here's 0.5.
Keating's second strongest apparatus is parallel bars. So that could add to his score. Claw back some of the lead.
Vault one of the quicker apparatus, so we've still got action going on high bar and P bars. He's an incredibly focused young man. He's in the Whitlock world, isn't he? Not trying to get the rest of what's going on out of his thoughts.
Well, it's that dilemma. If he relaxes and watches other gymnasts, he could lose concentration. But can he hold his maximum concentration throughout the 3-hour competition? That's the dilemma for him, his coach and sports psychologist.
Aditya Rana from India onto the high bar.
High bar. Aditya Rana.
Leg lift to the bar, prior to the strikeout. Yamawaki skill counts as a release and recatch. Could have been more dynamic and stretched. Giant with the full turn. Giants with 1.5. shooting the legs out towards a handstand in that eagle grip. Very flat. The extension judges will penalise that. All the requirements done, just dismount. Speed up the giants, called a crank.
Bucharana coming into the all-around with an 11.9 on high bar from qualifying.
Two more.
Got a parallel bar scoring now for Ashish Kumar, 12.133. He's trying to hang on to a top 20 position in the overall field. Christopher Dunn.
Swinging through the Felga to handstand, and the Diamidov swinging around one arm. Stoots to one bar, and he stoops through. Now he has to control it. A very narrow base of support, the one rail, quite hard to do. Yearly turn. Every element can just be done once in a routine.
Bit of disappointment trickling through the New Zealand trio after Kudinov's problem on high bar, but Dunn's got to just forget about that. He's not actually in the same group. He'd be aware of it, I'm sure.
The irony is, all he needed was a bit of tape from the team doctor or physio around the handguard, and that would secure it.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable that at this level that he hasn't worked that out, and how could it be that his grip's unwrapped for the first time like that?
Whitlock stalking up and down, and Keating's with a different approach to it all. Your point about concentration, I think, is a really interesting one, Vince, because when sports that go over a long period of time, with moments of sort of high arousal and low, if you don't learn to switch off, you can't concentrate hour after hour. You learn to sort of go in and out of being totally focused. 12.275 for Rana. I'm thinking of cricketers when you're at the non-strikers end, if you're in the middle of a long innings, or if you're a golfer in the middle of 18 holes, you can't be 100% concentrated 100% of the time. Your brain would be run out of gas halfway through the process.
That's right, that's the dilemma.
Grobler.
Scrappy on the catch. And straight. Forward in over the top. Awkward grip. You want to try it at home. Small fingers together. Really is very awkward. Especially swinging around a bar. But one of the requirements. There it is again. He's comfortable there. Using his body to create somersault effectively.
Well done to Tian Grobler. Comes away smiling. Got the score in for Christopher Dunn on P-bars for New Zealand, and a 14.3. That's his best score of the day. So quite pleased with it. And now he can watch his teammate David Bishop. This is the last of the group up on P-bars.
David scored a very high execution score of 9.233 last time, but a relatively low difficulty score. And it's the combination of the two that counts. Good line. Smooth pirouette. And a front layout full twist. Fights for every 10th on the landing.
He really does fulfill the mantra of do what you can do and do it well. Excellent precision.
I've seen so many gymnasts who are trying things that are a little bit too hard for them, especially under pressure. Of course, the harder the skill is, the more the pressure is, the more likely you are to make a mistake.
How many times have you heard, well, I can do it at home in my own gym?
A lot.
He does have a very elegant line on P-bars, David Bishop. And seems like he's up for a chat with his rivals there. Whitlock.
Making a bit of a big yawn there. Not having seen him at other competitions, it's hard to work out whether this is characteristic or not characteristic. Vince, have you noticed him before at other competitions?
I think this is more intense than normal.
And Keating's also deep in thought.
They both sense a big opportunity and wouldn't want to let it slip out of their hands, I suspect.
Jan Grobler, high bar score is 12.333 and 18th position. It's his South African teammate Sifasila Biasi, who finishes off here in the 4th rotation.
You can jump up on the high bar on your own or have coach support. Coach can stand underneath for moral support, or if you miss, most gymnasts like just to get on with it. Acceleration in the giants into the catch-off skill. Catch-off devised by Russian sports scientists. They thought it was possible. Gymnasts had to learn it. Forward hip circle, called a Weiler kip. Does it again with a full turn. It's his speciality. Speed of giants. There's the action. Strong dismount.
So it is the final routine of the 4th rotation from the outset in South Africa. Nice dismount. So Mitch, you're saying the catch-up was really designed by a team of people rather than one gymnast?
That's how the story goes. The biometricians examined the forces that the body could exert on the high bar. Could they go from a backward rotation to a forward rotation? They believed it was possible, and they passed it to the coaches and gymnasts to fulfill that. And
we've dreamt it up, away you go.
That's right, and now we have catch-offs in straight position pike with full twist. Even double catch-offs have been done in gymnastic training pits.
Bonnie Scotland.
There it is, backward rotations. Use the leg snap of the heels to change to forward rotation. There's the rubber bands on the Velcro straps to ensure they don't come undone.
You should lend them to Kudnov.
Yes. And scores in, if you see there, 12.2. And he's 22nd out of 24 in the all-around field. So here are the standings with 2 apparatus to go. Max Whitlock still in front. He has been from the start. Keating's second, Wilson third, and then Purvis. Purnell of Wales Sukahara of Australia, the next two out of the England-Scotland domination. Then Baines, Kudanov has dropped to 8th from 5th after his difficulties on high bar. Wadsworth and Dunn, Australia and New Zealand. Rakesh Patra, two boys from Cyprus, side by side there, Lukaides and Aristotelis. Almost on identical score too, 52 fours. And their teammate Pepe Vripadu in 19th. Ashish Kumar it is who rounds out the field in 24th position. So it's parallel bars for our leading group. Then Whitlock going up first. How does he like this apparatus?
This is not one of his strongest pieces. Probably this and high bar are his weakest. So he's very strong, as we've seen on floor and pommel horse. Pretty damn good on vaulting, and these are his two weak apparatus. So that's why he needs to be absolutely at his best.
Ewan Mepham will lead them away on high bar. Kiwis Dunn and Bishop will be followed by O'Hara. The Indians back to back there, Patra and Kumar. And Mikhail Kudanov will be first on floor with his second last apparatus. Really, such a shame what happened on high bar. You're thinking where he could be. His father is a coach. I just wonder how it could have been allowed to happen with the grip issues. And if indeed that was what happened in qualifying, we weren't 100% sure. But
it's a basic lesson that most gymnasts are taught as part of the ABC. Don't let your grips unwrap in international competition when you've got a medal on in your grasp, perhaps, or it's really silly.
There has to be more to the story that we don't know.
Just the fact that he didn't have the rubber grips, rubber bands around it, which mostly those Velcro straps, they do have a tendency to unwrap. It's hard to know.
But twice is the conundrum we can't explain.
No. We didn't see them actually unwrap in the first day. We were a bit puzzled why he jumped off then. The second day we certainly saw it hanging off, unravelled. So Lewis Smith there having a little singing. We know he's a great singer.
Lewis Smith there singing along to Robbie Williams. Who hasn't done that?
Me.
Gymnasts do love their music during training. Quell the boredom. They argue over whether it should be Robbie Williams or their own iPod.
Right, ready to start the second last rotation, and it's Mikhail Kudanov of New Zealand.
Starting with the double front, difficult landing. Gymnasts can get much more power by tumbling backwards. Special skill required for multiple somersaults forward. The line judge didn't think the heel was outside the line. Quality legs in the press handstand. Really is a well-prepared gymnast. Excellent leg style. Little rattle on the rollout. It's got to be smooth. Let's have a special flair for forward tumbling. Dismounts with double twist forward. Unusual skill to do last.
13.258 What's his qualifying score? Kudanov? Let's go to the high bar. Wales, Ewan Mepham. Chasing a top 15 finish in the all-around.
Nice high vault over the bar. It's almost a compulsory move for all the gymnasts. The Yamawaki at the beginning of the routine. It's a good way to get started. And we see a giant with a hop full turn. And that's a hop to 1.5 this time. Added difficulty. Double, double, but too low. Stumbles forward.
There's the judges' view from below the podium.
The competition leader, Max Whitlock, is first up on P-bars. And goes the protection for the upper arm, so see some action to that part of his body, the somersaults to upper arm.
Green light on the console's up. He's got 30 seconds. We talked about chalking up this apparatus yesterday. Gymnasts sometimes use products like honey to enhance the grip.
Chalk and honey as opposed to chalk and cheese. And Whitlock
uses the springboard for a bit of height. Perfect locked arms on the under somersault. Giant into double back. Morosui invented it. Undershoot out to the end of the rails. Straddle cut, pirouettes out. Good fluency on the tip belt skill. Lovely strike out on the high straddle front somersault. Real flair. Nearly turn, nearly there. Stutz element onto one rail. Stoops in. Final skill before he's home and dry on the 5th piece.
Well done, Whitlock.
Well, his brain didn't try. He needed all that concentration.
Yes.
One to go.
There was still 1 or 2 moments where he had to use some strength to get through to handstand, but it was very good performance. Mepham and the 12.833 on high bar. He just has the floor to come. And just for a brief moment, he'll be number 1 in the standings. Kudanov has overtaken him with a 14.1 on floor. Looking rather serious, Mikhail Kudanov. What happened on high bar might be with him for a little while. Panagiotis Aristotelis next to go, high bar.
Mixed grip position. Strike out. Straight into the endo. Coach is there anticipating. There's the catch-off skill, straddling over the bar. He's made a mistake there. 5/10, wrong direction of swing. Shoots out, dislocates, not literally. It's the name of the element. Big double twisting, double back, but some form breaks on his accelerated giants. Doesn't look completely comfortable.
Whitlock, P-bars 14-9, 6-6. He's really not giving his opponents much hope of catching him while he keeps the good scores coming. Dan Keating's up quite late in this rotation. He'll be second last. And it's indeed Clinton Purnell of Wales next up on P-bars.
Purnell might struggle here with just a 5 difficulty score in the qualification round and a 7-7-3-3 execution score. So he can't do much about the difficulty score, but he could improve on the execution. Giant swing. There's his underbar work. That's one of the requirements. Have to do some work underneath the parallel bars. And there he goes to his Moy. Not done with the best of amplitude, but it's sufficient not to cop a big deduction. Double pike, stands on his feet this time. Might reach the 13s with that routine.
So for Aristotelis, 12-3. His teammate Papa Ripadou has the highest score at the moment on high bar, which is a 13-4-6-6. Gabriel Garn.
Good technique. But incorrect shoulder placement. And he's messed it up the second time. Glass with the half turn to carry on. That's nice. Shoots out into the eagle grasp. Big crank into the double layout. But after that vault, straight Yamawaki, 3 foolish mistakes on a very easy element.
Purnell in the lead group. He's 12-9. He's some 6.5 marks behind Whitlock. Now Wilson will be the 8th and final competitor up on parallel bars. He's got a little bit of a weight.
Wilson with the English coach, Andrei Popov.
Good English sounding name, that Vince. Via Russia.
Nice little front. Sami. Giant to 1 bar. Could have held it slightly longer, but it's still good quality. And the Moy not being done with the greatest of amplitude. Heely turn, straight into another half turn. And the tip helt, that's done well. Rushing through the routine a little bit. Front Sami straddled. Quite a bit of difficulty in this routine. Double pike. No major errors, and it's interesting to see how they go on and just help the next gymnast coming up. In fact, it's his teammate.
We've catalogued the Australian injury issues before they came here, Liz. The ones that didn't come, would you have thought that 1 or 2 of them might have made an all-around final? If Gan's score comes in here, 10-9-3-3.
They weren't our top all-arounders, but they were certainly good apparatus workers, and very sad to see them not here. Actually, Luke Vivotowski injured himself prior to the competition starting, so he was a good all-arounder, but the other three more specialists on apparatus.
India's Rakesh Patra. Mixed grip to start.
You know it all now. Pirouette. Very strong gymnast on rings. Let's see what he can do on high bar. Catch-off. Half turn on the recatch. Uses the technique to enhance the leg snap on the catch-off, but overdoes it. Very big action in his back. Ticking all the boxes for the requirements. Some accuracy problems. Every element return must finish in handstand. Double back with a full turn, this time in the tuck position. Easier than done in the straight or laid out shape.
His revolution speed a little quicker than most, Vince. It gets around the bar, good pace.
It's a special technique to generate the most rotation, but with that natural power he's got, it's very achievable.
13.8 for Wadsworth on parallel bars. Whitlock just has one apparatus to come, and it's a fair way off because, as we mentioned, he'll be last up on high bar. He's got a handsome lead. Won't know quite how big until Niall Wilson finishes on P-bars. He'll be last up on this apparatus. Sukahara next to go. A Japanese Aussie.
Been a medalist at World Championships on this apparatus twice. Short on both of those opening elements. Upper arm swing. Double tuck, landing in upper arm. Haven't seen too many double saltos on the parallel bars. It's reason being it's a very difficult skill to do. Stutz once again a little bit short on his handstands here. Third day in a row the men have been competing rather. Can be a bit tired. He's 37. Must take its toll.
Not too much wrong with the landing though for Sukahara, but some form issues for him.
Good lift on the double pike.
Well, the quite dynamic high bar routine of Rakesh Patra is awarded a 12.666. Back to high bar we go. Ashish Kumar.
Leg lift into trolley swing, gets going. Pirouette to the back giants. Good in the straight catch-off. That's the half turn. Counts as a different element. Slide to gymnast and his teammate. There's the giant with 1.5 turns. And the full. Just dismount to come. Uses the body to whip those feet up. No twists, just the regular double layout. C-rated skill.
Good contrast there in the RPMs, if you like, between Patra and Kumar. Different speed of routine. Big smile from the man from India, Ashish Kumar. Sukahara 14.141 on P-bars at 14.691 in qualifying. So detected a little problem or two for him, but
down on the difficulty by 5/10.
Dan Purvis.
A little short on the hold on that single bar, but still might get credited with the element. Giant to double back. Musu. It's quite a quick worker on the parallel bars. Very nice height on that salto forwards. Heely turn, very smooth, back up to the handstand. Perfect, almost. Tricked me.
And Purvis with a high 14s to qualify was 14.733. He and Frank Baines can really do the business on this apparatus.
Well, it's looking more like Whitlock is going to take the gold. If he can hold his nerve, but the silver and bronze, big battle going on there.
Kumar 13.333. High bar score is in. They'll move from high bar to floor for their final rotation. Powerfully built man, Christopher Dunn. Away he goes.
Tall Kiwi doesn't need jumping up. His own style maximises his strengths. Valco, giant with 1.5 turns. Shoot out with half. Struggle catch of with the half turn. Elegant swinging. Lovely shoot out with full turn. Just the one release so far. That's the boss. Layout with the full out.
Good test for the knees coming down from that height. He did tear his ACL 18 months ago, competing for Ohio State University.
As the accelerated giant puts forces on the bar at the bottom so that it flexes. 4 times body weight at the bottom of the giant swings.
Purvis 14.2 on P-bars, and he followed up by his teammate Dan Keatings. And Baines.
I like Baines on this apparatus. He's got a strong body line, very aesthetically pleasing. Opens with a little pike front summy to support, swings straight through to handstand. You see, oops, taps the feet on the ground. It's going to be a big deduction. Even be close to a fall. Looks a bit out of sorts the first part of this routine. That's better. Now he's looking stronger. Heely turn done with good stretch tips. First half of the routine, perhaps not his best.
I think there was a cover-up area there. It is on the handstand on one rail. He went in the wrong direction. Improvised into the glide, stoop in.
Yes, fortunately they when they're training, they do have to practice that. If they make a mistake, the coach gets them to keep going, just in case it happens in competition.
Just for the moment, Christopher Dunn up to 7th place with a good 13.9 on high bar.
You didn't know that, Steve, did you? Escape routes in gymnastics are crucial. Having a different
plan B.
A plan B that the judges maybe don't even notice.
David Bishop.
The Kiwi gymnasts, tall and elegant in their swings. Good extension catch. And the catch of the reverse heck. Getting a turn. Some coaches call it a Higgins roll. Turn in the endo circle, and after its Japanese originator uses the hips, twisting double straight. That's how to land. Lesson for all.
Sometimes the ambient music here in the hydro puts a smile on your face. Bob Dylan, how does it feel
to be on your own?
Yes, like a rolling stone.
Yeah.
When you're talking about 4 times the body weight at the bottom of those rotations or those swings, it takes a real strength just to hang on, Vince.
That's exactly right. They say 4G at the bottom of the giant circle when the gymnast is at maximum speed in the crank. Accelerated giants.
$14.066 for Frank Baines, 4th spot at the moment. Look, anxious but expressionless, I think might be a way to describe him.
It's quite a good strategy not to watch the others. I think that can be a distraction. Looking forward to seeing this routine, Liz. This was absolutely superb.
6.3 difficulty, 6.8 difficulty in the qualification round. Little arm adjustment there. Right into handstand, no mistake about that. Second one with a half turn. Small hand adjustment. Doesn't want to try too hard. Now he holds that for a long time just to show the mastery. And straight into the Healy turn from there. Just packing in the difficulty element upon element. You can see how high he is when he finishes that Healy turn. Some little leg form breaks and a few little arm bends here and there. But superior difficulty.
Dan Keatings gets the Scottish crowd a little excited.
Well, he wasn't going to sit down that double pike today. He's learned his lesson.
Even got a smile from Niall Wilson on the way past, and his arrival today. But British teammates, you must feel a little conflicted, these British athletes, Vince, through this competition.
Well, for many weeks of the year, they train together, live together, ups and downs. So almost brothers.
Well, we might see our first 15. He got a 14-1 with a fall last time. And that's got to be much better.
And Bishop 13.666 on high bar. Kiwi's having a largely good competition. Just that moment of Kudanov's on high bar, of course, that we've talked enough about, perhaps.
Next to go for Australia, Sean
O'Hara had a 13.766 on high bar to qualify.
Nice extension, start the routine, good swing. Late on that half turn. Coach there on the full turn to eagle. Obviously a bit nervous on that element. That's the one release, building up for his dismount. It's a big one, double-double, but did the knees touch the mat?
It's close. He's got a sore wrist into the bargain after that. Or a hand opened up an old blister. Looking for a big score for Keatings here. 14-7, 6-6. He wanted more, didn't he?
Well, there are a couple of hand placement inaccuracies that Liz pointed out that cost him the extra attempts.
And Keating's almost exactly 2 points behind Whitlock. Now Wilson. He forced his way between Whitlock and Keatings in the overall standings. Needs a good one here.
Looks all business at the start of the routine. To one bar now, holds it, full control, straight into the Healy turn. Second Healy turn from 2 bars. Impressive control. Giant stretches the arms at the top. Cranks the tip belt up. It's done well, good precision.
Very nice. Little tilt back of the head to say, that was easy. What did you think?
He really is a special gymnast. Starting to love the adulation.
I think it's a bit of a drug, the applause for performers like this on this kind of stage. Sense it.
Well, it can't do any harm, can it?
Certainly uplifting, the intensity of it all.
Just under 13 on high bar for Sean O'Hara. Had some performances on floor as well. Aditya Rana from India. Let's check him out.
Straight front into the front somersault, 1.5 twists. 5 or 6 tumbles to pack his difficulty together. 2.5 twisting backward somersault for his second line. Twist into the front full in the tuck position. Men's rulebook rewards linked tumbles. Little breather in the corner. Final tumble. Same as many, dismounting with back somersault with 3 twists, the triple. Shoulder strapping, keeping him one piece as he rotates around the apparatus.
13-5 for Rana. He's probably had a bit of a separation issue.
The composure of this young man is breathtaking.
Massive.
As in third position, he's about 0.4, 0.3 and a bit behind Keatings. But Whitlock is your leader, and he'll be up last on high bar. Let's colour in the picture for you with one apparatus to come. It is Whitlock, 75.5, 73.5, so almost 2 full marks ahead of Keatings. Then it's Wilson. So the battle really on for second and third. Purvis maybe too far back in fourth. Sukahara, Baines, Pennell, and Kudinov in 8th position, the only man outside the seeded group to be in the top 8. And Luke Wadsworth just down to 9th there. Kiwis doing very nicely. Actually, consider that with Kudinov and then Dunn and Bishop all in the top 11. Perhaps if Kudinov had done a little better on high bar, he could still be in 5th or 6th. But Clinton Purnell will lead us off on high bar, followed by Wadsworth and Sukahara. The Scots go one after the other, Purvis, Baines and Keatings. Then it's Wilson, and then Max Whitlock will finish off a very exciting session. And we'll see if he can win it.
Well, it'll be fascinating to see Keatings, and then what we say Whitlock, Keatings, and then Wilson, Whitlock, because they're the 3 going for the medals. It's a interesting finishing position.
That's the floor order. The crowd just loves this song. It was done so beautifully in the opening ceremony with a slowed down version. Oh, I really liked it. What do you think, Vince?
I think they've done all round a brilliant job. I've so enjoyed the experience. Very lucky to be here. Well done, Scotland and Glasgow.
We've talked about the friendly games, but it just feels like such a supportive and fun atmosphere. I don't know that I've ever been at a gymnastics competition that's got so much joy around it, on the floor and off.
It's more than just talk about friendly games. It really is. The volunteers, or the Clydesiders as they're known, some of the best volunteers you could ever hope to talk to, be helped by.
And while all this is going on with the audience, of course, the gymnasts are lining up for warming up for their last rotation, and they have to keep their concentration going and not be carried away with the atmosphere.
I'm sure there are some people that think this isn't conducive to world-class sports, but gymnasts having to stay in their own little world.
I hope that's a good catch.
Getting ready for his catch-off, his mixed grip.
That's great.
Gymnastics has a lot of very traditional practices, but I think that there's nothing wrong with getting the audience involved and the gymnasts learning to cope with that, unlike golf where, you know, somebody snaps the camera and the golfer's upset about it.
Yeah. Well, the noise needs to be consistent. It needs to be one or the other. You know, everyone needs to be quiet or everyone needs to be noisy.
That's true.
So many other sports have adopted this type of crowd participation in downtime.
Panagiotis Aristotelis gets the last rotation underway. The Cyprus on floor.
Slightly awkward landing on that front layout, 1.5 twist combination. I'm wondering if he's a little bit out of sorts. His body language is telling us that there's something wrong. Perhaps he's carrying somewhat of an injury and he can't do his normal difficulty, but he's shrugging his head, or dropping his head rather, and look at the body language on that. Front full, dive roll. I'm sure there's some injury problem going on here. Just going through the motions. Can't wait for it to finish, I'm sure.
In fact, he's cut it well short. That was just 50 seconds. So certainly an issue. Well spotted, Liz. So some courage to go out there at all, but didn't want to disappoint the crowd or his nation. And applaud his courage. But it's the high bar where the main action is going to happen in this last rotation, where the all-around title, a very prestigious one, is going to be decided. Clinton Purnell of Wales.
The next 8 high bar routines will determine the top 6. Good start with the Yamawaki. Giant with the 360-degree hop. Adds an extra half. Healy into Eagles, little form break. Good on the forward hip circle. Dismount to come. Spots the landing. Double out with full. Impressive.
So Purnell hoping for a 6th or 7th position, perhaps. Pangiotis Aristotelis. Now he's got some kind of injury issue. It makes his routine a little tougher to judge, perhaps.
You can see the grip required prior to release on the dismount. If you mistime that, you can rattle your feet onto the bar. That's scary and painful. So really crucial that that trajectory is correct.
And a 12.7 on floor. He's done well to get that, really. He's 13.2 in qualifying. Gabriel Garn, elegant gymnast. Last performance from him. Let's enjoy it.
Very simple layout in the first line. Front 1.5 twist, no combinations so far. Front half, the simplest of tumbling. And swinging round using triple Russian on the floor to a split position. That's his most difficult skill so far. As we saw, however, with Naoya Sukahara, sometimes you can score very well on the D score, also the execution score, with a lower level of difficulty. There's not much to take off for. So finishing with a double twist. We've seen some good work from him, and perhaps we'll see him back in a few years' time with a more difficult program.
Gave the crowd a polite wave as he finishes his session's work. Purnell 13.333 on high bar. We'll see how that holds up for him in terms of his place in the all-around.
82 points, he'll be very pleased with the score at that level.
Luke Wadsworth.
Both gymnasts using that skill as their opener. Quality in the stooping shootout. Gymnasts aiming to hit handstand on the out phase. Jump in with the dislocate to the inverted giants. Just the one release. Dismount to go.
Well done. Looking for a gymnast still to get over 14 in the high bar. Christopher Dunham, New Zealand, has got a 13.9. And this man, Wadsworth, in qualifying, posted a 13.4. Final score for Gabriel Garn on floor, 13.033.
Next gymnast representing India is Aditya Rana.
Rakesh Patra.
Patra opening with the Arabian double front, which is a half turn in and a double front out. Unusual to get the handstand move away so early. Bit too quick through there. Perhaps more control required. Solid double twist. Most of his landings are done with the shoulders quite low. Punch front right through to a forward roll out. 1 3/4 salto. And a second handstand. Can be quite hard to do a handstand element after you've been racing around the floor doing multiple tumbles. Oh, awkward landing on the finish. Tried a double twist, but twisted too early off the floor and it went skew-if.
The sort of landing where you just hope he doesn't sustain a knee injury. Doesn't look like he has. That did not look comfortable. (13.666), a little better than his qualifying score, so he'll be proud of that one. And he's finished now.
Also from Australia. One more time now. It's Noya Sukahara.
Sukahara. I wonder how many more times we'll see him in all-around competition. Let's at least enjoy this high bar routine from the 37-year-old.
Jump straight in to the swing. Circles to handstand. Big release coming up. Impressive. Wonderful twisting tucked Kovac. Calder Coleman had to tuck his legs to make the giant after. Lovely straight Yamawaki over the bar. Great finesse in the giants with turns. True master. Half turn, building up for the dismount.
The ever respectful Naoya Sukahara nods to the judges. It's the congratulations of his teammates and rivals. 13.9 on qualifying.
There you can see the release and regrasp. She's got to get that timing absolutely perfect, otherwise you miss the bar or lunch the bar. A little bit short of extension on the catch position. And there's the double back with the full twist, half in, half out.
Lunch the bar means coming down too close to it that you almost bite it, does it, Vince?
Thanks for that little clarification there. It's a coach's phrase, perhaps.
Patra, 11.433 on floor.
Kumar.
We'll check out the form of his Indian teammate Ashish Kumar now on floor.
Oh, unfortunate. He scored very well. 14.4 in qualification, but he's not going to get that score on this routine now. Let's see if he can minimise the damage. Good line, solid position. Just a nice little stag jump out. Adds some style to the routine. Arabian 1 3/4 with 1.5 twists. That's the Thomas. Unusual twisting technique on that takeoff. So hard for the gymnasts when they make a mistake in the first line. They know that it's not going to help them with their all-around tally, but they've still got to put the best foot forward, so to speak.
Ashish Kumar, a bronze medalist on floor 4 years ago at home in Delhi.
I think he's made it through to floor finals at these Commonwealth Games.
Sukahara's work is done, 13.633. We still can't quite nudge past that 14 barrier. I'm sure we will by the end of this rotation, keeping in mind who is still to come. Purvis, Baines, Keatings, Wilson and Whitlock.
Right, first of the big names in contention. Let's see if they can cope with the pressure. Very fine timing required. These complex skills. Shoot out with full turn. He's gone the wrong way.
Plan B.
The change hand. Into the Yamawaki. Straight body vault over the top with half turn. Shoot out with half turn. Really late on that Stalder 1.5. He just got his hands on. Marston sharp. Just the one release so far. Playing safe. Giant with full. Just relying on fulfilling the code and the double-double dismount.
There'll be a lot in the crowd who may not even have identified that he had a problem. But if they did, try and convince the judges that he didn't. He had a 13.8 to qualify. Dan Purvis.
Maybe some tactical decisions here on not having high levels of risk. Out of frame there, he's so high. Comes down to earth from his double twisting, double straight. Master of landings, just like it was in the floor routine.
And the 13.65 for Ashish Kumar on floor. Left a little bit out there with some execution errors. Kudanov will be up on pommels. Some serious rehearsal going on there in the mind of Mikhail.
Kudanov still possibly within striking distance at the top 6 if he puts together a strong routine. Opening with a scissor through to handstand half. And he does have nice technique on this apparatus. Travelling, Magyar travels forward and Savado travels backwards. They're required to show travels in both direction. And we're seeing his work just almost faltering at the end. I thought he was going to go into some single pommel handle work, but pushed up into the dismount and got off as quickly as he could.
Just lost the leg form before the dismount, didn't he? And case of what might have been really for Kudinov. Purvis, 13.466, his high bar. Had to make some adjustments along the way.
So cautious routine from Purvis. Launches himself into his first release. Kachov. Elegant. Well caught. Minor misalignment on the shootout half. Straddle Kachov with half turn, but he didn't have enough swing out of it. It's had to have an extra cast. Costly. Full variety in the eagle grasp. Dismount to come. Just the full twist in the double out. And knees buckle slightly.
Well, the boys have got to be getting tired towards the end of the competition. It's their last apparatus. A couple of concentration or perhaps even fatigue errors in there from Baines. It just might not be enough to get him a medal, Vince. Is it going to tumble him out of the top three?
I would imagine that that would be the case. He's just got to be mentally tougher, more aggressive.
Kudinov, 12.8 on pommels. A serious session for him. He hasn't been too willing to give us a smile. He'll be keeping an eye now across on floor for his teammate now, David Bishop.
Bishop capable of great things on this apparatus with a 14.366 in qualification. This could be special. But Thomas, it's a very complex element, just allowed one big rollout skill in each routine. He uses it up early, foot out, and the red flag goes up. Arms very wide, as they need to be in this wide arm handstand. Using full time there to get their legs rested. Clean double twist. Whip, 2.5 hands down. He looks tired too, I think. It's been a big 3 days.
We got the second flag up too, unfortunately. Did David Bishop. Waves to a little squad of Kiwi supporters on the upper deck here at the Hydro. It's been an impressive all-around.
Was that the New Zealand flag or the line flag?
Missed it, sorry.
The New Zealand flag or the line flag? You said the flag was up.
I think both.
Oh, the line flag, yes. No, I meant the red one in the corner, unfortunately.
Keatings can be susceptible under big pressure. What can Daniel do today? He's really got to have a routine of his life to hold on to this medal. Some shootout into the front giant half. Got to get his timing dead right on the Kovac. Reaches for the bar. Brilliant. Wonderful work. Stooping shootout. Perfection to handstand. Catch up with half. He's on song. Concentrate. Good. Scott dislocate into the endo circle. Sharp on the Healy. Very accurate on the turns. Come on, boy, the medal's in the bag. Concentrate.
There it is. Keatings. Is it a first ever Scottish medal in all around?
He missed selection for London 2012, and that would be some recompense.
He was the third highest qualifier for the all-around final. And surely that's enough to get him onto the podium.
Smash it.
There's that complex Kovac, the double back over the bar, adds a full twist, catches in perfect extension. Stylish gymnast, lovely toe point. Looks down the body on the half twist. Half twist for first semi, half twist on the second. Spots the floor.
Beautiful form in the air. I love that super slow-mo.
Smiling before he hits the floor.
He knows he's done enough.
If he goes to the top of the standings now, he's assured of a medal because there's only 2 to follow. David Bishop's floor score is in 12.833. There it is. It's all done. Can't do anything about it now. A couple of little mistakes for him, but all good for New Zealand today generally. Sean O'Hara on floor now.
Strong concentration for this first line. Arabian double pike, it's pretty good. Slight relaxation of the legs before landing. Front layout, double front. Once again, he's on his feet. Rather long pause on that side before the side pass, but he's rolling smoothly out of that Thomas. Lacking a little bit of polish in that section. Using long concentration pauses. 2.5, front half, out. So far controlling it well. Picking up more bonus points on that second to last line. Here he goes. Can he stand it up? He's done it. Well done to Sean O'Hara.
Certainly pushed the clock. It was maybe a second late. He's very pleased to have finished. Proud to have represented his country in the all-around. It clearly means a lot to him, and as it does to all competitors today. All right, here's this score we're waiting for on high bar. Keatings gets a 14.766, and he's into first position for the moment. And so Keatings must medal. That's what it means. Niall Wilson.
Giving himself a strict talking to. Concentrate. Best routine of his life, and a medal could be his as well. Perfect. On the Amawaki, straight heck over the bar. There's the full twisting Kovac. Wonderful extension on the swing out of it. Perfect jump, full jump, 1.5 to the eagle. Extra releases, good straight catch of. Elbows are locked, perfect. This lad is supreme talent. Flat on the shootout, just got dislocate. Nail the dismount.
Well, what an amazing maturity from an 18-year-old. He's working the room. And he's going to be a medalist in the all-around. What a future. What a present.
From Leeds Gymnastic Club. He's done himself, his club and his coach proud. Kept his cool throughout.
He would need a 15-1 to pop up ahead of Keating's. It's not out of the question.
And spare a thought for Sam Oldham. Cuts a solitary figure with his injured ankle. Could have been in the all-around.
But magnanimous, proud of his teammates' achievement.
Here we see that beautiful super slow-mo. Spots the bar early, has to get the shoulders square to be able to catch. And so much force on the body as they grasp the bar. And not afraid to go full difficulty on the dismount, a double-double. No playing safe for Wilson.
As if to say, well, what did you think of that, folks?
I've done it, I've dreamt it, and I've actually done it.
Well, you've done the math, Liz. You reckon he needs 15-1 to shift Keating's out of top spot.
Yep.
And he gets a little less than that. 14.766, same score as Keating's. So Keating's is assured of a silver medal. Well, that's an incredible moment of gymnastics history, really, for Scotland. As I mentioned, their first medal in all-around. Just to bring you the floor score of Sean O'Hara, a 13.666. Might finish in the top dozen. But here's the moment. Whitlock needs a 12.768 for the gold. He's got more than that in him.
Watch this routine and admire. This man's been brilliant today. Extension. Catches with half turn on the Yamawaki. Puff of chalk as he catches, but safe. Flare on the Stalder Rebelco. Sharp in the shootout full turn. There's the same element without the half turn catch. All going to plan. Perfect in the stoop out. Full turn in the giant, dismount to go. To make history.
Oh, he's done it.
What a statement.
Whitlock with a lock on the gold medal for sure. A smile of great relief.
Just to make sure everyone saw that landing. He stayed there.
He could have won it with a fall, but he showed complete mastery in that routine. Straps his bag onto his back.
And the first man to congratulate him is the runner-up. And of course, his teammate.
The bronze medalist. All went to plan.
Yeah, Smith and Thomas will be happy in the stands.
Let's hope they have their day tomorrow. Apparatus finals to come.
I just felt across the whole competition that Whitlock wanted this so badly. It must be an enormous relief for him to get it done.
Well, as you said, you only got to watch his body language and the extent of his concentration to see how intense he was throughout. There's the rechunger, the overgrip to secure. Slams the hands down after the half-turn catch. Secure on the grip throughout. Looks down the body before he wraps the double. Spots the floor for this immaculate faultless landing.
They didn't need to wait for the score. They knew what that meant. But the man who's led from the start is also going to be in front when it matters most. Uh, 15-1, the only man to break 15 on the high bar. He opened up on floor with a 15.466, and the good scores just kept coming. 15.8 on pommels, almost 14.8 on rings, 14.5 on vault, almost 15 on P-bars, 15.1 on high bar. Keatings will claim the silver in an historic moment for Scotland, and Wilson, the young Englishman, gets the bronze. So a fabulous competition.
He wanted to score a total of 90 to be able to compete with the world champion Uchimura, and he's achieved that today.
There's the total for Keatings, 88.298, so a 2.333 gap between first and second. Now Wilson, 87.965, so it's very tight between second and third. What a session of entertainment for the fans at the Hydro, and for us here. I hope you've enjoyed it at home. We've still got the medal presentation to come, and I'll certainly ask you to stay with us for that. It'll be a special moment for Whitlock, Keatings and Wilson. Record-breaking games for the host nation. Their haul of medals. Now, here's the confirmation that Max Whitlock has won the men's individual all-around for England. Daniel Keatings of Scotland, the silver. The bronze goes to Niall Wilson. From there, it was Purvis of Scotland, Sukahara of Australia, Baines of Scotland, Purnell, the leading Welsh competitor, and Kudinoff of New Zealand, a very creditable 8th. And Wadsworth, Australia. New Zealand's done. O'Hara, Australia. Bishop of New Zealand. So Trans-Tasman rivals there. Having a good competition within the broader context. William Albert of Trinidad and Tobago, after a good start, just faded a little, but all of them gave us great performances today, and very entertaining all around.
And that concludes the men's individual events in the gymnastics. A gold and a bronze for England and a silver for Dan Keatings of Scotland. Well, we're going to head away from the SECC hall with the gymnastics and head down the corridor to the boxing, where, as you can see, we can join the men's heavyweight quarter-final between Eftibor Apochi and Jai Opatea.
Introducing in the red corner, representing Nigeria, Eftibor Apochi. And in the blue corner, representing Australia,
Opetaia was the youngest boxer in history to represent Australia at the Olympic Games. He was just 17 a couple of years ago in London. Still only 19. Moves well. And he's up against a lump of a lad here.
Yeah, Opetaia is in with a good solid puncher here. Strong man, tough. Scored a stoppage last time out against a representative from the Isle of Man. So Opetaia, he's the more mobile of the two, but he's going to have to gain the respect of this fellow. He's going to have to do that with good solid punches.
It was a round one stoppage as well, so we haven't seen that much of Opetaia to know just how fair across the 3 threes if Opetaia takes him that far, and hopefully he will. It's been just pushed back against the ropes.
He's really mobile for a heavyweight, Opetaia, so this I think would be a good bout to be mobile in. He's make this fellow miss, use your skills, but he's quite happy to stand his ground, as you can see.
Come from a family of boxers, father, grandfather. Took it up at just 8 years of age. His cousin is Timmy Cahill, the Socceroo. Scored that spectacular goal in the World Cup. Nice little body shot, but he's taken a left hand.
Yeah, he's trading punches. He's taking them but landing them too. But I wonder, could he maybe... He's a southpaw, but he's not using it to his advantage in the slightest, because this is head-to-head stuff, just exchanging punches. He's giving as good as he's getting, so there's no cause for alarm, and I timed that one nicely.
Covered up well. Started the round with really good lateral movement. There's another example of slipping those punches. But he's not getting the best out of these clinches, though.
You know, Opetaia doesn't have the best footwork, so I would have thought Opetaia, maybe the corner will have words with him about using the ring a little bit more. You could make this guy miss with movement, but standing there blocking, that suits him, so that's good stuff.
It was a nice combination, but it was covered up well with the little shot to the body afterwards. The rip was a good punch as we move into the final stages of what's been a pretty tight first round. Not much between them.
Yeah, good opening round. I'm leaning slightly with Opetaia. I think maybe the more eye-catching punches came from him, but as you say, not a lot between them. But the left hand lead from the southpaw stance while he was under pressure was working. It was kind of around behind the hip area, that one.
So let's see what the judges have to say about it. And they've all gone Opetaia's way. So he's taken the first round, the Australian.
Yep, I've got no argument with that. I thought the more eye-catching, the more impressive shots were coming from him, especially the left hand from the southpaw stance.
So quarterfinal bout. Jai Opetaia has taken the first round. He's fighting in the blue. The winner goes through to the semis, guaranteed of a medal. The worst they can do is a bronze. Opetaia from Nigeria. Strong, but doesn't have the footwork of the Australian, and we've seen a bit of this already in the first round.
Quite often I like to see the referees break them up a bit sooner than they do. You know, it's more of a spectacle, obviously. You don't want to see too much wrestling. Well, a good burst blocked, but nicely delivered. I think Opatai leaning on a bit there, so probably he looks the bigger of the two, so if he can kind of lean on, make it heavy work for Apochi, take some of the energy from him. Apochi needs to speed things up. From his point of view, he's just a bit too slow.
Well, when they stay at distance, Opatai looks good, but Opatai, when he gets involved in the clinches, has been better when they break as well.
Yeah, he's a bit more mobile now. That's him using the assets. That's what you'd expect from him.
And that's nice stuff too, the left-hand lead. And then got down low, got out of the road. At the moment, though, Apochi's pretty comfortable with those gloves up. You wonder whether the Australian might just try and rip to the body and lower the hands.
Apochi taking the initiative a little bit at the moment, so Opatai will want to change that. A lot of his stuff blocked here, but a fair amount getting through. But you can see a pick up in the pace of Apochi's work. Yep, good right hand. He just lost his composure a bit at the moment. Opatai, is the pressure getting to him.
Best moment of the fight so far for Apochi.
Yeah, well, Apochi seems to be anticipating the left-hand lead, which was catching them in the opening round, and he's blocked a lot more of them this round.
The Australians are just over the last couple of moments, they started using that right rip to the body. That'll help. I think this is a good round for the Kenyan.
It looks as though he's finding this heavy weather, Opatai. Yep. Well, perception is Opatai was bullied for a lot of that round. So we'll see if the judges will reward them for that. But that was nothing like the opening round.
His head down a bit too, as he doesn't look worried at all, but just doesn't quite look relaxed either, as the Nigerian Apochi is.
No, these are wild swings. The punches in the opening round were more educated than that, and he seemed to lose his composure for a spell during that round. Just the pressure getting to him and probably the strength of Apochi. But here we go.
Yep. All tied up.
I want to use more upper strike, straight punches. It's better, it's more clean, it shows easily.
So third and final round. This is a quarterfinal heavyweight contest. Apochi of Nigeria, Opatai of Australia, and they're locked up. They don't know that. They don't know the scores in the arena. But it's 19 apiece after 2 rounds. Just moving the chair out of the corner.
Opatai not really finding the target with those, and it's sensible pressure from Apochi there. He was pressurising, but just waiting, being patient, picking his moment.
Little warning for holding the back of the head for the 19-year-old Australian. Got high hopes for him in the Australian camp. Winner of this bout through to the semis to Fidel Mays, who has that cut as well. But again, Apochi, the Nigerian, turning into a bit of a telephone box fight, which will suit him.
Opataya looks to be forcing out the work as though he's tired. You know, it started to look heavy weather for him in the second round. So he looks to be blowing a bit.
Yeah, he's taking a nice body shot too. That took some sting out of him.
Apache more composed at the moment. They're not a lot to split them, but all the tricks, all the wasting time tricks are coming from Opataya. He's happy any chance he gets to take a little breather. He's happy to do that.
But he needs to lift now. There's just over a minute to go, and his Commonwealth Games are on the line here.
I'm just wondering, has he used up too much energy in the first couple of rounds? He's a young heavyweight. You know, heavyweights take time to mature. Is there too much wasted movement in what he does? Does he put too much power into punches that have been blocked? Not much in this last round, so still hopes for him yet. I mean, this is kind of disjointed looking boxing from him.
Yeah, he's now.
You know, he looks. He's forcing himself here to trying to grind out a performance, and full credit to him.
And Apache's making him pay too. He's taking some shots here.
Yeah, Apache much more composed, much more business-like in what he's doing. So there's a good chance that will sway the judges. You know, he looked more in control of his boxing in the last round. Opataya was all over the place, wasn't he?
And he's had his hands down a lot, just trying to swing from angles, but it's left his head available for Apache, and you've got to think that the Nigerian's probably taken that one.
Yep, Henry's done the last round, and I have to say Apache impressed me there. He kept his boxing together.
And the body language suggests that he knows.
Well, he found it heavy weather, and quite often you can be winning a round but find it heavy weather, and you don't really, you know, you're doing better than you think you're doing. But you know, I mean, I agree. I think Apache won the round, but in a tough fight, you sometimes go back to your corner. You know, that was tough. I must have lost that round, but you didn't.
That body shot shortened him up a bit too. You saw it there.
Yeah, and he lost his composure, he lost his shape, whereas Apache kept his, just kept drilling forward.
Il Mays will fancy his chances against either of them. Some sort of delay.
Ladies and gentlemen,
technical issue.
We have our judges' scores. Winner by unanimous decision. And now through to the semi-final in the red corner from Nigeria.
It looks the right decision.
Yeah, but just looked as though Opataya used up a lot of energy. You know, he does have a style. It's not a compact, just shuffling, putting punches together style. He's here, there, he's everywhere, and for a heavyweight, that's another backflip. Well, not bad doing that in the heavyweight division.
Absolutely. We saw a bantamweight do it earlier, and now we've seen a heavyweight do it. Well, the 19-year-old leaves, and I don't think he'll do it tough for a dance on closing ceremony night of the in the village. Look at that.
You know, I think the right one's gone through here, and also the right one's gone through for the draw against Il Mays. I think the way he keeps his boxing together, you know, there's a good chance he can deal with Il Mays, but I think it'll be a good contest. But he definitely won that one. So happy man. And entitled to be.
Yep. All three judges in that final round. Sneaks by a point. That's all you need.
Well, as well as boxing, we've got wrestling going on. We can bring you the first of 5 finals on day 7 between Mofo Maddie and Shannon Hawke.
Big Scottish interest in the next bout. Shannon Hawke going up against Maddie of South Africa. Mofo Maddie from Ermelo in South Africa. 25 years old, coming up against the youngster from Scotland, from Tullibody, Shannon Hawke. Here she is. 19 years old. Up against the woman in the red singlet here, Maddie of South Africa. This will be an interesting clash, that's for sure. The Scot will be roared on by this 3,000 strong crowd here. And she's coming up against a very experienced competitor in Maddie, 4th at the Commonwealth Games, Mr. Leonard Zajlawski of Australia. The Australian Olympian will be overseeing this bout as the referee. Well, Hawke beat Klassen of Scotland earlier in the tournament before being beaten by Lalita, the eventual finalist from India. She was sent down to the repechage. So we're getting underway now. Scotland in blue, the South African in red, and she already shoots for the single against the Scot.
Well, she did well to twist out of that onto her front, only to give 2 points away. If she'd landed on her back, it would have been 4. The rumours going around that, unfortunately, Hawke is carrying an injury. She lost quite easily in her last bout. And is she going to get pinned here? She's got to be careful not to hold that shoulder blade off the floor. That's it.
That's it. She's had both shoulder blades put to the ground. 31 seconds of the first period. And as you said, she was meant to be carrying an injury. She came out and did her very best there, but an experienced South African has bowled her over and pinned her in the first period. 4th at the Commonwealth Games last time, Maddie. She's gone one better this time. It's a bronze for the South African.
Yes, a very, very good performance there by the South African. But that'll be experience for Shannon Hawke. She's only 19 years old, as you said, so she'll learn from this experience, and hopefully the injury isn't too bad for her, but disappointment. There it is, the first throw. She managed to twist out of that for the 2 points. For her opponent getting behind her and getting her to the ground. But then she gets turned onto her back, both shoulder blades on the ground for the pin.
Yeah, and once she was in that position, you can see where the injury was to the shoulder. She's been heavily taped. She was really in some discomfort this morning during her earlier bouts, pinned very quickly in her second contest. And you can imagine all that pressure coming down through both shoulders there. There's a lot of pain. In the end, she really had no choice.
And there it is.
The Nigerian Adekaroya up against Lalita of India is our gold medal match in the women's freestyle, 53 kilograms. Here is Lalita in the blue leotard. No international history at all, but we've said it many times now. If you're the Indian champion, then you're almost certainly world class. And check out Adekaroya, cool, calm. In fact, even more than that, just having fun. It's a pleasure to see. She starts climbing up onto the other mat where she was fighting earlier on today. Her coach drags her down and says, no, down the other end we are. She's waving to the crowd, having all kinds of fun here.
Good for her, good for her. Enjoy the moment, savor the moment.
Mr. Phillips of Great Britain is our referee. Well, she's going to have her work cut out here. Adekaroya, 3rd at the Commonwealth Games. She's going to go at least one better here, if not 2, in this gold medal match. She's up against Lalita, who is just 20 years old. The Nigerian, only 21 herself. So Adekaroya going in red, Lalita getting ready, down to business here. She certainly has her game face on. She's going in blue. 2 3-minute periods.
Yes, Lalita beat Shannon Hawke easily with a pin in the previous round. She tends to wait and then shoot for the leg. Because the Nigerian is very powerful, as we've been saying all day about the team. It's Nigerian that gets the first attack in, and look at that! Scores within the first 20 seconds with a double leg. And will she get the pin?
Oh my goodness, she's got her onto her back already. And the hand comes down onto the mat. The Nigerian has done it. Out comes the Nigerian flag. And I think there's a lot of shock here 31 seconds. The Indians have had so much success on the wrestling mat so far. 3 gold medals yesterday. I think a lot of them thought it was a done deal that Lolita would do this, but not so. Adaka Roya of Nigeria gets Nigeria's first gold of these games in the wrestling hall.
Look at the smile on her face, she's delighted.
She's having so much fun.
We didn't know much about the Indian, and she'd had 2 quite easy fights coming into this. So the Nigerian there dominated her from start to finish, and it was over in 30 seconds. She went straight in for the double leg, shot in low.
Well, she came in singing away in all of her other matches as well. She'll certainly be singing tonight, that's for sure.
And dancing, look at that for a celebration, woo! She's certainly a crowd pleaser, isn't she? Well, she deserves it after that pin, great technique.
I think it might take us a while to get her off the mats to get this whole thing started again. The Nigerian coaches, they're just in delight here. They're carrying her off. And let's have a little look back at how it happened. Powered her over onto her back, and the 2 shoulder blades have to touch the flat of the back for a split second, and that was good enough.
And that was the throw, the double leg. Drives her back and keeps the control on the ground. Pushes through with her head. Great power and strength there.
And we've seen Lolita in the earlier rounds. Incredible tactician, great technique, but that is just raw power. She's got the perfect tools, long arms, rangy athlete with extreme power. She doesn't need exactly the same technical ability as the Indian. She was just too much of an athlete in the end and took the gold for Nigeria.
Well, more to come from the wrestling, but now we can head to the hockey, where, as you can see, India taking on South Africa, and South Africa taking an early lead in this winner-takes-all match. The winner will go through to the next round. It's Taryn Bright there with that opening goal for South Africa. India, though, got a penalty stroke, and as you can see there, Jasprit Kaur making no mistake from the spot to make it 1-1. But they weren't level for long. Straight down the other end, South Africa went, and straight into the net went the ball. Dirkie Chamberlain there to make it 2-1 at half-time.
Adam Vella of Malta, a big surprise to get into this bronze medal match. And Vio Etko of Scotland finds himself up against the Maltese. A big chance here for the experienced Scot to grab a bronze for the home nation. Vio Etko makes his way into the arena in the blue singlet for Scotland. They draw lots, and one's blue, one's red. It's always nice to see the Scots in blue. It feels more natural. Adam Vella of Malta, I'm sure he'll be pleased to be in the red as well. Trying to follow on to what David Galea, his teammate and good friend, did yesterday. Managed to make it to the bronze medal match, but was unable to beat Mike Grundy of England there. Will it be in favour of the home nations again in this matchup with Malta? Carlos Jimenez of the Dominican Republic overseeing it as the referee. The 36-year-old Vio Etko, who had already retired, was assistant coach for Scotland. Took those wrestling boots off the wall and laced them up again one last time, and well, I'm sure he's glad he did. He only finished 5th in the Commonwealth Games in Delhi. And now he stands a very good chance of a bronze. The Maltese athlete just sent away just to dry his hands, towel off completely. Can't be slippy at all with sweat. It's an unfair advantage, or so it's deemed. So 2 3-minute periods for the bronze medal. We're about to get underway in the men's freestyle 61 kilo class.
Yes, Ed could be very confident here. Malta aren't historically the big nations in wrestling. And straight away he's down for the 2 points, takes him to the ground, gets behind him for the 2, and now he's looking for the leg lace. He's trying to tie those legs together and spin the Maltese over.
I'm not sure Vio Etko's ever been on better form. He's on fire at the moment as he tries to go for a spin with the leg lace to turn the Maltese onto his back. It would get him another 2 points. Remember the basics. Take your man to the ground. That'll get you 2 points. Get him on his back. It's another 2 points. Stick his shoulder blades on the ground. You've pinned him and you've won it. Those are the very basics of wrestling.
And of course, if you get now to 10 clear points, that's the end of the bout. And there'll be no second period.
Well, the Maltese shoots for the single leg and nearly gets it. Looked a bit slow and sluggish there, the Scot.
Yeah, he's had a few tough fights today.
Good sportsmanship there from the Maltese, allowing the Scot just to do up his boot. And then shoots again here.
Well, he's not afraid to come forward, is he? But that's the danger. If you keep shooting for the leg and you miss, your opponent will get behind you, and that's 2 more points now for Edko. And he's lifting and going for the leg lace again.
They'll tie those 2 legs in and then start to spin him, get him past the 90 degrees.
Well, that's good defense by the Maltese.
Will he go
And
one
as I
way?
said, here we go.
Or the other.
That's 2 points.
Yes, it is.
Another 2 should be. Well, just got the 2. Yes, he's up to 8. He did spin him twice. He only needs another 2 points now for the victory outright.
2 more points for that technical superiority. He'll have a 10-0 lead. Can he turn him one more time? Yes, he can. It's 10-0, and that should be it. It is technical superiority. Scotland gets a bronze in the wrestling hall. Vio Etko at 36. The former coach laced up those boots one more time and has brought delight to this home crowd. A bronze medal for Scotland.
And well deserved. He came through a very tough half, a very tough draw to get through to this bronze medal fight in the repechage. And look at him, he's delighted. He raised the roof in this wrestling hall. Brilliant work there by the former coach who came out of retirement for these games.
The men's 61 kilo class bronze medalist Vio Etko of Old Meldrum, Scotland. The former Scottish coach back to being a wrestler, and I bet he's glad he made that decision. 5th in Delhi, now 3rd here in what is almost his home city, Glasgow. The bronze medalist, and a magnificent performance. And I like the way he goes around and shakes every single referee's hand. A real gentleman, and this is how it finished.
Yes, look at the leg lace. He ties them round. He's in complete control. He'd had 4 points already, then this is when he had to finish it, to get 2 more points. He gets his shoulders 90 degrees, round he goes, and that's the final 2 points. There it is, over he goes, 10 points, technical superiority, and he wins the bronze for Scotland.
Well, he flipped the Maltese head over heels, and look at this, his celebration there moments ago. That's not easy on a soft wrestling mat, I can tell you.
At 36 years old as well, brilliant.
Yes, well done indeed. Vio Etko, bronze medalist in the men's 61 kilo class freestyle wrestling. The first medal in the wrestling hall for the Scots. Oh, big hugs for everybody here. It's been around the Scottish wrestling scene a long time. Originally from Moldova, but has been here long enough that he's got a good Scottish accent now. Had real disappointment in 2002 when he tried to get to his first Commonwealths, when he didn't get his British passport on residency in time, but he's made up for it now. Men's freestyle 61 kilos, the other bronze medal match, 2 bronze medals up for grabs. Sasha Midyarchuk, England, gets a shot at a bronze, and he's up against Amos Daniel of Nigeria. Here is Amos Daniel coming out. He'll be wrestling in the blue singlet, 4th at the previous Commonwealth Games, but he had a hernia when he was wrestling in Delhi. Anyone who's had a hernia will know it's not much fun picking up your bags, never mind rolling around on the mat with another top wrestler. Commonwealth Games bronze medalist in Delhi. A real medal hope here. Just one fight away for a medal for the Englishman. But Yarchuk, this Kotsopadoitis, is in charge of this bout as referee. 2 3-minute periods ahead of us. Daniel of Nigeria in blue, Yarchuk of England in red.
Both wrestlers moving their arms, moving around, trying to get position. Oh, and a lift. Going for the throw. Belly to belly throw. Sasha trying to defend. And an excellent counter there from a counter.
Well, the referee has signaled 4 points. You can see she's got bands on either hand, and the red hand came up. 4 points for the Englishman, and the Nigerian looked a little shocked. So did his coach as well. But it's not who necessarily initiates the lift, it's who finishes it off.
It's in the single leg now, looking to finish. Down to the mat. And there's the 2 for the takedown.
So Yarchuk of England pushed down onto the mat.
He's looking, the cross ankle, looking to roll. Nice move.
And he should get some good points there. Just 1 point. He's gone hand to hand, but he's definitely gone onto his back there.
Very powerful. Sasha needs to kick here. He needs to get away from this because this can finish the match.
Up to 9. If he can keep rolling him and get a 10-point clear gap, then the Nigerian could really finish it here. He's gone hand to hand again. That's why sometimes it's 1 point. If he manages to get an elbow or the back flat in the mat, then it would be 2 points every time he rolls him. So we're getting dangerously close to that 14-4 mark. 12-4 it is. 8 points the difference.
And there's evidence of some of the rule changes. That used to be, you had to do that move once and let go. Now, you can roll them around the mat. Keep gaining points as you do it.
And all of these rule changes that have happened over the last 2 years are meant to make freestyle wrestling more attacking, and it certainly has done. And the Nigerian shoots again, his power as he sucks in those legs and gets back on top. This will go to 14-4, and that is it. A 10-point gap has opened up. It's known as technical superiority. Sadly for the Englishman, it's all over. This bronze medal goes to the Nigerian, Amos Daniel. And it's a consolation to the Nigerian, who looked outstanding in the semi-finals.
Yeah, his power then. Sasha, the English wrestler, really struggled to deal with the power. When he got in for the leg attacks, he was finishing them, and then the cross ankle, really a very good performance by the Nigerian wrestler.
Well, let's just take a little look back here, John. He just kept rolling him over and over again, and what was so clever about the Nigerian there is he avoided the blue area, because that would have brought them back to their feet.
Yeah, it's so tight, the legs there, that once you get in that position, it's so hard to fight. Your knee ligaments are saying you've got to roll. It's the way that the knee is designed. It's not designed to go that way. And there's the last point, the takedown for the 2 to finish it, to get the 10 clear.
Yeah, I think everyone can picture that. You're just fighting your own human anatomy, and that could be a pretty uncomfortable experience. So the Nigerian gets bronze. This is the gold medal match. David Tremblay of Canada up against Bajrang of India. This is a mouth-watering clash in prospect here. Well, David Tremblay had to move up in weight to this weight category from the 57s. He failed to make weight on Sunday, so he's had to jump up to the 61s. It's only a 4-kilo increase, but then again, when you're 60 kilos, that's 7 or 8% of your entire body weight. The Indian here, Bajrang, are more natural at this weight. But David Tremblay, so quick, the Canadian. Very impressive looking wrestler. Bajrang, probably favourite for the title here, finished 16th at the Olympic Games. Third at the World Championships, the Indian. And he did that at just 19 years old, and that says everything about him. Still only 20, Tremblay 27. Tremblay didn't start actually wrestling until he was in his mid-teens. His father, his two brothers, all top Canadian wrestlers in their time. And they finally forced young David onto the mat without any experience, and he won his first tournament, funnily enough. Just a natural.
Yes, he's looked very impressive all day. Finished off of Scotland in the semi-final. But this Indian wrestler, well, I think he's a class above. He's been brilliant today. Had he broken sweat?
Well, I think that's the perfect term. He is a class above. He's a bigger, heavier man, and Tremblay has had to move up to his weight category. He's just a slightly smaller man who hasn't made weight, though he is so quick, and he shoots for the leg, and he's got it. But can he get around behind him or even onto his back? 2 points it is for the Canadian.
Yes, he's super quick, isn't he? Because he's the lighter man.
I'm not sure he'll have the power to lock him up here and start spinning him around the mat. Or can he? Gets him in a gut wrench. 2 points it is.
And again. Can he do it again? Yes, he can. That should be another 2 points.
And again, I think this will go to 8-0. A point there for the Indian as well.
Yeah, because Tremblay went onto his own back. If you go onto your own back, you give a point away. But if you can turn him one more time, that's it.
That
He's
is
up
it.
to 12. He wins by technical superiority, 10 clear points, and that's, I think, the shock of the day so far, Colin.
Well, maybe not to David Tremblay, but I think to everybody else here. The Indians 3 goals yesterday. Canada had 2. Well, they've just made it 3-3 apiece. The superpowers of Commonwealth Wrestling, India and Canada. And David Tremblay, it's the speed at which he finished him off. That was what was so impressive.
Yes, and coming up from 57 kilograms as well. And the only reason he was allowed to come up into this weight category is because Canada didn't have a full team. You're not allowed to have 2 wrestlers in the same weight category if you have a full team. So he's lucky to be here.
So David Tremblay of Canada is the gold medal winner in the men's 61-kilo freestyle wrestling class. Bajrang of India has to settle for silver.
And didn't he do it in style? He went straight in for the double leg takedown. And then this is where he picks up the points. What he's doing here is rolling him 90 degrees, his shoulders off the mat. Every time he does that, using the gut wrench, he picks up the 2 points. And he takes him over there. Another 2 points. Gives one away there because he's on his own back. But does it one more time and gets the 10 clear points. There it is. All over. Gold for Canada, well deserved.
Yeah, once you start trapping that arm in, it gives you a massive advantage. Well, we've had a number of fights finish very early here. Great attacking wrestling. Matt Damon with muscles. There he is, David Tremblay, king in the 61s.
Matt Damon with muscles, eh? What a compliment for Davo Tremblay. Well, plenty of muscles on show elsewhere at the Clyde Auditorium, because we can now join the women's 75-kilogram weightlifting final, where I can tell you that Alberta Ampoa of Ghana is leading.
Go for a big number again. That 100 we saw it in the snatch, it's a big deal. Of course, it's a bigger benchmark in the snatch than the clean and jerk, just because the snatch is that much harder, and it's typical that we lift about 80% in the snatch of what we do in the clean and jerk. But here we go, just the same 100-kilo big benchmark in the clean and jerk for an athlete.
Yeah, this is Albertina ranked 11th
at the halfway stage and bringing into the second half those 77 kilos, but she only got 1 out of 3. So this is 177 nonetheless. 177 would put her into the lead. At the moment, it's Ampoma from Suliana Fate.
Solid jerk. She was really patient between the clean and jerk there. I was wondering if some doubt might have been creeping in, but definitely not. She was just visualizing her technique and then producing it.
You always get slightly concerned when you see a bar on the shoulders and you're beginning to think, is that a little bit too long? But she managed it. Here we go.
Here we go. Watch the dip. It's quite a long wait there, but that dip was perfectly straight and she drove the weight right up overhead into that perfect lockout position.
She's our current leader. Ampoma down to second and Suliana Fate to third. So the bar goes to 101 kilos, but that's standard. Just looking at the next weights that are wanted.
101 kilograms now remains.
So I think this might be Alberta Ampoma. And indeed it is. So Kyle and the Ghanaian coaches have entered a 3 kilo increase here. So this would take her to 175. And this would be a total personal best. It would be equal to her best ever clean and jerking competition. And it will be 6 out of 6 for the Ghanaian. The clean is the thing she must conquer. She's been very strong overhead.
That's her best clean of the day.
Super.
This is the athlete that loves fast and furious. And again, you can see why.
3 white lights and a perfect day.
Yeah, that's a great day, and that's a great way to head into the next phase of training. Keeping that great feeling of such a successful clean. Best of the day on the 3rd attempt. That's really something. And just that solid, consistent jerk.
To be honest, I was expecting a harder clean, but that was superb, that 3rd clean. And it made that last attempt.
It sure did.
So she's still in 2nd place, but only by a couple of kilos, and that's to the first of the Cameroons you've almost already seen. But now here's our teammate, Numbisi. 86 kilos from the first half, so this to go 188, and again, to have the advantage, to be in the lead.
Very strong recovery from the clean. And such a solid jerk. You can see that she made a big adjustment to her grip there between the clean and the jerk. That really allowed her to have an overhead position that was solid.
I was just looking at a coach in the corner there, Clement Mbala. He didn't move anything. He didn't get excited. It's just expectation.
Second attempt. Lifted to follow will be equal.
Great jerk.
She's gone up 105 kilograms. 105 kilograms for Albertine.
Has a day job as a hairdresser.
Second attempt. Lifted to follow will be equal.
So combines her lifting in Yaoundé.
Just to clarify, that's Clementine that just lifted that we're talking about as the hairdresser.
Yeah.
Albertine is our law student.
Yeah, teammates are out now on the platform, and this is a 5 kilo increase to take her to 182 to put her into 2nd place. Well, she's actually in 2nd place already. This is to consolidate her 2nd place. Oh, that was, I tell you what, not many would have done that.
No, that was a great position with the arms. It was just something going on with the feet. She had to dance around to make the save. But now she's in the lead ahead of her teammate in the clean and jerk portion. And you know, sometimes we're not only concerned about our ranking in the total, but it's nice to beat a teammate for some friendly competition. After a clean like this and that big pause, she may be thinking, I need to go ahead of her.
Well, this is a duel between the two Cameroon lifters for supremacy in this super heavyweight class.
That's right, and like you said, there's some mini competitions happening among Oceania as well as when you're talking in-house for your own country.
So good second attempt, but she's still 6 kilos down on her teammate, who is at 88 kilos 90, the heavier of the two. So if she can find those extra kilos and get back on terms, who knows? May come out and take advantage away from Numbisi. Now Numbisi, she put the bar up there to 107, but that's her second attempt. So that means that Becky Namusoki for Uganda is out with us now for her first attempt. Now she brings forward from the first half 86 kilos. So 1-8, just having a look at this.
Easy, straightforward, clean. And that's a great jerk as well. No problems there. She's throwing those weights around. And you know what? She's one of those athletes, you said, big challenge in the equipment that she's using. This bar here is an Eleiko bar, and they're famous for having the most spin on them. And you know, the bar is really one of the most important things. If the bar doesn't spin, you can watch what happens with the wrist here. She was able to just throw the bar onto her shoulders without the weights themselves moving. You'll see the same thing again in the jerk. The weights themselves don't move, and that's because of the bearings. And when you have a rusty bar, as she's experiencing, very hard to get any spin in the bar, and it's quite a lot harder on your body.
193 in first place. A lot of the lifters, in fact, most that I know, really like this particular manufacturer's bar, simply because it's not that sharp. You don't get so many cuts and calluses.
That's right, and it has a beautiful spin on it, and that's what I like the most about the Eleiko bars.
Numbisi for Cameroon out. 107 on the shoulders.
It's a good thing that she has that solid jerk to back her up.
Very good. Regains the advantage, 195.
It's really nice, you know, when you come back from a clean. Recovery from a clean is usually not that hard.
Should have said 193, but she goes into first place by lighter body weight. Apologies.
So, yeah, so it's really hard to come out of a clean at that rate of speed. You can see here, it's a bit of a grind, a bit of a fight. Not many athletes are able to make a jerk after a clean like that, but she's got this amazing technique, which after she changes her grip to make it a little wider, just goes up her head with up over her head with no effort.
And now it's really the moment of truth, really, because, in fact, her teammate, I think, has accepted the situation, because this is only a 3 kilo increase, which would take her to 185, and she's accepted that Numbisi on this day is going to be the better of the two lifters in terms of kilos.
That's right, at the total, but like I said, sometimes we just focus on the individual lift, and she's focusing on the clean and jerk right now, being the best in the clean and jerk. Wow, such composure. Again, not an easy clean, but was she ever patient? And right now, for the moment anyway, she's got the best clean and jerk of the Cameroon athletes.
Yeah, she does, and she's got 185. So whatever Numbisi does is now no longer relevant. What is relevant is 185 is a 10 kilo personal best for the day.
That's a nice way to finish her Commonwealth Games competition.
In other words, 70, what does she do? 77 in the, got a best in the clean in the snatch, equal to best in the clean and jerk, and got a better total, a bigger total than ever before. Shalini Valadon now is looking at 110 kilos for her opener. Now this will take her to 202, and it will put the lifter from Mauritius into first place. At the moment, it's Numbisi from Cameroon on 193. Then it's in second place, Namusoki on the same weight, but heavier body weight. But this could make the whole difference.
Well, you know, that was a safe start for her. That was clearly well below her best, and we could see that by the amount of power she put into the bar. The replay will really see that clean recovery, just how much force she applied to the bar and how far it came off of her shoulders when she got to full extension.
Just looking ahead at 1 or 2 opening weights now. Tracy Lambrecht from New Zealand, 126.
Here's the recovery from the clean. As she stands up, and it pushes right off of her shoulders. There's just so much power. That's really impressive. Goes overhead with no problem at all.
So those who are fighting for the bronze medal, opening attempts, Lambrecht's on 126. And she, of course, is the New Zealander. And looking down, the car, Deborah Ackerson, she's opening up on 120. Now, there's a 7-kilo difference between the Kiwi and the Aussie. So the first clean and jerk, when that time arrives, could close them right up. Meanwhile, Becky Namasoki, Uganda, first attempt, 112. Sorry, second attempt, 112.
This athlete has such good timing. When we're talking about timing, we mean when she gets the bar onto the shoulders, it's exactly the same moment. The bar is at its highest height and her feet land onto the ground. They all happen at the same moment, and that really helps the weight from feeling heavier than it actually is. Right there, highest height, onto the shoulders, feet landing on the ground. Same thing for the jerk. She's got a nice controlled dip straight down, and straight up, ears in front of arms. This is going to be a grind of a clean. 6-kilo jump after that 107, which wasn't that easy in the clean portion, but she knows if she gets it to her shoulders, you can consider it pretty much already overhead.
So this to take her to 199. The leader at the moment is Mauritius. Shalini Valadon with 200. Namasoki second, but this elbows on the knees.
Yep.
A source of controversy last night.
It sure was, but you know, when you get to that depth, it's really hard, you know, when you're pushed almost all the way to the ground, to keep that upright position and keep the elbows off. But it's a safety thing, and you know, safety first when you're getting athletes to do heavy weights. You really want their health in.
More from the weightlifting to come, but back to the hockey, where South Africa had a 2-1 lead at half-time, and very quickly into the second half they managed to make it 3-1. Elise Davis there with a super hit to give her side a 3-1 advantage. But India came right back. Rani Rampal firing this one into the net, and as things stand, it's currently 3-2 to South Africa.
And that is Shalini Valadon, who has posted to come out on this weight.
That was a power clean. and a very solid jerk. So again, takes a lot more power, clearly, to get the bar in that catch position, because you're not able to put as much weight on the bar as if all you had to do was get it to your hips, which is what you'll see with these heavier weights. When people go to that complete squat position, they're only needing to get it to about belt height, and then they're going under, whereas there, she had to get it almost right to shoulder height in the pull portion of the lift. She goes a little deeper in the catch, we'll see much bigger weights.
So 3 kilos on the bar extra for Becky Namasoki, who sits at the moment on a total of 198, so 201. This would lift her from 3rd place up to 2nd. So the Cook Islands leading at the moment. At the moment, Mauritius in 2nd, and this lifter in 3rd place. The Ugandan looking for 2nd spot.
So strong, David. That's a great celebratory dance. I love seeing athletes come off the platform that happy with how their day has gone.
There's a real energy and pace about this competition as well. It's really moving. Sometimes with such a big field, it does become a bit sluggish, but not today.
No, I think there's also a lot of green on the scoreboard, which is really good to see. So often when you have 14 athletes, you're going to see at least one person eliminated from the snatch portion of the competition. Not a thing here. Lots of green, lots of successful lifts.
So Valadon, Shalini Valadon, who's been pushed down to 3rd place now, taking a 6 kilo increase. So this would give her 206, and it would put her back into 2nd spot. Remembering that there are still 6 athletes to start their challenge. Well, the first part, the clean was a little rough around the edges.
Sure was, but what a jerk.
But she's done the weight, so 206.
See, the clean was quite a grind, and she barely has a hold of it as she comes out of the squat. Adjusts her back position, that position on the shoulders, and no problem overhead.
Yeah, she was aiming for a total of 200, so she's 6 kilos beyond her entry total. And at the moment, the bar's just gone up a kilo, but they're just looking at this now. So Mariam Usman leading at halfway. She's posted 137 for her first appearance. Ellie Obalongi 145 for the defending champion. But remember that the Nigerian lifter has a 5 kilo advantage over the Samoan.
Well, this Mauritian Island athlete has gone up to 120 because or higher than 120. She wanted to be cut by a couple of those athletes entering the competition at 120. Really hard to do 3 lifts in a row. There's Dika Tua back there coaching with Paul Koffa. She's getting ready to go back to her home country, Papua New Guinea, and start leading the charge there as a coach.
And remember, if that drug test failed by the Nigerian the other day, if the B test is proved positive, then there's every chance that Dika will be flying home as the gold medalist, which will be an ambition that she's long looked forward to and dreamed about.
That's right, not the way she wanted it to happen, that's for sure.
So 120 kilos on the bar for Louisa Peters. And this would increase her by 5 kilos to 220. And looking at Louisa's total, she entered 225. 220 is actually her personal best. So she'd have one more attempt after this to go that much further. She's an outsider for the bronze medal. if she gets this, they might sit and wait.
That was a great clean and jerk. That was the best one we've seen of the day. I really like that she changed from the power style into the full clean catch.
Well, she's putting the Cook Islands on the map and making the Cook Islands proud.
I'd like to see 125. That was no problem at all. Look at that throw from the hips right onto the shoulders. No issue catching the bar in that full squat position, and then just beautiful technique getting it overhead. All right, here we go. Last attempt for Valedon from Mauritius, and really interesting that Apalongi is actually her sporting hero. So quite something for her to be here, a part of this competition, getting her last lift done, and then she can be watching from one of the best seats in the house.
5 kilo increase to take her to 211 kilos. Just a pity. She gets 50% of her lifts on this day. But it wasn't about personal best for her. It was at least matching up to her entry total. Didn't quite manage to do that at the end of the day.
She just pointed to her head as her coach was asking what happened. Clearly the belief wasn't 100% there. Her heart was, but her head wasn't 100% there, and that's really hard to lift these weights if you're not convinced that you can.
So Deborah Ackerson, Deborah, lovely as she was, coming on to open up here at 122 kilos. And just to remind you, she was the 75 kilo champion of the Commonwealth in Melbourne, same year that you won your gold, Jeannie. Then she went to, before that she got the silver in Manchester, and she went on in this weight class to take the bronze in the super heavyweight class at Delhi. Got a sack full of titles, a sack full of achievements. Just a reminder that the husband and her daughter sitting below us, and they're very keen. Why? Because this could be another bronze medal drive, because she comes into this second part of the competition 6 kilos clear of her nearest rival for the bronze medal.
Such a simple jerk.
232, and clearly in to first place.
I'm not sure what really happened there. When she came out, I think she may have seen the clock below 30 seconds and wasn't super impressed with the amount of time left on the clock, because she looked back at her coaches and shook her head. I'm assuming that's went wrong, unless she calculated the weight on the bar and it wasn't what she expected. Either way, no problems lifting this weight here.
So with this success, she goes strongly into the lead. Louisa Peters of the Cook Islands on 220 drops to second place. And Shalini Valadon clinging on to third at the moment. Becky Namusoke of Uganda's dropped down to fourth place. And Lumbisi, the better of the two Cameroon lifters, in fifth. So Malaysia now, another opening attempt here.
So powerful.
228 with that 125 kilo success. And that gives her total up into silver medal position. So now the battle really for that bronze has been joined. Still Tracy Lambrechts to start though. She's still in the mix for a bronze medal, and she's starting at 126 kilos, which at the moment, that would give her an advantage over Ackerson in the second half of the show by 2 kilos. So that would reduce the deficit from 7 to 5. So this is for 2:25 for Louisa Peters from the Cook Islands. Absolutely spot on her entry total, but also, and perhaps arguably a bit more importantly at the moment, it's a new personal best. She's in third. Odds against her holding on to that place, unless, of course, the other lifters start to run into trouble. You just never know.
That's right. This moves her into second, and then you can always just wait and see what happens. But I think right now we're going to see some amazing technique.
Yeah, 2:25 would take her into second on lighter body weight.
Wow. What a beautiful competition she's had. That is spectacular technique, and I like how she saluted the crowd there. What a great feeling that would be to lift a weight like that so easily, knowing there was room for more.
Congratulating her. There'll be a lot of people saluting her back in the Cook Islands.
No doubt. Such amazing technique. This is definitely, if anyone wants to take up the sport, this is what you want to try and do. Lift like this lady right here. This woman, sorry. What an amazing lift. And you can see she brought that Olympic experience to the platform today when she lifted like that. See those Olympic rings on her arm.
She's got up, so 126 kilograms now.
So everybody at the Iron Centre Club in the Cook Islands, I hope you're impressed. We certainly are. Now here comes another contender, arguably for the bronze medal. And this is Yuniara Sipai of Samoa, living in the shadow at the moment, of course, of Eli Opolongi, but who knows, one day. Now she got 2 out of 3 in the first half of the competition, bringing forward 102 kilos. At 126, this would be for 228.
No hesitation, just got the job done right away.
So that takes her into second place, behind Deborah Ackerson at the moment. And those two are separated by 4 kilos. It was 6 kilos at the halfway stage, so closing a little bit on the Australian.
You could see when she caught that clean, she was standing up with it before it was even done its pathway there. Jerk was so simple, so straightforward. Lots of room there for more.
You're Sarkassian and Miles there, the 2 Australian coaches, but very much Sarkassian's role. So this is a 4 kilo increase again. So they want to get her on to 236.
They're really trying to push the New Zealand athlete out of her comfort zone because of that lead with the snatch.
Yeah, well, the Kiwi, Tracy Ambrex, has gone to 129 for her opener. And the Kiwis know that they've got to play high-stakes poker if they want to snatch this away from her Aussie rival. But kilos on the board are really important. So 236 here. Well, there's the reward.
You know what? That bar just went up so easily. A little awkward catch and recovery in the clean, but her jerk is just so solid. It's so powerful that's actually throwing her off balance. David, I think this is really light for her, so I'm wondering what she's going to do with that third lift.
So, Tracy Lambrex of New Zealand now coming in, 129, first attempt, 101 from the snatch phase, so this takes her up to 230. But that leaves her 6 kilos behind Deborah Ackerson. And she was 7 behind. Deborah Ackerson, though, is the lighter athlete, so she's still got that equivalent of an extra kilo advantage.
What a strong recovery from that clean. Just adjusting the grip. And no challenge in that jerk. Except that she seems to maybe, I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe
well,
possibly the bar being overhead just cut off the oxygen. Sometimes you catch a jerk like that. Here we go. She seems all right here. Holding the breath for quite a bit of time there. It might have just been what got her there, but not a problem. Just got enough time to come back and make a very successful second lift based on how simple and straightforward that one was.
Well, Ackerson at her best has got a clean and jerk of 140. Tracy Lambricks at 136. So the odds still very much in favour of the Aussie, because Tracy's just got to keep trying to catch up. So there's even more pressure on her than there is on Deborah. Meanwhile, Patricia, Malaysia.
Oof. So your knee is not allowed to touch the platform either. Only feet are allowed on the platform, no other body parts. So even had she been able to stabilize that jerk overhead with her knee touching, they would not have given her that lift. But it does hurt quite a bit, David, when your knee gets driven into the platform. Super powerful clean. Watch what happens here with the knee. Driven right down in there. It doesn't feel nice. I've done it before.
130 kilograms now for Deborah Atkinson.
So what is happening here is a little psychological battle going on between the Australians and the Kiwis. And what Deborah Atkinson's doing is she's put 130 on the bar here. And if she comes in, she's going to say 240. Okay, Tracy, do your best.
We need to see 241 from Tracy because of the body weight difference, small body weight difference. So she's really just pushing her out of her comfort zone. What's a challenge for her here is this weight is not something beyond her reach. She really has to be in control with this weight. That will be her challenge. She's got to be powerful, but in control.
Only 15 seconds. Really works for that.
Here we go. This is where control will come into play.
Well, the game is still on. So 236. Same weight for the Malaysian lifter, but she's too far back with her third attempt to make any difference.
So just a little bit too much weight forward on that front foot. Body weight wasn't evenly distributed between the front foot and the back foot, and that's what caused the miss. But like I said, hard to control those weights.
We shouldn't rule out here Yunia Sipai, the other Samoan. The bar's gone to 131 for her. Meanwhile, this is Patricia. Jumped away from that.
She did. You know, it gets into your head. She's feeling pain from that last lift. And you know, that other weight we just saw here was about to crush her to the ground. It's hard mentally. Head and heart have to be under the bar.
Let me give you a quick update of the state of play here. So Deborah Atkinson for Australia leads at the moment, 236. Chasing her in second place, this is Tracy Lambricks at the moment, who's got 230. But then also in third place is the lifter coming out now, Yunia Sipai for Samoa. Really a real chance here, because this is only her second attempt for Samoans to get 2 on the platform. This is a 5 kilo increase. This would push her up from 228 to 235 with still 1 attempt to come. So it's not all about the Kiwi. It's very much also about the Samoan. Remember that waiting in the wings are the 2 principals, Opanlongi and Usman, yet to start.
No time wasted at all between the clean and jerk. That is really surprising because her feet are very far apart in that clean catch, and she doesn't even bring them back under her base of support to jerk. She is so powerful that she's not even using that optimum power position.
How strong was that overhead? Let's have a look at this again. We'll see it in a moment, I'm sure. Here we go.
Watch the catch position. Very solid. Wasn't even in the perfect position, just so strong. Doesn't need to wait and stabilize the bar, just throws it overhead. I think that Deborah Ascon is probably a little concerned right now about that third lift and where she's going with that.
Well, this is a 3 kilo increase, or am I right? No, it's not. Absolute. Yeah, it is a 3 kilo increase. I was looking for a bit more from them, but the New Zealand camp have decided they're in bronze medal position at the moment. 3 kilos to take it to 233. We'll keep her in the bronze medal position at the moment.
She's got a great jerk. And there you go. No hesitation, for sure. Her nieces and family and us back in New Zealand are going to be stoked about that lift.
So now we have a situation that Deborah Atkinson backstage, watching it on the TV, can't do anything about this. You know, she's finished on 236, but she's got 2 women who can go past her. Now, Deborah Atkinson, she's got body weight on her side because she weighed 92, 96, so they've both got to go to 237 minimum.
That's right. They both need to do 4 kilos more than they've already done today. So the advantage that Deborah has right now is she's already done the lift. These athletes still have the pressure position.
So now the Samoan coach, looking at body language of the Kiwi, has decided they're going to put 5 kilos on. They're going to go to 238 now. Where have they gone? Both of them on 136. Are they going to make a change here? Who's going to come out? Is it going to be Sipai or is it going to be Tracy Lambrex? It's going to be Sipai who's wanting this 3rd attempt. So 5 kilo increase, 238. That will take her into 1st place. Effectively the bronze medal. At that point, if she gets this, Lambrex can come back at her.
That's right. This is going to be all about the clean for her. She's got the power. She's got to get that clean efficiently.
She is heavier than Lambrex.
That's right.
So Lambrex would only have to match up the same amount of kilos to take the higher position by virtue of body weight. So if she cleans this, I'm really confident she's going to complete.
Oh, weight was forward a little bit, too much on those toes. Last lift, she was able to correct it. Unfortunately, not for this one.
So we now know that it's Australia at the back, New Zealand coming out front. 236 from Atkinson. Didn't make her 3rd attempt.
So close. You know, she got it to her shoulders. I think she thought she had it. Not today, though.
So 3 kilos on the bar, extra, well, in fact 4, to take her up to 233. She's gone 237, of course. She is heavier than Atkinson, and this is for the bronze medal for Tracy Lambrex of New Zealand.
She's soaking it all in. She's nodding her head yes. She wants this. She is living in this moment. She's channeling the energy of this crowd.
This is equal to the New Zealand clean and jerk record.
Which she holds.
Which she holds. This for the bronze. If she gets it, if she doesn't.
What a grind, but so gutsy. Okay, she knows she has that jerk. It's all about setting herself up for it.
Go. It's a Kiwi bronze. Well, she almost flattens Adam's story.
That was an amazing lift. Such a hard clean. What a grind. And it's so hard to refocus after a clean like that. But man, everyone back home in Auckland, I hope you're jumping up and down on your beds at 2:30 in the morning. This is amazing. Great lifting. Congratulations. to the whole Lambrix family. Adam
Yeah.
Story, coach.
Yeah.
Such a grind of a clean, so gutsy. That is a permanent win. Those are the kind of lifts you remember for a lifetime.
5th 4 years ago. This takes her to bronze. Her first really big championship medal.
Such composure going into that jerk, and that's what really won her the medal right there.
Deborah Ackerson pushed down to what probably will end up by being 4th place. Wonderful, and everybody at the North Sport Weightlifting Club will surely have enjoyed that. And so we know who's got bronze, but who's going to get gold and silver?
Well, they still have to make at least one clean and jerk each.
So Marianne Usman is in with a 5 kilo advantage over her main opponent, Ellie Opalongi. And she's pushed the opener up to 145.
It's very light for her, but you can see these heavy weights. The bar swings a lot, and it can go against you.
But by going for the same opening weight as Opalongi, she's actually saying she's keeping that 5 kilo advantage. She's pushing Ellie Opalongi, you know, all the time. That's what she's going to keep doing here.
That's right.
Remember, Opalongi on the book, she'll win this on the clean and jerk. But remember what happened to the 3rd attempt of the snatch. That she missed, but here comes Opalongi, and she's going to go 145 as well. And I think the second step, they're going to track each other again. This is going to come down to the last lift for sure.
No question. It was very solid. And no hesitation at all. I think we can anticipate this athlete sitting back, waiting to see what the Nigerian will do, and taking whatever she needs to win in consequence, attempt by attempt here.
So Opalongi's got 265. Usman's got 270. So we're as we were at the halfway stage. Nigeria with a 5 kilo advantage over the Samoan. Now, Usman goes to 150. Opalongi posted 151 straight away. Now, backstage, what are they doing? What are their respective coaches doing? Who's going to play? Now, you sense here that Marianne Usman might be happy to take the 150 here, given that she's got the the 5 kilo advantage. Because again, Opalongi's way heavier.
Well, it doesn't matter. Once you're 100 grams heavier, you're heavier. So it really doesn't matter how much heavier she is. This athlete, whatever she does, the Samoan athlete needs to take that number in order to go for the gold, whatever that number may be.
It's the Delhi silver medalist versus the Delhi champion.
No issues there. That was easier than the last lift. Her coach was saying fast from chest. That was the cue she was getting before the jerk. And
what
boy,
a difference.
She was fast.
She got beaten by 30 big kilos in Delhi, and Usman only made 2 out of 6 on the day. That's the big difference between Usman's challenge in 2014 and Opalongi's defense.
I'm really surprised to see that she's coming out at this weight.
Yeah, this is a 6 kilo increase, but remember, she's down by 4 and down by weight.
I really thought she was going to take what she needed to overcome that 150 right away.
No, this is going to be, she wants the last lift. Opalongi.
That only kept her in second, though. I think that might have been a waste of a lift there, David.
Usman is 23, Opalongi is 29. So, Usman on 275, Opalongi on 271. 4 kilos to find and body weight. Caught it 5. And now it's a question for Marianne Usman. This is where she has to nail this to make it 6 out of 6. Nothing wrong with what Opolongi did on that second attempt, but I agree with you, Ginny. Surprised that she only came out for a 6 kilo increase.
Yeah, it's just so easy. I really thought that she was going to put 6 kilos more on the bar. 156, go right for the gold.
So Usman's put the bar up by 4 kilos to 154, which would be a 279 total for her.
This would push Opolongi up to 161 in order to try and get gold if this is a successful lift. She's really trying to push her out of her comfort zone right here.
Opolongi, that would push her to her new clean and jerk Commonwealth record that she set in May. So this is great coaching tactics and great execution by the Nigerian team. This is Team Usman, but now this is Mariam Usman.
What's really important here, she's got the power. It's going to be how can she control the swing of this bar at this heavy weight. 155 on a 15 kilo bar swings a lot, and this will be her greatest opponent.
She has done this weight.
Watch that bend.
That, for me, is a great series, but 3 white lights means she goes to 280, and it's all down to Ellie Opolongi and her last attempt.
And she's going to need quite a bit more.
Well, it's 161.
This is not a weight you see on the bar very often in women's competitions. These are some serious numbers.
She did 260 in Delhi. Sorry, she did 160 in Delhi. She did 161 in the Oceanics in New Caledonia this year. She is absolutely pushed to the max.
She clearly, her team believes she can do this because they did take their time with that 151. They used an attempt. They know that she only needs one try to do this. Apparently, we can expect a very easy, successful lift.
What a piece of drama, the second piece of drama. The first one between Australia and New Zealand for the bronze. And now the drama between Samoa and Nigeria for gold and silver. It's this simple. If she lifts it, she is still the champion. If she misses, it goes to Nigeria. It goes to Nigeria. It goes to Nigeria, and Mariam Usman, second 4 years ago, has taken the title away from the Samoan. And 6 out of 6 beats 4 out of 6 on the day.
Well, I'm really wondering what happened there. Maybe she knew that she was getting pushed out.
Look at this. Absolute fantastic emotion. World bronze medalist and now Commonwealth champion.
Here we go. Just didn't have enough height to get under it. Not much missing, though. I wonder if she would have done that on a second attempt, if she could have done it on a third.
Well, it's just a question of the 151. I think you were absolutely right. I think the 151 was not enough kilos. They needed to build to feel closer that she could go for the last one. And I think what happened was she felt the pressure of having to go 10 big kilos. It got to her, but it didn't get to Mariam Usman. What a terrific super heavyweight competition. If you didn't enjoy that, I can't imagine how you could not enjoy that. That's one of the best Commonwealth women's super heavyweight competitions we've ever seen. So by 4 kilos, Nigeria take the super heavyweights, and then Tracy Lambrex there, you can see, getting the 136 there, ahead of the Samoan and ahead of Deborah Ackerson as well. Good fight for the women's competition. Of course, these are the clean and jerk contributions to ultimately what we'll show you right here, right now, and these are the final total figures. Usman, look at that, by 9 kilos in body weight, she takes the title for Nigeria. Lambrex there, 237 by a kilo, ahead of Deborah Ackerson, who was the lighter of the two. And then promising from Sipaya, 233, you'll see a lot more from her. Brilliant from Louisa Peters from the Cook Islands, 225 by body weight, getting ahead of the Malaysian. And then for Mauritius, Valadon, 206 actually is better than her entry total. Namasoki, and then you can see Numbisi, the better of the two Cameroon lifters, and Poema, virtually a 75 kilo lifter, a wonderful series of 6x6. So much to have enjoyed. Certainly that was a wonderful afternoon, Jeannie.
That was a spectacular competition, hands down the best competition we've seen, men or women, so far here at the Commonwealth Games.
Absolutely sensational stuff there at the SECC in the women's 75 kilo weightlifting final. Congratulations to Mariam Usman there, who just got the better of Ellie Opology, denying Samoa their first gold medal of the Games. We've still got the men's 105 kilogram weightlifting final to bring you, but we are going to cross back to the wrestling now, and we can now bring you a bronze medal contest in the freestyle 58 kilograms between Ngono of Cameroon and Stone of Canada.
Women's freestyle 58 kilo bronze medal match. Ngono Ia of Cameroon against Braxton Stone. Braxton Stone of Canada. Ngono of Cameroon. She's been to the African Championships a number of times. Twice got a bronze medal. And Stone, the Canadian, probably the more experienced of the two. There is Stone. Powerful, impressive physique. You see her move on the mat. She moves so well, so strong. Second at the Junior World Championships, and this is the woman she's up against in red, the Cameroonian, who is 7 years older. Cameroonian 26, Stone just 19. For both of these women, their first Commonwealth Games. Victor Keelan will be looking after the match. The famous face-off from the opening ceremony when he took the oath for all of the officials of the Commonwealth Games, not just wrestling. You may well remember. Just checking over the wrestlers. So Stone of Canada in blue, Ngono of Cameroon in red. Underway, 2 3-minute periods. John, how do you see this one playing out?
I think it's going to be Stone had a really good end to a match against the Indian who's in the final, so I think she'll be the favourite coming into this. She looked good earlier on in the competition too. Oh, there's a good leg attack, single leg. What she needs to do now is drive up and try to complete it. Stone's going to put a lot of pressure down and try to keep the head down of Ngono. There she is, keeping the pressure, and then they go out of bounds.
Great job reversing it there. 1 point, 2 points it is for the Canadian so far. She can get her over again.
Just ran out of mat space, so couldn't go on to try to complete the pin. But a nice, what we call the whizzer move there to get 2 points.
So Canada up 2-0 at the moment. Cameroonian is up for this though, shooting for the leg. She didn't have quite the power to finish it off though.
A nice snap down by Stone, but nothing coming from it. Just moving around the mat. Attempts a single leg. Both wrestlers probably wait for the referee's whistle. They're both in a very neutral position.
Brought back to the centre. Now in the wrestling rules that have been changed over the last couple of seasons meant that neither wrestler can be passive here. You have to be active. If the referee deems you to be passive,
oh, nice snap.
And he can bring a penalty onto you. And Stone, she's got her hands under here, she's hooked her in. She could flip her straight onto her back if she's strong enough.
And she's trying to get that, she's going to use the armour, she needs to get it out to go around. She's going to try to drive, but then Gona's a little bit too strong for that and comes back to her feet.
So just over 1 minute of this first period still to go. Canada up 2-0 in the blue.
A nice feint and then round the back into the cradle. It's a pinning move if it's done right. She's looking to go to the pin.
She's got to get that pressure down on the chest of the Cameroonian, try and push her shoulder blades down, but she's too strong, the Cameroonian. She's managed to lock her arms around the Canadian.
And she's still driving though. She's been given 2 points for take on
the back is down, that's it. It's a pin after 2 minutes, 22 seconds. Stone just too strong in the end. The Cameroonian was desperately trying to hang on there. She could have done with being a little closer to the edge of the mat. She might have got her way out, but right in the center, it was all over. Stone's power drove those shoulder blades to the mat for the fall.
And another pin tonight. We're seeing a lot of quality moves to end the matches.
Braxton Stone, winner of the bronze medal in the women's freestyle 58 kilo class.
There's the grip, she's got a grip there. Her hands will be joined together, she's just driving and it's flat. No doubts about that pin.
Unquestionable, yeah. I mean, she could have actually done a 3-4-5 count there. She could have been there all night. She had her totally locked in a cradle position where the arm and the head are tied totally in. It's hard even to breathe when you're caught in that move, isn't it, John?
Yeah, it's a difficult position. Once you get stuck in there, it's hard to get out. And other than one round of wrestling, Braxton Stone has had a great competition.
Sarah Grundy of England up against New Zealand's Taylor Ford in the second of the bronze medal matches in the women's freestyle 58. Yes, 2 bronze medals are given out in the wrestling, as they are in similar sports like boxing and judo. Well, Sarah Grundy trying to follow in the wrestling boots of her big brother, who won a bronze yesterday. Now this is Taylor Ford, who she is up against. The Oceania champion, twice Oceania champion. Tall, rangy wrestler, the New Zealander, Sarah Grundy. Looking just a little bit pensive at the moment. She'd love to do what her brother did yesterday. I think it's fair to say her brother had an easier bronze medal matchup against the Maltese than she does here against the Kiwi, that's for sure. Yeah, a little piece of history, though, if she were able to do it. It'll certainly bring one part of England to his feet cheering. They're both from Wigan. Club, of course, that boasts a number of Commonwealth medals, including John Melling's silver. So, in the blue, well, we're waiting for a referee first, so we can't get this underway just yet. It'll be Mr. Bird of Canada when he makes his way up onto the mat. Gary Bird, here he is. Ford then of New Zealand in the blue. Sarah Grundy trying to equal what her brother did yesterday to get a bronze in red for England.
Yes, Ford, the New Zealander's very strong. She gave the Nigerian a good match earlier on today. But Grundy beat the South African, which is a very good win for her to get into this bronze medal fight. But she's been thrown onto her back there. And is she going to get pinned? Can she keep her shoulder blade off the floor? We said this New Zealander was strong, but she's bridging there really well.
My goodness, it's very close. The referee's got a perfect shot of the shoulder blades, and Grundy, no, she doesn't get out. She nearly did. She's starting to get very close to the blue area here. She may well work her way out of the mat and get out of this discomfort. Caught in a headlock now, putting a huge amount of pressure down the New Zealander on the English girl's
You've
chest.
got to have both shoulder blades on the ground for it to be a pin. So I'm not sure why she's not changing position there, because there it is. That needs to be flat. The elbow's in the way.
For the New Zealander, this is about the most comfortable position to be in. It takes absolutely no energy to hold that head and arm once it's locked in, and it's energy sapping for the English woman, who will be feeling more and more tired here. A horrible position to be caught in as you struggle to breathe. Slowly running out of energy, trying to keep that shoulder up, her entire body taut as possible. Oh goodness, she could be pinned there. I think both blades of her shoulder hit the mat, and Mr. Zaslavsky, the mat chairman, gives his wave. The referee, Bird from Canada, slaps his hand to the mat, and I'm afraid it is no fairy tale story for the Grundy family. New Zealand get the bronze. Taylor Ford.
It's well-deserved. She went straight in, got the throw, but that took an age, didn't it? That pin, Grundy didn't want to give up. I think that's the longest attempt at a pin we've seen all games so far. But she stuck at it and got the bronze. Here she comes. And that takes her down, a single leg, drives through. Grundy does very well to keep that shoulder blade off the ground for so long, but eventually it had to give. She picks the other one up there. And here we go, that's it. Finished, all over, gets the pin, end of the match.
A couple of the most basic moves in wrestling. Fireman's lift and a good old-fashioned headlock, and that was it. Sarah Grundy finished off. I'm afraid the more powerful woman in the end took the bronze. Sarah Grundy can hold her head up high. That was a tough opponent to lose to. This is the gold medal match then. It's the Indian Sakshi Malik up against Amanat Adenaya of Nigeria in the women's freestyle 58 kilo class. Nigeria against India again. So can India's fortunes turn around here? They had a great day yesterday with 3 golds.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our wrestlers for the gold medal match.
Here is Adenaya, like a compatriot. Maybe not singing sweetly, more a bit of a scream, but it's one way to hold down your nerves. Singing into battle, as it were. Sakshi Malik steps up onto the B-mat. She looks nervous, that's for sure. She's just gone onto the wrong mat. Her coach keeping her right. Mr. Richard Phillips, our referee, is going to be looking after this bout. The Nigerian, the reigning African champion, against a relatively unknown Indian, but this Indian has been outstanding in all of her fights up to this. Incredible technician, of course, some incredible power seen from the Nigerian as well. So technique against power here. The Nigerian in blue, the Indian in red.
Yes, both fought well all day. The Indian, Malik, she's a good counter wrestler. She likes to look for the arm drag into the double leg. The Nigerian, though, is very strong, and she likes to go for the double leg, and there it is. But she didn't manage to get the Indian onto her back, so no points scored there. Oh, but a good counter turn there by the Nigerian. But the Indian's defending very well at the moment.
The power of the Nigerian, though, it's hard to get out of that once she's locked in on your legs. They shoot from distance, the Nigerians, and they have so much power they can pull you in.
Yeah, see, the aim is to throw your opponent onto the floor to land on the back or the side to get the points.
She's not letting go either. She's carrying on, charging forward. The Indian's going to lose that grip sooner or later.
She's
on the
trying to tie up the
Nigerian's
legs
inner
now.
thigh.
She's so strong, isn't she, the Nigerian? But great defense by the Indian on the ground here. She's trying to get in behind.
And getting that hand in behind into a Nelson position, and turns her onto her back. She's got the 2 points for the takedown now. She's going to get 2 points for turning her over as well. Things are not going so well for India tonight. Digging her chin into her back, putting her in discomfort here. Gets her over again. Very close to a pin for the Nigerians. 6-0 it is at the moment. She could get some more points here unless the Indian turns it round. Now that would be something.
Out of bounds there, so they go back into the centre, but gosh, they worked hard there on the ground. Look at the power, it's energy sapping. Look how strong she is.
1 minute to go in this first period. 6-0 then to Nigeria's Adenaya, beating Malik of India so far.
Yeah, don't forget, if you get 10 clear points, that's the end of the match. So the Indian's got to be careful here in this last minute if she wants to go into the second period. Again, she shoots there for the single leg. Good defense by the Indian there. You can see she's sprawling her legs to defend, to stop the Nigerian getting round behind her. But down she goes, she takes it down again. That's 2 more points. And she's got the legs tied now. If she can turn her once more and get 2 points, it'll be the end.
That's it. So that technical superiority you were talking about, Non. A 10-point lead, and Nigeria have done it again. And in what style as well. A pin's impressive, but in some ways, beating someone on technical superiority in just 1 period is even more impressive.
She worked and worked for that, didn't she? She didn't stop from the beginning of the fight. Straight in for the attack. And she attacked and she attacked until she got those 10 points. Well, there's something in the air tonight for Nigeria, isn't there, for these ladies?
The Nigerian coaches were just hugging each other there. There they are. They wanted to have the flag. They're so pleased, and so they should do. And a training camp in Romania on the way here from Nigeria, where they put in a month's hard work. And now 2 gold medals so far this evening. This has been outstanding from Nigeria, putting themselves right up the table. India on 3 golds, Canada on 3, and now Nigeria on 2.
She's a dancer as well as a singer. What a way to celebrate. And why not? She's Commonwealth champion. Disappointment for India, but silver medal.
The Nigerian coaches carry off Adenaya again. The hero that she is, gold medalist in this category, and this is how it finished. She attacked the double leg, the single leg in the end she went for, and just too much power, Non.
Yeah, she's so strong. This is right at the start of the match. She went straight in for that single leg and got a couple of points, and then this is the end of the match. She got them in the leg lace, spins her over, and she accumulates enough points to end the match. Brilliant.
Brilliant stuff there. You are watching the Games channel on day 7 of Glasgow 2014. We'll be heading to Hampden shortly, but for now we can bring you Nicola Adams against Irandi de Silva in the women's fly half quarter-final boxing.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, time to meet the boxers. Firstly, boxing out of the red corner, representing England, Nicola Adams, MBE. And across the ring in the blue corner, representing Sri Lanka, Erande de Silva. A referee for this one from Denmark is Mr. Klaus Bedemann. It's 4 2-minute rounds.
So the last of the quarterfinals. And they'll make some noise here for Nicola Adams, Olympic gold medalist. She's been a medalist at 3 World Championships. She's won the European Championship, and she's currently the #1 ranked flyweight in the world. She's up against Erande de Silva of Sri Lanka in the blue.
And she boxed nicely in Tuesday. Adams, you know, the timing was spot on, the technique was there. So it's all in place, so proving that a Commonwealth medal means every bit as much to her as what she's already achieved.
Starting really well again, isn't she?
Yeah, she slots in straight away, you know, right on the job. You know, doesn't need time to warm up, worm her way in, get her timing together, straight off the mark.
Throws the jab beautifully, that time with a right hand lead and then followed up with the jab.
And taking nothing back in the process. The referee wants to go breaking them up.
Well outclassed at the moment.
Yeah.
Not much to offer. She's going to go down, but the left hand put her straight back on her back. She rocked back on the heels, overbalanced, I think, more than anything.
That was a terrific punch. She was guilty of doing a little bit of holding up to that point, as though maybe she was finding herself out of her depth, and that didn't help her case any. Yep, we'll see that. She gets solid. Just a little delayed action. At first it looked as though she might stay upright, but no. The body weight back, the feet forward, down she went. Not seriously hurt, but that was a beautifully picked punch.
And she was squared up too, wasn't she, Jimmy? Which didn't help the balance much because the feet were fairly level.
Yeah, that's right. So 2, I've seen it. 10-8. I think the holding from the Silva leading up to it was making a wide round anyway.
There's the nickname baby face on the gum shield.
Round 2.
So second round, Nicola Adams. First round comfortably, she put her opponent on the canvas in the closing seconds. Silva just going to have to try and establish some sort of feeling in Adams' mind that she can't just keep on walking in at will, but there's not enough on those punches to trouble her, and they're being thrown, that right hand in particular, that sort of wild overhand right. Not a lot of shape and form to them, and I think she knows she's outclassed.
This may just become one-sided enough for the referee to call it a day. You know, De Silva, she couldn't be trying any more than she is, but just doesn't have anything to trouble. Just losing her balance there, but I haven't seen anything to trouble Adams, and Adams is flowing at the moment. You know, good punches coming from both hands.
And the thing about that jab is almost every time she throws it, it reaches its mark. quickly followed up with the two-punch combination after that.
Yeah, De Silva, he doesn't really have the experience to cope with what was coming at her. These are educated punches. Adams is timing them nicely and stepping in behind them, putting them together. He's not in any hurry at the moment, just backing off, picking her moments.
You were saying?
Yeah, well, she picked a moment there, didn't she?
Absolutely. So another dominant round for Nicola Adams.
Yeah, lovely boxing from Adams. She's making it pretty clear she can do what she likes when she likes. Anytime she wants to put the pedal down, on she goes, and nothing De Silva can do about it. Another 10-8 on one of the cards.
Hasn't raised a sweat. So third of the 4-2s, Nicola Adams. Absolutely dominant. Well, again, De Silva's got not much to offer.
Left hook there from De Silva, but you get the feeling she's going to pay for that. Yep, Adams putting a bit more spite into her punches.
Might be best not to make her angry, Jimmy.
Yeah, well.
Don't wake her up.
Yeah, just leave her in boxing mode.
Which is quickly reverted to.
Yeah, De Silva leeching on again. She was doing that as early as the opening round. She's as well doing it because, let's face it, a couple of points deductions is not really doing her any harm.
No, it might help her get through to the end of the fourth round, though, which is why she's doing it. Long way to it, Adams.
So Adams switching back to southpaw orthodox side. Just as I'm speaking, she's done it again. And she leading with the backhand from whatever stance she's in. I mean, she's quality. There's no disputing that. She's quality. Yeah, just no composure in De Silva's work, so unable to make any impression whatsoever. Landed one good shot, and Adams not too happy about it and paid her back. 2 10-8s this time.
Hey, under the old system, it's fine to be over. That old, you know, the mercy rule. Once
Yeah,
you get 15
there's
points,
15-point rule. If you're 15 points behind, the fight's over.
I'm not saying that's what should happen. I'm just making an observation. It's been a lesson. She loves it, Adams, doesn't she? Really loves it. There's every moment in the ring, you can just see it in her.
And you can see she's got herself in terrific shape. I mean, her life has changed totally because of what's happened in her career. I mean, there must be a lot of distractions. She's a personality now, so she must be invited here, there and everywhere, so it becomes difficult to say no to these invitations and no, sorry, I'm going to the gymnasium tonight. But she's obviously done that. She's got herself in great shape.
They spent more time in red headgear than on red carpets. There's little doubt about that.
Yeah, but her technique is as sharp as a razor to it. Everything about her, all the movement, the punching, the technique, everything's in place.
Ooh,
that was a solid shot.
It sure was. And just as De Silva thought she was having a nice moment, even though she wasn't landing anything, she was on the attack that left her head open. It'll be something of a relief for De Silva when this is over. Oh, head again, pushed straight back.
Oh, the Ali shuffle now. Referee doesn't like the Ali shuffle unless Ali's doing it. Yeah, that was terrific.
So the women's semi-finals are set. Walsh versus Rani, Bushold versus Adams. We'll get the official scorecards in a moment and the announcement centre ring, but Nicola Adams is through. And coming up, we move to women's lightweight.
I tell you what, just before we do that, looking down through the semi-finalists, I think we have some really tasty boxing in the women's category in this division. I mean, that is 4 really good, solid operators. So whoever does win the gold, it's by no means a formality for Adams. She boxed well there. She was probably shown more than the other 3, but not a formality.
Draws both boxers together, please. Your appreciation for both boxers in the ring. The winner by unanimous decision, and now through to the semi-final in the red corner from England, the Golden Girl, Nicola Adams, MBE. And ladies and gentlemen, please, your appreciation from Sri Lanka, Erandi Da Silva.
So a strong performance there from England's Nicola Adams as she progresses through to the semi-finals of this flyweight category. Excellent stuff there from her. Well, plenty to come from Hampden Stadium tonight. We'll be crossing there live very, very shortly. But we did show you the gymnastics a little bit earlier on. The men's individual events. Max Whitlock won for England, Dan Keatings for Scotland, and Niall Wilson in bronze. And we can now bring you that medal ceremony.
My goodness, this young man's got some confidence. And aren't we looking forward to seeing future performances from him? Just 18.
Bodes well for the GB team when they leave their home nations and come back together.
He took part in the Queen's Baton relay when it came through Leeds.
The winner of the silver medal, representing Scotland, Dan Keatings.
Well, as we mentioned through this final, only England, Canada and Australia had medalled in the all-around. So this little piece of history, it belongs Keatings.
He's had his ups and downs over his career. Hit the world scene in 2009 with a second all-around, and has had mixed fortune since then. But here he is again on the podium at a major event.
It's taken a large amount of fortitude for him to overcome those difficulties, Liz.
Yes, it's a long time to battle up and down, and I think the fact that it was on his home soil was a great driver for him.
Representing England, Max Whitlock.
Well, Max Whitlock, 4 years ago in Delhi, as a young 17-year-old, finished just out of the medals. But here, he'll stand atop the podium to claim the gold. And unquestionably the #1 athlete in the all-around.
So that is the scene at Hampden Park as we are ready to join the commentary there on day 7 of these Commonwealth Games. As you can see on your screen, it's the high jump that we're joining, but plenty more to look forward to in the form of the men's 400-metre final a little bit later on, and we're also going to catch up with the women's heptathlon. But as you can see from your screen, we're joining the men's high jump final.
Here from England, Tom Parsons, a world finalist in 2007 and a Beijing Olympic finalist as well. There'll be a big welcome for this athlete from Scotland, Ray Bow-Brown-Nicky, twice the Scottish champion. But here's the favourite from Canada, Derek Druin, the world #4 this year, 2 metres and 40. The 24-year-old in super form. The defending Commonwealth Games champion from the Bahamas, Donald Thomas, 2:35 at his best, 2:25 this season. Brandon Stark from Australia, their national champion last year. Representing England, Martin Bernard. He took Commonwealth silver back in 2006. Also an Olympic finalist in Beijing. Michael Mason from Canada. 2 metres and 28 this year for the former world junior champion. And this athlete won Commonwealth bronze in Delhi 4 years ago. Kabelo Kagosi-Mang from Botswana. 2 metres and 28 this year. From Cameroon, Temfak Fernan Dumessi, their national record holder. And completing the lineup from England, Chris Baker, twice the English under-23 champion. 13 in the field, because 13 men in qualifying, Rob, went over a height of 2 metres and 20. So that was enough. But this athlete...
Well, fascinating contest will get underway. Catherine, as you said, 13 men in that high jump competition. High jump, one of the events that has almost been reborn in recent years. Druin, the 10th man to clear 2:40. Meanwhile, let's return our attention to this penultimate event in the women's heptathlon. Jessica Zelinka lies in second place behind her compatriot Brianne Tyson-Eaton. Big roar. She's got a lifetime best in heptathlon javelin of 46.40, and surely needs to get very, very close to that if she is to try and erode this sizable lead for her compatriot. It's under 45. It's a solid start, and it perhaps, Catherine, is more a question of consolidating silver rather than going for gold, because Tyson-Eaton's lead is huge.
Well, it is, barring disaster for the #1 Canadian, Tyson-Eaton. The gold is hers. Jessica Zelinka, well, she's in a pretty safe position. She's about 150 points ahead of this athlete, Jessica Taylor of England, in the bronze medal position. At her best in heptathlon, javelin, 36 metres and 45. Her first throw, she was in super form yesterday. Well, as it falls below 30 metres, she's at a lifetime best in the hurdles to start of 13.81 seconds. High jump 1 metre and 75. We started today with a 6 metre 16 long jump. But she's not going to be happy with that one. 28 metres and 93, the opening throw.
Has been a good competition overall for her, as Sophie Stanwell, lying in 4th place overall, she prepares to throw. Twice the Australian national champion. Personal best in heptathlon javelin this season, just over 35 metres. Looks as though this is going to be a very, very short run-up. Can she generate any kind of power with just a few steps? Well, that could be a lifetime best. She gets the white flag, bearing in mind her previous best is 35.12. She takes a very, very short run-up, doesn't give herself much of a chance to generate the speed, height, momentum. 36.77. That is a new personal best by 1.5 metres.
Well, here's your event leader, Brianne Tyson-Eaton from Canada. Married, of course, to the world record holder in the decathlon, Ashton Eaton. They know a thing or two about multi-events in this house. She started the day yesterday with 13.18 in the hurdles, ended it with a personal best in the 200 metres. Her first attempt in the javelin. Well, it's going to be around about 43 metres. Such a comfortable lead. All heptathletes in the javelin here will get 3 throws. And 43 metres and 13. That's what she opens with. 727 points.
Shiana Smith of Bermuda, also taking a fairly short run-up, just as the Australian did. The Bermudan has gone over 38 metres this season. Little wave for the camera. National record holder in Bermuda, lying in 9th place overall coming into this javelin competition. 38.24, that's not bad. She too going close to her best. A safe one on the board and an opportunity to experiment perhaps with one of her 2 remaining throws, as Jessica Tappin, last year's English champion, just asks the crowd to do the familiar rhythmic hand clap and help get her in the rhythm and in the groove, ready for her opening effort.
She's a decent throw as well, Rob, over 38 metres. Started the day in 5th and currently still in 5th after the long jump. I think all the athletes so far have got some form of strapping or support on their throwing arms. Of course, we're in event 6 out of 7 here. And 36 metres and 91. That's a solid opening.
It's a tough couple of days for these women, there's no doubt about that. Salsia Slack prepares to open the second round. 44.48. Very good start to her competition. Just watching the flags in the stadium as Slack just prepares to mount her second throw. The conditions were absolutely perfect for the men's javelin in the decathlon yesterday. An absolutely scintillating competition there. Some massive throws going out in excess of 60 metres. Perhaps it's not quite as favourable for these women this evening. And that isn't as good for Slack on her second effort, but she's still sitting pretty with 753 points for that 44-metre throw in her opening effort.
So it's field event action all the way until the first track action at 7:35, which will be the women's 3,000-metre steeplechase final. Ayono, her second attempt then. Well, she went out to 20 meters and 68 on her first throw, 302 points. Currently in 12th position in this women's heptathlon competition.
Been a tough couple of days for the Cameroonian, a steep learning curve. But then I guess in part that's what the Commonwealth Games is all about, giving nations and athletes who wouldn't necessarily qualify for a world championship the opportunity to come and savour a big stadium and a big occasion. That was some way shy of her first round efforts.
So the field event action continues, and this could be a good competition. The men's long jump final. Here are your starters. See the name there. First up, Greg Rutherford of England, the reigning Olympic champion from London 2012. It will hopefully be a good competitive competition. Qualifying was done and dusted, and this man did the qualifying in his first jump, so he's ready to rock and roll. A big reception for Greg Rutherford from England, the reigning Olympic champion. He became the first Englishman to be an Olympic champion in the long jump when he won in London. David Legist of Dominica, 7 meters and 84 in the 2014 season. Rushwell Sama of South Africa, the second best qualifier for this final. He went over 8 meters and 2 centimeters. This year's UK champion, JJ Jegedy of England, 8 meters and 5 centimeters in 2014. Damar Forbes of Jamaica, last year's US collegiate champion at this event, 8 meters and 10 in 2014. Then the defending Commonwealth champion from Australia, Fabrice Lapierre, 8.40 at his best 4 years ago now, just shy of 8 meters in 2014. And also from Australia, Henry Frayne won world indoor silver back in 2012 in Istanbul. Another athlete over 8 meters this year. Chris Tomlinson from England, the British record holder indoors, 8 meters and 23 in this Commonwealth season. Tera Langat of Kenya, their national champion, in good form, just shy of 8 meters. From South Africa, the African Championship silver medalist, Zarchik Visser, 8 meters and 31. Australia's Robbie Crowther, the former World Junior and World Student Games champion. And completing the lineup, Tyrone Smith from Bermuda, 8 meters and 22. Punching the camera like a boxer, he's ready to go. And that's your 12-athlete lineup for the men's long jump final. And what's going to be interesting, John Rawling, is to see if Greg Rutherford of England can back up the British record he set early in the season of 8 meters and 51. He's the first jumper in the competition. He's going to want to lay down a marker. He's had his injury problems.
That was early season, 8.51. Olympic champion as well, of course. He'll thrive on the atmosphere. First Englishman to have become Olympic champion. First British champion since Lynn Davis, the Welshman, back in 1964. So here's Greg Rutherford, his opening attempt. Can he post something in excess of 8 meters? 8.05 was his best in qualifying, making him the leading qualifier. Let's see what he can deliver now. Hits the board well, and it's over 8 meters.
Well, this is what he'd have wanted to do, John. He's had his injury problems in the last few weeks. He's withdrawn from a lot of meetings around Europe. He's had treatment, he's had injections, he had an epidural only about 7 or 10 days ago for a back problem. 8 meters and 12, first jump of the competition. A solid opening for the Englishman.
It's a really, really competitive event, this, though. There's a lot of men who've been over 8 meters this season. I'm looking forward to seeing the South African Zark Visser particularly. He's got 8:31. I think he's going to be a threat. He's due to jump 10th place, or 10th in the order, but Rutherford, that's a great start. 6 leaps, of course, in competition, but anything in excess of 8 meters is going to be competitive, and that's a really good one to announce his presence, for want of a better description.
Well, indeed, the top 8 athletes after the 3rd round will get the full complement of 6 jumps. So then, David Regista from Dominica, 7 meters and 84 this season. His first attempt to the men's long jump final.
See how he can respond to Rutherford. How will he hit the board, first of all? He's short of it, I think, and well short of 8 meters, as you can see from the graphics, which we put across the long jump pit to help you gauge just how far they have leapt. I think he was short of the board, so getting the white flag, but clearly he's got power to add, 7:52. That's going to be well down the list, unless he can find something very much better.
So a quick chit-chat with the coach. A decent height. Didn't generate as much speed as he wanted, giving away a little bit on the board. The adjustments will be made. A small, stockier, more powerful long jumper. He's not tall, lean and rangy, but he has gone out to 7 meters and 89 at his best 3 years ago.
Now we move back to the run-up, and here's the man who was second in the South African Championships, Rushwell Samai. Second best qualifier, 8 meters and 2 centimeters. See what Rushwell can deliver now. Good the way these field events are being showcased. Track events won't be starting for another half hour or more. Now the South African steadies himself, just 22 years old. He's got a lifetime best of 8 meters 13. Greg Rutherford already 8 meters and 12, and that's good. If he gets the white flag, that's good.
Well, John was mentioning graphics. You can see there on the screen the yellow line with the little yellow blob denoting, of course, the current gold medal position.
8 meters and 8 centimeters, 4 centimeters behind Rutherford, but a good start as well for the South African.
And he gives himself a clap. Only 5 centimeters shy of his lifetime best, which is set this season. He was the second best qualifier with 8 meters and 2. He's bringing that form into this men's long jump final.
Analyse it from every angle. The statistic that matters, 8:08.
Jessica Zelinka in the second round, 43.98 with her first effort. Remember, she's already in silver medal position, but she'd like to extend her advantage over Jess Taylor, who's in third. Might be a little better. So Taylor, third coming into this competition. She's now down into fourth because Slack, the Jamaicans, had a really good opening throw. That was better from Zelinka. Now this is Jessica Taylor with her second effort. Third coming into the competition. Temporarily, she hopes, only down into fourth. Can she get herself back into a podium position before the grueling 800 meters? Well, that's better. Taylor's first round effort was under 29 meters. So Salcia Slack had a massive 44.48, which was why she went up to third. Taylor, yes, 550 points for 33 meters 89. She's once again up to third place. Now, how can Salsia Slack respond here? 44-48 in the first round. She's a big, powerful performer. She'll want to make best use of this, one of her best disciplines. It's a little bit ragged, that one. 44-48 in the first round. She shrugs her head. And I guess, Catherine, with Breanne Tyson-Eaton away and clear for gold, the drama is going to come in the battle for silver and bronze. And Slack, well, she's still very much in the mix, the Jamaican, as we return our attention to the long jump. Cameras focusing in on Fabrice Lapierre, the charismatic Australian.
Well, and understandably so. He's the defending Commonwealth Games champion. A little bit erratic, it's fair to say, the Australian. You're not quite sure what you're going to get. At his best, he's jumped 8 meters and 40. That was back in 2010. He qualified yesterday with 7 meters and 90. Back in 2010, he won at both the World Indoor Championships and then went on to win in Delhi. His first attempt then in this men's long jump final, chasing the lead of his big rival, Greg Rutherford. Remember, that stands at 8 meters and 12 centimeters. So, chain in mouth. He concentrates. He will generate speed and he will generate good height. And he wants the Scottish crowd here at Hampden to give him some support. So the defending champion starts his campaign to keep the gold medal in Australia.
Very good opening. A little bit short of where Greg Rutherford was, gets the white flag. I think there are a few centimetres he could have been perhaps further onto the board. We'll see when we see a close-up of that. But it's out round about 8 metres as a season's best, and it is confirmed as exactly 8 metres as a season's best of 7.95. So that's a good opening attempt from the defending champion, and it elevates him into the bronze medal position at this stage. And as I suspected, another 13 centimetres potentially. If it had those, he'd be winning.
Exactly. And it may come down to that in this men's long jump final. It could be a close call. Every centimetre matters. But here is Jessica Zelinka, her third and final attempt, Rob, in the women's heptathlon javelin. Silver medal position. She looks pretty safe in terms of what events have got left, and if she performs consistently.
She's quite way short of her second round effort of 44.90. She's in second place, chasing her compatriot Breanne Tyson-Eaton, who after registering 43 meters in the first round, decided to skip on her second round effort, perhaps just mentally and physically beginning to save herself for the 800 meters. Zelinka's had a fabulous competition, but it was always going to be a tall order for her to compete with Breanne Tyson-Eaton if her compatriot brought top form, which indeed she has done. So Jessica Taylor hoping to improve on that 33.89. Well, it's been a solid series, but the javelin, not one of her best. But overall, Catherine, even before we talk or think about the 800 meters, she's had a really good couple of days.
Well, she has. She arrived here for the second day of action in the bronze medal position, did Jessica Taylor of England. She did a 6 meter and 16 long jump. No improvement there then. Her second round throw was the best. So she's going to be in a good position for that medal going into the final event for her of the 800 meters.
Yes, it will prove to be a great climax to this 7-event festival. What a wonderful end to the decathlon we enjoyed yesterday, with Kurt Felix of Grenada getting on the podium and Damien Warner producing the gold to go alongside his Moscow bronze medal from last August. So Tyson Eaton, we're fairly sure, is deciding not to take a third throw. So she's quite happy with her 727 points, 43 meters in her first round. She'll save herself for a big effort on the 800 meters.
Well, she runs the 800 meters, does the champion in waiting in under 2 minutes 10. She's one of the quickest in the field. I think, in fact, only Zelinka's ever gone faster than that. So it's looking good for the Canadian.
This is Sheehan Smith. Best in the first round from her so far, 38.24. Remember, she came into this javelin lying in 9th place overall, the national record holder. Any improvement from her? She's currently got 634 points from this event. And every one counts. Fairly consistent series. 37.69 in the second round. Perhaps her first round effort will be the best one for her. 10 centimeters shy of what she produced in the first round. So her javelin is over and she can begin to contemplate her 800 meters. Meanwhile, he got a big roar from the crowd when he was introduced.
Chris Tomlinson, English long jumper, the British indoor record holder, 8.23 this season. He's aiming for the 8 meters 12 of his great rival Greg Rutherford. Hits the board well, but it's just short of Rutherford's mark. Gets the white flag. Great rivalry between the two of them. Not exactly bosom buddies. Bit of edge in that rivalry. 7.95, Chris Tomlinson. And he's in 4th place in this first round of the long jump.
He's never had the smoothest of techniques, Chris Tomlinson. A nice, simple hang technique. He's actually tidied it up a little bit over the last couple of years. It used to be a bit more ragged than that. Decent speed, nice and simple, and just under 8 meters. Remember, the top 8 in this men's long jump final after the 3rd round. We'll get 3 further jumps. And at the moment, there is just those 12 centimeters separating gold all the way down to bronze.
Now, this is the man I've been waiting to see, Zark Visser. I think he's got a real chance here. He's trying to psych up the crowd, get himself some big support on the far side of the stadium. 24-year-old South African, bit of an extrovert personality, 8.31 he's managed this season. And that's good if he gets the white flag. Not quite where he wanted to be. He's got the white flag. It might be fractionally short of Rutherford. 8 meters 12 was what he was aiming for. Already it's boiling up into a nice competition, this one, and Visser it's measured at 1 centimetre short of 8 meters. It's going to be tight, this, Catherine.
It is indeed. 7 meters and 99. He generated some good speed. And everybody now peppering that 8 meter line, perfect on the board. Remember, the shoe, the spike, has to make an indentation in the plasticine for it to be deemed a foul. It doesn't matter what it looks like to the naked eye. A mark has to be proven to the athletes. And just under 8 meters then for Visser in his first attempt of his evening competition. Which means that we continue with Robbie Crowther of Australia. The last 2 jumpers in the first round of this men's long jump final. The former world junior champion, he's over 8 meters at his best.
He's the Australian champion as well. Just checked a bit as he approached the board. And that's not going to trouble the leaders, getting the white flag. Has got a lifetime best of 8.12, which coincidentally is what Greg Rutherford has jumped to lead the competition in the first round. 7.96. He's in 5th place, so a matter of 17 centimetres separating the top 6 following this. Just edging ahead of Chris Tomlinson, moving into 5th place. Perfect on the board.
Well, the 1 centimetre, the same difference of Visser from South Africa. So those two followed each other literally stride for stride, took off in the same place. And Crowther registered 7.96, and Visser registered 7 metres and 99, which means there'll be one more jump from Tyrone Smith of Bermuda to complete the first round of action.
Tyrone Smith produced a few quite handy-looking boxing moves when he was introduced to the camera. Looks as though he might be able to deal with a punch bag. Let's see how he deals with the long jump pit. This is first attempt, 8.22 at his best. That was 4 years ago. 7.87 only this season, so he needs some real improvement. The Bermudan record holder, an Olympic finalist in 2012, and trying to get the crowd behind him with their rhythmic hand clapping. His first round attempt for the 29-year-old Bermudan. Good speed, just checked a little bit as he approached the board. Nevertheless, though, it's not bad. Short of Rutherford, but he gets the white flag, and once more, another athlete is going to be there into that huddle at the top of the leaderboard, and he might have produced a season's best there. 7.75, in fact, just short of that, and that puts him in 7th place.
So Tyrone Smith, also known as Tyrone Stick Smith, because as he's confirmed to us, of his relatively thin legs.
It's a bit harsh, isn't it?
He confirmed, I think he quite likes it apparently. He hasn't got a problem with being called Stick Smith. He concludes the first round in the men's long jump final.
We'll head back to the long jump final very shortly here on the Games channel. But as you can see on your screen, we're going to head through to Edinburgh to the Commonwealth Pool, where the men's 1 metre springboard final is taking place. These the standings after round 5. Jack Laughter of England in first place, and we're joining it now as the divers head in to their final dive.
He's a better diver than that, so hopefully he can get it together for the 3 metre, because he's had a day to forget on the hurdles.
3.7, better. He'll be back. Big cheer for James Heatley. Great support for him here. In with 2.5 somersault. 9th place. Experienced a final. 3.1 the degree of difficulty here. Can he sign off with a big one?
And he's got it down well. Very nice finish. It wasn't the highest takeoff. Just moved it back a bit, but the way he comes out and slips it through the water, the crowd are loving it, giving him a lot of support, which is great.
Grandson of the triple gold medalist Commonwealth Games diver, remember, who's a big figure in the federation. Well done, James. Riley McCormick of Canada, 6th. Tidy day's work so far. Former platform diver, forward 3.5 somersault.
Oh, and Riley's still trying to, he's only about 9 points out of the medal, so maybe he's trying to just apply some pressure, and he's done a good dive there. One of his best front 3.5, slips it through the water. Might be a little bit too far behind, but at least he knows he's finished on a good one.
Well, the judges jumping on anything they don't like. 5.5 is the bottom one there. Harsh. Tough is a better word. Now, Yona Knight Wisdom. The bronze is out there somewhere, tantalising. Back 2.5 somersault. He's in 4th position, which is a great show in his first competition. representing Jamaica on the 1 metre board. Back 2.5 somersault.
Oh, what a finish from Yona. Really haven't seen him perform that dive that well in training all week, and he has slotted that one through the water. That will really go well with the judges.
7s and a 7.5, but he has really made an impact on this competition. They've loved him in the crowd as well.
Well, that really should maybe push him up into the medals. It's going to put the pressure on the other boys.
Big smile. Good job. Like to see people enjoying their competition. I went to say Liang from Malaysia. 7th place. Consistently always in finals and making a mark. He'll just want to finish by showing his quality. Inward 2.5 somersault, 3.4. So this could bring a good reward if...
If he stands up and nails it, which he's done there. Some of these boys really finishing strongly, right over the board. See his toes nearly coming over the board, which is exactly what he wants.
Well, this was his best dive this morning, the last dive, and he's replicated that again with 2 8s and a 7.5. Liam Stone as well has responded well to his first exposure at this level of competition. Reverse 2.5 somersault. Tucked 3.0. Real concentration there.
Oh, outstanding dive. Liam Stone, take a bow. What a wonderful dive. Look at the height that he gets here, the position. He's so high. Lovely kick out and drops it through the water. That was a magnificent dive to finish. 76.5. Well done, Liam. Congratulations.
Great encouragement for the 17-year-old there. Really making a mark for New Zealand. Back in the diving pool at this level after nearly 30 years. At Mitcham, very good gesture there. Grant Nell diving for a medal here. Could be bronze, could be silver.
It's a massive dive. Reverse 1.5, 3.5 twist.
3.6, this is big.
Oh, he's done it well. He's happy, he knows it. Put it in a beautiful position coming off the board. Just waited till he got the legs up. He's twisting. Wonderful position. And he stops it. And it gets the entry.
He only got 66,
oh,
60 this morning, 75-60. That's a really impressive dive and a really impressive performance by Grant Nell, who's got better as the day's gone on, right from back at 10 o'clock this morning.
Well, anyone breaking 400 is a good score. It's a magnificent score.
It's above Night Wisdom. Drop down the batting order here for Freddie Woodward. 10th, inward 2.5 somersault, tucked 3.1. You want to wrap it up with a better dive than we've seen.
And that was a good dive from Freddie. Just really whipped it off the board. And working hard. You see the rolling of the two hands there. He's done well to stop it, but quite an over rotation, 60.45.
6.5's the marks, but good experience for him. Chris Mears of England at the bottom of that pack, chasing the medals. If he can really land this forward 3.5 somersault, then he could snatch one.
Oh, it's good. Oh, he needs big scores. get in front of Grant Nell. He needs nearly 80 points. He's waited for it, he's taken it up. He's looked at it, he knows exactly where it is, and he's slipped it through the water. He's done everything he needs to do, but unfortunately, only 8.5s, 73.5, leading him in second at the moment.
Grant Nell is still ahead of him. He's ahead of Knight Wisdom. Matt Mitchum, though, is in the silver medal position. Reverse 1.5 somersault, 2.5 twists.
Oh, Matthews slotted the dive. We needed to do that. Yona Knight was really applying the pressure. And beautiful twisting position. I saw his countryman do a beautiful twist, but he stopped that on the entry. And that should catapult him right up into the medals.
Yes. He looks really delighted. Well, he's got a history of pulling out the big one at the end. 8.5. And Matt Mitchum looks absolutely delighted with his performance.
Oh, great diving at the moment.
He's guaranteed the medal. He's at the top of the pack. One to dive. Jack Law, who is in gold medal position, just has to avoid a disaster, really. Needs a good solid dive here. 3.2, forward 2.5 somersault. One twist for the gold.
Oh, and what a finish from Jack. Strong takeoff. He wasn't just going to get it in the water. He wants to get big scores and stamp his authority. And he's done that. Magnificent.
3.8, yep. Just what the doctor ordered. And a gold medal winning performance for Jack Law, who came to these Commonwealth Games really determined to make a mark. Somebody ready to step up onto that gold medal stage, and he has done that. He was emphatic this morning. He's really pulled it out here today. England get the gold, Australia get the bronze and the silver through Mitchum and Nell. Silver yet again for Mitchum, that's his 5th in the Commonwealth Games. Mears just missing out. It was tight there at the end, but well done to Yona Knight Wisdom, 5th. That is a terrific debut. Oitse Liang showing his consistency again. Liam Stone, plenty to encourage him. James Heatley too, the Scottish boy, making a good impression here for the 17-year-old. And Freddie Woodward just falling away this afternoon when he promised much this morning, and the 2 Canadians bringing up the field.
Much more to come from the Commonwealth pool. We've still got the women's synchronized 3-metre springboard final to bring you later on. But as you can see, we're back at Hampden, where we can rejoin the men's high jump final.
As the bronze medalist from Delhi steps up, and he is asking for the crowd to get involved and set the rhythmic hand clapping.
Kagosi Mang of Botswana. Oh, head up, looking at the bar. No. The 4-time African champion. Very, very similar jump. Like Bernard from England before him, took off way before the bar, had a real distance between his takeoff point and the high point that he actually generated. So the adjustments will be made. We'll have 2 further attempts.
Well, I wonder whether the Cameroonian is feeling the cold. He's gone for the long tights and the t-shirt. Temfak Fernan Dumessi, the Cameroonian record holder, 4th in the Francophone Games last year. He's gone 2:28 this year, that's his PB. Not to be on that occasion. Shake of the head, and he knows the timing and the technique just weren't there.
Well, any speed he did generate, he completely lost when he elephant-footed it onto the takeoff. Took 2 attempts to go over 2:16, and then went over 2 meters and 21. So 2 meters and 25. We talked about a height to sort out the athletes, Rob. Could it potentially be this early in the competition? Only 3 athletes so far have gone over this height, and one looking to do so is this young man, Chris Baker from England, 23 years old. He's in good form. He's gone over 2 meters and 27 this season. First attempt, no. He's going to have to come back and attempt 2 meters and 25. So currently in the driving seat, the only athlete with a clear scorecard throughout is the pre-event favourite, Derek Druin of Canada. Everybody else has either had a failure previously or will come back again.
Round 2 of the long jump. This is Chris Tomlinson for England. Greg Rutherford leading the way with 8 meters and 12 centimeters. In the first round, Tomlinson 7.95. He's gone further than that, well over 8 meters this season. And that's better. Out towards 8 meters. Getting the white flag. Tomlinson, great domestic rival of Rutherford. Looking to see where he landed. I don't think he's quite sure whether it's far enough, and it's not. 7.99. That puts him up into 4th place.
When Chris Tomlinson lands one, he's going to go near his season's best, which is well over 8 meters, 8 meters and 23. He's doing well on the board, the placement's there. He just needs to put it all together, because this current lead of 8 meters and 12 is within a lot of athletes' grasps. One of them has to take the opportunity and put a big one out there. And the sooner they do it, the sooner they can put psychological pressure on the rest of the field.
5th place here is actually a centimetre short of Fabrice Lapierre. Now this is the South African Zark Visser. He's gone 8.31 this season, and well, you see that some athletes don't like the noise. He really wants every possible decibel. Good speed down the runway for Visser. Hits the board well, and it's long. It's long, and he knows it. And he's got the white flag, and now the weight. 8.12 leads. Is it far enough? It's the same length. And by virtue of the fact that 7.99 as opposed to Greg Rutherford's no jump in the second round, that means he takes the lead. Terrific speed. Really quick down that runway, and that is perfection. Absolute perfection.
Well, that demonstrates what I was saying earlier. It doesn't matter to the visual eye. If it looks like a no jump, it has to make a mark in the plasticine, and it didn't. So Visser, 8 meters and 12, goes into the lead as his second jump is better. Absolutely perfect.
How's he going to respond? He's already had his second round attempt. Now we move on to the third.
We will see.
It's going to be a good little ding-dong, this, isn't it?
That's what we were hoping for. Commonwealth Games men's long jump final. The best in the business here in Glasgow. And Greg Rutherford is coming up for his 3rd attempt of the final. 8 meters and 12, he led.
Got himself injured at the Diamond League meeting, wasn't it, a couple of weeks ago? But he's had treatment, and he's got himself right. Just a few little niggles in the run-up to the games, but his fitness is good now. And into the 3rd round. How's he going to respond? He'd actually take the lead by my understanding of the rules if he went beyond 7.99, which is Visser's second best jump.
If he goes past 7 meters and 99, indeed, he will go back into the lead by virtue of his second jump being better. But Greg Rutherford from England, the Olympic champion, he wants to surpass it. He wants to put one out there. We can see the heavy strapping previously on the back of the leg. The injury was sustained, as you said, John, in the Diamond League meeting minutes before he was due to jump here 2 weeks ago.
So what's he going to be able to generate? How will the Olympic champion respond? Listen to the roar of the crowd. Hits the board, and it's over 8 meters. If he gets a white flag, that could be the lead. He's got the white flag. It's going to be tight. 8.12 is the current lead. He's not sure. And it's good enough. The roar of the crowd tells you all. 8 meters 20. And the Olympic champion takes the lead for now, but Zark Visser will be watching and planning and plotting and determined that he can respond.
It's what he wanted. He's put some daylight between himself and the rest of the field, but he might need more. He's capable of more.
8 meters 51, his best ever. British record holder for the Englishman. I knew this was going to be good, the long jump tonight, and it's living up to expectations. I think there might be some more twists and turns before the evening is out. David Registe. A best so far of 7:52 for the 26-year-old from Dominica.
Well, he's down in 10th with that leap of 7 meters and 52 in the first round. He composes himself, tries to generate the speed, uses the power, he clearly has.
Different sort of style, isn't it? He hasn't quite got the runway speed of some of the other athletes, but he does have powerful legs and good spring on lift-off. Gets the white flag. He's not going to challenge the leaders. And it's measured at 7 meters 48, so no improvements. He remains in 10th place. Got to be in the top 8 after 3 rounds to be in with the last 3 jumps when just the lead 8 go onwards.
Yeah, good height, as you can see. But he'll stay in 10th position with that leap of 7 meters and 48. Just 4 centimeters shy of his best so far. So, in fact, he's not going to get 3 further jumps because that's his 3rd and final one of the first part, as you said, John.
Ruswal Samai of South Africa. He's currently in the bronze medal position with 8 meters and 8 centimeters. And he's looking to get up into contention with Greg Rutherford, who currently leads with 8 meters 20. Fellow South African Zark Visser in silver medal with 8 meters 12. 3rd round attempt for Samai. And again, a good effort. White flag.
Well, Rutherford has the lead with 8 meters and 20. The silver medal distance for Visser is 8 meters and 12.
8 meters exactly.
So no improvement. He stays in the bronze medal position. And the men's high jump final continues. This is the 2nd attempt for Christopher Baker of England, 2 meters and 25. Oh, that's good from the Englishman. That's what he'll, well, he would have wanted to do, Rob.
Well, that's excellent, Catherine, because bear in mind, he's only the 4th man clear at this height. Derek Drew in the pre-event favourite from Canada, his compatriot Chris Mason, and Oanu, who's picked up a bronze and a silver in the World Championships. That is excellent from Chris Baker. He's still very much in the hunt. Now, Nick Bojic, last chance saloon for him at 2:25. No, 4th in the World Student Games last year. So no further participation for the Australian, he's out. Ryan Ingraham taken over as the Bahamian #1 this year. World Junior bronze a couple of years ago. He has cleared 2:25 this season, must do so again. Not to be for him either. Looked fairly smooth in the early part of his ascent, but not to be for the Bahamian. Still very young though, Catherine, just 20 years of age. More opportunities will come for him in the future, I'm sure.
Indeed, he exits the men's high jump competition. So the crowd start to wave the flags, as you can see, for their man from Scotland, Ray Bobronicki. His third and final attempt at 2 meters and 25. He went over 2 meters and 21 at the second time of asking. He wants the crowd support. He's got 95% of the crowd if he wants it. This is to stay in the men's high jump competition. His third and final attempt at 2 meters and 25.
Listen to the noise, it's deafening.
No, it's not to be for the 30-year-old. He gives the applause to the crowd. And he exits the competition with a clearance of 2 meters and 21. He'll finish down in equal 9th position in the high jump final here in Glasgow at the Commonwealth Games. Well, and this is a man, he's been really inconsistent for the past couple of years as Donald Thomas, the defending champion. 2 meters and 25 in 2014. The world of men's high jumping's moved on. And Donald, well, he's going to have to step up his game if he wants to stay in the mix. His third and final attempt at 2 meters and 25. No, a short approach. And disappointingly for him, his competition ends. The defending Commonwealth champion goes out of the men's high jump.
And one by one, Catherine, big names and newcomers all, they are falling away. Only 4 men have cleared 225, and Druin leads by virtue of the fact that he's gone clean at 216, 221 and 225.
Well, Stark from Australia, you can see the differences in run-ups. Brandon Stark from Australia, his third and final attempt at 225, starting way back. A big long run-up. No. And another athlete that goes out, and we talked, didn't we, Rob, about a certain height sorting out this men's high jump final. It's been 225.
We weren't necessarily expecting it to be 225, but that is definitely appearing to be the case. 2 Canadians, 1 Cypriot, 1 Englishman clear, and the Australian did well in the World Juniors a few years ago, finished 6th. He takes no further part in this edition of the Commonwealth Games. Martin Bernard, no, not quite happy with his preparations for that one, and the drama just goes up a couple of notches.
Well, you can see from the shot there, it's a little bit windy on track level. The 2 umbrellas which protect the athletes to keep them dry from the rain or protect them from the sun, blowing quite a lot. And Martin Bernard, his third and final attempt at 225. Oh, the Englishman had the height. He just didn't generate enough speed. So another athlete bites the dust at 2 meters and 25, again taking off way before the bar. Varying light here as well. We're at 7:30 UK time here in Glasgow. It really can make a difference to some of the athletes. But at track level, I don't think it's causing any problems. I think 225's causing them the problems, Rob.
Certainly is. Only 2 athletes left to have a crack with their third and final attempts, and here's the first of them. The bronze medalist from 4 years ago, the Botswanan Gosimang, 4 times an African champion. He's gone 228 this season. Must clear this to keep his dreams alive. Oh, it was close, wasn't it? And he knows that it should have been there, but disappointment. And we're very close to having a 4-way battle here. The Cameroonian Temfak Fanan Jumesi will be the last athlete to have a third and final attempt at 225. And then the bar will rise and the real drama can begin.
Well, it's his third and final attempt, as you say, Rob. Only 4 athletes clear at 2 meters and 25. Can he become the 5th? A shorter approach. The speed wasn't generated. The red flag is raised, and we are down to 4 athletes only that will progress to the next height of 2 meters and 28. The Canadian a Cypriot, another Canadian and an Englishman will continue in the men's high jump final, all being led by Derek Druin of Canada. The men's long jump continues. Henry Frayne, his third attempt of this men's final. He's got 2 fouls under his belt so far. That wasn't written in the script. So Frayne comes for his third attempt in the men's long jump final. He wants to make top 8.
Well, he was under pressure, Catherine, and he knows that that's not right. He's got the red flag. He's overstepped, and overstepped significantly. 3 fouls, and his competition is over. So, real disappointment for Henry Frayne. Came here as an 8 meters 27 personal best. And the Australian world indoor long jump silver medalist back in 2012. He'd have been hoping that he'd have been in the medal shake-up. And look at that, straining for the very best he could. He got the run-up completely wrong, overstriding, and a no jump by some considerable margin.
Well, unfortunately for the Australian, it couldn't have gone much worse. 3 no jumps in the men's long jump final. Henry Frayne will obviously therefore not make the top 8.
So we turn our attention to our first track final of the evening, the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase. And what a great contest this could be. Milka Chimos-Chewa starts as the reigning world champion. She's the defending Commonwealth champion. She is coming back to form, but it hasn't been a flawless season for her. So can one of the other athletes find a chink in her armour? Eilish McColgan, a familiar surname and a new star for Scottish steeplechase. She's still recovering from her own health issues this year. A medal is a long shot, but she'll be roared every step of the way. Purity Karui, world junior champion in this event in 2010 and won the trials. Rachel Bamford, the English woman, is a very recent recruit to the world of steeplechasing. Got a 2:05.800 PB, so she's got the raw speed. Genevieve Lecaz spends most of her time in America, the Australian, second in the US Collegiate Championships. Kerry O'Flaherty, 4 times national 1500 metre champion, Northern Irish record holder. Joan Kipkemoy, second in the trials, the least experienced of the 3 Kenyans. How will she fit in if they employ any team tactics? Madeline Heiner, 16th in the World Juniors a few years ago. Pippa Wolven came through Florida State University. She was 9th in the World Juniors. And then comes Victoria Mitchell. Very fetching coloured hair. She won't be difficult to spot. 4th back in 2006. And the second of our 2 Scots, I'm sure she'll get a big cheer. Lenny Waite, 2nd in the UK Championships. 7th in the World Student Games a few years ago. And she was 6th back in Delhi. Dorcas Nzakuru, the tiny Ugandan, won the first edition of this back in 2006, just about 7 or 8 months after she'd taken the world title, the inaugural world title in this event, in the pouring rain in Helsinki. Milka Chimos-Chewa has taken a world title. She's the defending Commonwealth champion. But has she put her early season difficulties behind her? We are right in the midst of being able to find out.
Well, it's been the Kenyans who've dominated middle distance and long distance events that we've seen so far in these Commonwealth Games. And of course, the 3,000 metre steeplechase. The Kenyan nation developing a wonderful history and a wonderful tradition for this event as well. And I guess the smart money is certainly on a Kenyan victory here. Milka Chimos, arguably the favourite. And who knows, it just might be another clean sweep. Certainly not impossible. Take a look at the pace as they come around down that back straight and see how quickly they've taken it out, Rob. But the Kenyans going very comfortably, running from the front, and they'll run as a team, we know that as well.
It's exactly what they did in that fabulous race last night, over 10,000 metres. We expected Florence Kiplagat to win, but that wasn't the case. So Milka Chimos-Chewa, who's leading at the moment, she will be keeping her eye on her two compatriots, and they're just beginning to spread out a little bit in the early stages.
Ayanu of Cyprus, the first athlete to attempt 2 meters and 28. This would put him in a good position. We have 4 athletes left in this men's high jump competition. He's already set a season's best when he went over 2 meters and 21. He then went over 2 meters and 25. Can he be the first athlete to go over 2 meters and 28? His first attempt. Oh, yes. These heights clearing at first time could be absolutely vital when we start to look at medals. A first-time clearance, his only blip has been a first-time failure at 2 meters and 21. And the Cypriot, who's won 2 medals in World Championships, goes clear at 2 meters and 28, another season's best. He now leads the way. But this man is up next, his first attempt at 2 meters and 28. And he has a perfect scorecard from when he entered the competition at 2 meters and 16. The man in form, the world number 4 this year, he's gone over 2 meters and 40. And a 24-year-old comes in, 2:28 first attempt. Absolutely super. Gives the crowd a wave, little sniff of the nose. And he's thinking, right, I'm up next at 2 meters and 31. Look at that, perfect. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the bar. And drew in the Canadian over at 2 meters and 28. Now he goes back into the lead.
So we return our attention to this women's 3,000 metre steeplechase. 5 laps to go. Good performance this from Madeline Heine. She's come up onto the shoulder of the youngster Purity Kirui. Milka Chimos-Chewa is right up there, but the Australians have a good team here. Just tucking in behind Purity on the inside is Genevieve Lecaze, the Australian who spends most of her time in the States. So it's Kenya 1 with Purity Kirui, then Madeline Heine. Tucked in behind Heine is Lecaze, and on the outside, Milka Chimos-Chewa. And still no move is coming. Ailish McColgan just beginning to struggle a little bit, and it's the purple-haired Victoria Mitchell who's now the 3rd of the Australians. So we have 3 Kenyans, 3 Australians, and then a gap back to the rest. And slowly and surely, this race dynamic is just beginning to build.
Michael Mason of Canada, his 3rd and final attempt at 2 meters and 28 to stay in the men's high jump competition. This would equal his season's best. This could potentially sort out the medals. He's in a bit of a battle at the moment for the bronze medal at least with England's Christopher Baker. His 3rd attempt. No. Mason knocks it down, so a 3rd time failure at 2:28. It's all going to rely on what Christopher Baker from England does as to where the bronze medal is going to go. They both have the same amount of failures. So Christopher Baker from England, his 3rd and final attempt at 2 meters and 28. Can he stay in? Can he grab himself a Commonwealth medal? No, it comes down. And he went over 2 meters and 25 on the 2nd attempt. He'll finish in 4th place for the Englishman, which means Michael Mason from Canada has a bronze medal here in Glasgow. Another medal for Canada. But we still have to sort out where the silver and where the gold is going to go. Will it be Cyprus or will it be Canada? The bar has moved up to 2 meters and 31 centimeters. Ioannou of Cyprus will be the first to attempt. A huge season's best already. He arrived in Glasgow having cleared 2:20. He's gone over 2:28. Double hand clap, double hand clap. He waits for the steeplechasers to pass. Ioannou from Cyprus, first attempt at 2 meters and 31. He has silver. No, he started off with good pace, seemed to slow just a little bit, 4 or 5 strides out. He knocks it down. The silver medalists at the moment have 2 more attempts.
And it's starting to warm up here. We have a definitive gap now. And one of the Australians, Victoria Mitchell, has been dropped from that group. So we have Purity Kirui, Milka Chimos-Chewa, Joan Kipkamoy. Kirui leads on the inside. Madeline Heine for Australia, and tucked in on the inside, also joining the 3 Kenyans, is Genevieve Lekes, who has got a really good time, and she's still in the mix. 2 laps to go.
Building up very nicely, this one, Rob, and the Australian athletes, fair play, running well together. Mitchell's been dropped, but Heine and Lekes still very much in the shake-up here. Kenyans piling it on in front, and they'll start to crank up the pace now as they have less than 2 laps remaining, and it is a Kenyan 1, 2, 3 as they go down that back straight. Derek Druin has missed his first attempt at 2:31. You might have seen that as the athletes just went round the high jump.
Drama everywhere you look in this stadium, and it's about to go up another notch here. And for the first time, Genevieve Lekes, the blonde Australian, just allowing a couple of meters to grow between her and the lead quartet. Madeline Heine, the Australians, having a brilliant race at the moment, and Milka Chimos just allows a couple of meters to grow. Remember, she's not only the defending Commonwealth champion, she's the reigning world champion. Watch that flick out to the side. She's running left. Really unorthodox clearance style for Milka Chimos-Chewa, and Heine's really taking it to the Kenyans.
But it is now Chewa who takes it up, and Heine and Lekes have to be able to respond now if they're going to stay in medal contention. She has gone for home now, in front, and it's Kenyan 1-2 as they approach the back straight for the last time.
And look at the acceleration there. Milka Chimos-Chewa went for it, but Kirui has gone past, and she's stretching the pace down the back straight. Still, the Australians are hanging in there. Heine's having a fantastic run. So it's Purity Kirui, the world junior champion, from Milka Chimos-Chewa. Joan Kipkamoy now opens up a couple of meters on Madeline Heine, and the Kenyans alongside us in the press stands are getting really excited. Is it going to be a 1-2-3? Purity Kirui can taste gold, but Milka Chimos-Chewa's coming. Who's got the technique? Who's got the hunger? Crucial last jump. They go over together. They're side by side. Who wants it the most? Kirui on the inside. Kirui is the Commonwealth champion. Milka Chimos-Chewa has to settle for silver this time. A fantastic race as the crowd roar Elise McColgan home. A good effort from her, but she's had a torrid season and she's still coming back from injuries. But Purity Kirui, by less than a second, has done the business here. Milka Chimos-Chewa came up onto her shoulder at the last barrier. They were side by side, but it was the youngster, not her more decorated compatriot, who had the turn of speed in the last 20 meters. A really dramatic end to that race, and once again it was a Kenyan 1-2-3.
Druin, second attempt at 2 meters and 31. He uncharacteristically failed on the first attempt. He still leads the competition though, because he had no failures prior to this height. So second attempt for Druin of Canada. Oh, that's better. That's what we expected on the first jump. That's what he expected on the first jump. And Derek Druin of Canada Normal service resumed, and a nice clearance at 2.31 meters. He's back in the driving seat in this men's high jump final, and the pressure is back on Ioannou of Cyprus. That's better, he's saying to his friends. I made the adjustments, and if needed, I'll attempt 2.33 next, but he hasn't quite got his hands on the gold medal yet, because Ioannou of Cyprus is still in this competition.
Well, what an excellent performance that was by the Kenyans once again. A Kenyan clean sweep. Gold, silver and bronze. And shortly we will have another medal ceremony. How the Scottish crowd are warming to these Commonwealth Games.
Great scenes of celebration for the Kenyans. All credit to the Australian, Madeline Heine, with a personal best, trying to get in the mix. So, as the gold, silver and bronze medal athletes in the 1500 meters prepare to be received, no sooner have we just seen a gold, silver and bronze for the Kenyans, and we see yet more success for the East African nation. A wonderful night in the stadium.
The medals will be presented by the president of the Commonwealth Games Association for England.
Faith Kipyegon was superb for the gold, and what a moment for all three of the athletes. Dame Kelly Holmes, the double Olympic champion, the Commonwealth champion, will be making the medal presentation, along with Stuart Harris, Chief Executive of Sports Scotland. Oh, what a great run it was to the line. She came up onto the shoulder of Laura Waitman, but Kate Van Buskirk more than delighted with her bronze medal. It was a race you couldn't take your eyes off, really. There was drama happening all over the place. Rumours that Scotland's Laura Muir was tripped or spiked in the last 100 metres. But come the end of the race, it was Van Buskirk who was good enough for bronze. And arguably a breakthrough race for Laura Waitman, coming home with a well-earned silver medal, coached by the former Commonwealth champion and world champion Steve Cram. She made the Olympic final a couple of years ago, and she's getting very, very close to running sub-4 for 1500. And this is arguably a great stepping stone in her career. Well, the Kenyans were hoping to take the gold in this event, but their favourite was Helena Beery. She finished off the pace and out of the medals because Faith Kipyegon took the gold with 4:08.94, a second clear of Waitman and Van Buskirk. And we've just seen a Kenyan 1-2-3 in the steeplechase. Their fantastic games continues in earnest, and it's richly deserved because they always send their best athletes here to the Commonwealth Games. And once again here, not for the first time or the last, we now hear the Kenyan national anthem. A wonderful smile And a standing ovation round the stadium, as it has been for every anthem, for every nation. Faith Kipyegon, a worthy champion. Laura Wakeman and Kate Van Buskirk have had an evening they will never, ever forget.
So Kyriakos Ioannou of Cyprus has made a tactical move. He had to do it. He had 2 failures at 2 meters and 31. He's therefore taking his 3rd and final jump at 2 meters and 33. He's already guaranteed the silver medal. Michael Mason has already taken the bronze for Canada. If he wants to beat Derek Drouin of Canada to stay in with a chance of beating the Canadian, he has to clear this height. He's forfeited his 3rd and final attempt at 2 meters and 31 for this 2 meter and 33 attempt. 2 medals at 2 World Championships. Here he goes. 2 meters and 33. No, it's not to be for the Cypriot. He wins the silver medal in the men's high jump, and he's delighted with it, to be fair, and he should be. He came with a season's best of 2 meters and 20. He's leaving with a Commonwealth silver and 2 meters and 28. So your high jump champion, Derek Drouin of Canada. He went over 2 meters and 31 at the second time of asking. And he walks back in a few moments' time to continue his competition if he chooses. Nice to see. Silver medal. That's what he wanted, a medal at the Commonwealth Games. And the Cypriot, he got one. But here's your champion. How many times over the last few days have we said an athlete can have a glory jump, no pressure, the gold medal is already theirs? Well, Derek Drouin of Canada, if he decides we'll go up to 2 meters and 33, he's putting his top back on. He's the only man left in the competition. He has a bit more time now. Obviously liking the Glasgow Hampden Park surface, feeling it's a good one.
Well, what a finish from Purity Karui, the world junior champion. Milka Chimos-Chewa, not in quite the same form this year that we've come to expect from her in previous years. She had a go, John, but Karui, the youngster, was up to the task. A really thrilling finish.
It was a real dramatic last lap, wasn't it? And an exciting race right the way through. Ultimately, as we'd anticipated, it was the Kenyans who got gold, silver and bronze, but the Australians, fair play to them. Real plucky performance. Genevieve Lecaze, blonde-haired athlete you see back there, and Madeline Heiner, who finished in 4th place. Terrific scrap for victory, and ultimately it was a new champion rather than the old champion, but the Kenyan 1, 2, 3, and the Kenyan delegation sitting to our left once more, just as last night with the 10,000 metres. They went absolutely ballistic. Loved it, and look at this. Great rivalry between them, great team spirit as well, and their brilliance at this event continues.
So, Derek Drouin, your Commonwealth high jump champion, has decided to put the bar up to 2 meters and 37. He's skipping 2:33 and 2:35. So he starts with 3 attempts at 2 meters and 37. Let's not forget he's gone over 2 meters and 40 this year. The world number 4. One of 5 men in the world over 2 meters and 40 or higher. He has the stage to himself in terms of the men's high jump competition because he is the champion and he's obviously feeling good. He's been described by Dwight Stones, who himself, Dwight Stones, was twice an Olympic bronze medalist back in 1972 and 1976 for our athletic fans. He's been described by him as maybe one of the best technicians in the event today. He really does utilize the physique, the talent and the skills that he has. So Druin, the champion, first attempt at 2 meters and 37. The crowd, as always, as they have been since day one of this athletic competition, getting behind all the athletes here. A nice little jig on the spot, rehearses the jump in his mind. Will the game's record of Nick Saunders of 2 meters and 36 go? No, we'll have 2 more attempts to take it. That record of 2 meters and 36 has stood since 1990.
Also, when you think, Catherine, this guy's only 24 years of age, he's going to be around for a long time to come.
Well, there's youth in men's high jumping, in the world of men's high jumping at the moment. And he's one of them.
What a great race, and what a great champion. Purity Karui, the world junior champion, is the Commonwealth champion. Chamos has to settle for silver this time. Joan Kipkamoi just edging out the Australians to complete the Kenyan 1-2-3.
So, as the athletic programme continues, the ceremonies come thick and fast. And this will be for the men's hammer. The event was held last night, and it was a good one. And it was a very good one for Canada. They're having a wonderful Commonwealth Games in the track and field programme, they really are. Derek Druin's just won the high jump for them. Brianne Tyson-Eaton's on the verge of winning the women's heptathlon. Damien Warner won the men's decathlon, that's just to name a few. And here's another gold medal for them. A little smile from the champion. There he is. The maple leaf, bright and red. And Gymnastics of Canada will shortly receive the gold medal he won last night. Richard Russell, Sports Committee member, Commonwealth Games Federation, part of the presentation crew. Finance director there, with one of the big sponsors, no doubt, joining in with the fun and getting involved in presentations. Well, the roar around Hampden, the flags are waving. Mark Dry of Scotland, 71 metres and 64 centimetres for the Scotsman. It's Scotland's second medal of the Commonwealth Games.
We'll head away from Hampden Park for a short while to go to the Commonwealth Pool in Edinburgh, where we can join the women's 3 metres synchronised springboard final. There are currently 4 dives into the 5 dive final.
Good dive. Maybe Madison going a little bit higher on the takeoff, really waited for it, but standout individual dives from both of them. And the synchronised score should be good too, and that's exactly, again, what they needed to do. See there, Madison going a bit higher. Good scores, up to an 8 there for the synchronisation.
Just lifted them up. It's really down now to how the English team respond. Flag and gallantry in the bronze medal position. 2 dives left. Final dive of this 4th round. Back 2.5 somersault piked.
Oh, and they've done it too, the English pairing. Nisha's fairly happy. Good timing on these dives. Rebecca closest to the camera. She slipped hers through a little bit over.
It's been the execution marks that have been harder to gain so far, rather than the synchronization. And again, that's the story. 6.5 and a 6, whereas the synchronization looks pretty solid. It's keeping this competition extremely open. 4 rounds gone now. This leaderboard should be interesting, and Lag and Gallantry have made a bit of progress there, but look, 227.70, 227.25 for the silver and bronze. Keeney and Smith now have leapt up there, but they're only on 228.12, so 226 for Chalet. So certainly between that top 4, and depending on any mistakes, they're all still in it.
Absolutely. One more dive, 1 round to go.
Have you got what it takes to pull out the big dive when it matters? That's sometimes when the experience at this level really kicks in, and they hold their nerve, hold their form. Back 2.5 somersault piked. Yun Hoon and Jia Yi. Attacking the dive.
And it was a fairly good dive. Pretty good synchronized there, but I might just see the diver furthest from the camera seemed to do a little twist. Well, just a little bit short there on the entry.
Yun Hoon to the left as we look at it there.
Yeah, a bit heavy there, didn't quite make it around. And 6s for her individual, but a good, pretty good score, 64.8.
Will it prove enough?
Representing Canada,
And for the first time in their careers, Jennifer Abel and Pamela Ware know they've really got to produce. They will have come here for the gold. They've got a forward 2.5 somersault with 1 twist. And they need to nail it.
Oh, I think they've done it. What a magnificent dive from the Canadian pair. Good timing. It's right in the air together. Right distance from the platform. And it looked very nice. I wonder if the judges will go with them. They haven't been at their best today.
They won't have a long wait in this short competition. 2 7.5s for execution, solidly together. 68.40, a decent points haul. Gilai and Chin, though, have had a good competition so far. Forward 2.5 somersault with 1 twist. They need to keep it going, and who knows?
Oh, and they've done a brilliant finish as well. Both divers getting their dive down. See, just moving away from the board a little bit. Just rolling on the entry, but still, that might be enough. Hasn't been the strongest competition. I think they'll be happy. They've dived well and up to 7.5s.
Always good when we see the divers really push their programs right through to the end and don't see the competition decided on a serious mistake, rather decided by excellence. Sabri and Yan Yi for Malaysia. Sabri and Yan Yi diving for her 2nd medal of the day. Forward 2.5 somersault, 1 twist.
Oh, and a good finish from the Malaysian pairing. An excellent finish, very controlled dives. Good timing. Both moving away from the board. Will we get the execution scores though that like?
Showing excellent synchronization there. Both divers coming off
Only average 6 and 7 there. Not enough to take them over the first Malaysian pairing. 2 to go though. Still very unclear. Canada are setting the standard at the moment. Keeney Madison and Annabelle Smith. A new girl, experienced performer. Here they go. Forward 2.5 somersault, 1 twist.
Oh, magnificent finish from the Australian pairing. So close here in the competition that they just need to get it down, and I think that might be enough. They're close to the board, they're good timing. I think they'll get good scores. They're both very high. Annabelle Smith there on the left hit the water a bit earlier. So you can't see that, but 66.6, very good score for the Australians.
Solid response under pressure. Puts them at the moment in second place behind Canada. Now, as we love to see, all comes down to the final dive, even though there's been no preliminary to sort out a seeding, as it were. Alicia Blagg and Rebecca Gallantry were in the silver medal position. What colour for medal at all can they come up with? Forward 3.5 somersault. It's 3.1 tariff.
I think they might have done it now. The English pairing, the final dive. What a magnificent dive. They've got the degree of difficulty. They weren't that far behind going into the last round. Only 1 point and a beautiful finish. Look at that entry.
Oh, look at that. Oh, they know they pulled it out. A gold medal winning dive from Blagg and Gallantry. They can hardly believe it.
Straight back to Hampden, where it's the final event in the women's heptathlon, and we can now bring you live commentary of the 800 metres.
And she could run something very sharp here in this 800 metres. A personal best of 2:09.03. Zelinka 2:07.95 may turn out to be the winner of this final event of the heptathlon. 2 laps of the track, and who's going to cut out the pace? I suspect it's going to be Zelinka, and down the back straight they go now for the first time, and it is Zelinka of Canada who leads the way, and Tyson Eaton will run off that pace, but watch for the battle between the Jamaican Salsia Slack in the yellow vest of Jamaica and England's Jessica Taylor. That's the fight for the bronze medal, as Zelinka and Eaton, who've absolutely represented Canada wonderfully over the last 2 days. They lead the way. It's Zelinka from Tyson Eaton as they come into the straight for the penultimate time. And Slack does have a lead over Taylor, but at the moment, not by any great margin.
No, you can see Jessica Taylor hanging on as best she can, keeping her eye on Salsia Slack. There's the gap. Remember, it would need to grow by 5 seconds in favour of the Jamaican if she is to secure the bronze medal. It's the glory leg we were expecting between Zelinka and Brianne Tyson-Eaton. Zelinka has the faster personal best, but Tyson-Eaton would love to secure the gold with a victory in this last event of the 7.
It was a 63-second first 400 metres as Zelinka leads them down the back straight for the last time. Brianne Tyson-Eaton still in contact, and the battle for the bronze medal, and it's just starting to widen. Look, there you see Salsia Slack going away a little from Jessica Taylor. If she can get that gap to 5 seconds, then it could be that it will be decisive. But now as they come through, as Taylor closes up, and that battle looks as though it's going to go England's way, it is Tyson-Eaton and Zelinka who've dominated this. As they come up now towards the line, the battle between the 2 Canadians, and also coming up is Jessica Tapin, but it's going to be Tyson-Eaton, perhaps appropriately, ahead of Zelinka. Tapin takes 3rd, and the English athlete, Jessica Taylor, finishes ahead of Salsia Slack, and that means that she will be certain of the bronze medal. Winning time, 2:11.46 for Tyson-Eaton. Zelinka taking 2nd place ahead of Tapin. Zelinka 2:11.54, a season's best for her. Tapin taking 3rd place, but importantly, down the list, it was Jessica Taylor who finished ahead of the Jamaican Salsia Slack, and so she will take the bronze medal. What a performance over 2 days, though, from this brilliant Canadian, Breanne Tyson-Eaton.
Men's long jump final continues. Chris Tomlinson of England, he's currently in 5th place and chasing a bronze medal distance of 8 meters and 8 centimeters. Visser has 8 meters and 12 and Rutherford 8 meters and 20. He needs 8 meters and 9 or more for a medal. His final attempt to the men's long jump competition. No, he's going to fall short, is the Englishman. He gets the white flag. And it's coming through. It's not going to be his best distance of the night, 7 meters and 93. He'll end in 5th position. So we have 4 jumpers remaining in what's been a tight, exciting men's long jump competition. You can see on the replay, he covers the ground wonderfully well, does Chris Tomlinson. He's been perfect on the board. But tonight, some way shy of his season's best. And he'll finish outside the medals, or the British record holder indoors. But this man's dangerous. The last attempt for Fabrice Lapierre of Australia. 8 meters and 8 is bronze, 8.12 for silver, 8.20 or more would put him in the gold medal position. Last chance saloon for the Australian. He's putting the effort in, but he put a little bit too much effort in. And the chain stayed in the mouth throughout the whole competition. And he gives himself a little grimace. It's going to be well shy of 8 meters. He's not going to improve on his 4th place position.
Defending champion as well, so he's seen his title go.
He has indeed, John. As I mentioned before, he's inconsistent, but has the ability. He's so talented. You never know which Fabrice Lapierre will turn up. And he didn't disgrace himself at all, did he? Wonderful, wonderful height. And he arrived with a season's best of 7 meters and 95. He left with the best jump of 8 meters exactly, which put him in 4th place overall, which means we have our 3 medalists, but we're not really quite sure until about 5 or 6 minutes time where they're going to go, because this man, Rushwal Samai of South Africa, 8 meters and 8 centimeters. He currently has the bronze medal. He needs to find 5 centimeters for silver, or if he can find 13 centimeters, he'll go into the gold medal position with just 2 jumpers to come. Last chance for the South African. Oh, and it looks pretty good as well. You can see the graphics in the sand of the 3 colored lines, but it's a no jump, and the bronze medal in the men's long jump. Rushwal Samai, 8 meters and 8 centimeters.
A few tears of disappointment there, but he shouldn't feel he's let anybody down, and he's got a smile now, thank goodness. He's got a smile.
Well, the
Maybe
South
offering
African,
a prayer, I'm not sure.
Exactly. He's grateful and enjoyed his Glasgow experience, hasn't he? And 8 meters and 8 centimeters.
So only one man now can possibly deny Greg Rutherford the gold medal, and it's another South African, Zark Visser, in silver medal position with 8 meters and 12 centimeters. 8 meters 20 is what he's going to be looking for. Now, how's he going to play this one? I think we all know.
Well, here we go. It's now or never in terms of Commonwealth action for Zark Visser of South Africa. You have one chance, young man, to defy the Olympic champion from England, a gold medal in Scotland. His 6th and final attempt. He needs 8 meters and 21 or further. No, he's not going to get it. He's not going to potentially pass the 8 meters and 20 that Greg Rutherford has. I don't think it's over 8 meters even. And it's come through, it hasn't. 7 meters and 94. Zark Visser of South Africa. They take the silver, they take the bronze. But England take the gold in the form of Greg Rutherford.
And on the far side of the track, look at all the flags flying as Greg Rutherford waves happily to them.
He's thanking the crowd already. The T-shirt staying on. Maybe he won't take his sixth and final jump. Look what it means to him. Injury-ridden for the past 18 months. He's a wonderful ambassador for British sport, British athletics. And England's Greg Rutherford with a distance, if he passes his last jump, of 8 meters and 20, is now the Olympic champion and the reigning Commonwealth champion. His first child is due in October. He's having a good year, and the Ginger Wizard, as they call him here in the UK, gives his coach a hug. Is the Commonwealth Games champion of 2014.
Well, lovely to see. And you can, as Catherine's saying, you can see just how much it means for him. And a little hug as well for Jess Taylor, the bronze medalist in the heptathlon. A few moments of real English success, and also as he's getting a couple of selfies with fans. Also, congratulations to South Africa as well. Excellent performance from them, taking the silver and the bronze and taking it right down to the wire. Ruswell Samai and Zark Visser, they made it an exceptional tournament. And Greg Rutherford, though, with his third round attempt of 8 meters 20, taking the gold.
Well, what a great finish for Brianne Tyson-Eaton. She wasn't quite destined to take Jane Fleming's Commonwealth Games record, but wearing #1, she was #1. A fantastic couple of days. The Golden Girl has reigned supreme here. World silver medalist, indoors and out. And now she is the Commonwealth champion. Confirmation of her taking that 800 meters. Zelinka finishing in second place. And it's déjà vu for her, John. Silver again, just as it was in Delhi, but no disgrace with that.
And Jess Taylor doing enough in that final event of the 6 to make sure that she takes the bronze medal behind the 2 Canadians for England. And these are the final standings. 6,597. So Jane Fleming's Commonwealth Games record set in Auckland. She's commentating here, not too far away from where we're sitting. Her record still stands. But Brianne Tyson-Eaton, what an effort from her. Jessica Zelinka taking the silver medal with a season's best total and a personal best total for the bronze medalist, Jess Taylor of England. Let's go back to the high jump and look at his final attempt. Here's Catherine Merry.
Thank you, John Rory. This is Derek Druin. He's your high jump champion, and this is his third and final attempt at 2 meters and 37. He had the competition won. He's put the bar up. This would be a Games record for the man who's gone over 2 meters and 40 in this Commonwealth Games season. He has the gold. Can he take the Games record? His third and final attempt at 2 meters and 37. It belongs to Nick Saunders from Auckland in 1990. No, it's not to be today, but Derek Druin of Canada, with a clearance of 2 meters and 31, is the Commonwealth high jump champion. And yet again, it's a Canadian gold. And let me bring you up to speed with the full result. Druin takes gold for Canada, 2 meters and 31, a season's best by the Greek athlete Ioannou, the Cypriot, excuse me. He takes the silver medal. And Mason, Michael Mason, another Canada medal, he takes the bronze. And it may not have reached the heights that we expected in this men's high jump final, but it was a very good competition with pre-event favourite Derek Druin of Canada taking the gold. And the men's long jump final has just finished. Greg Rutherford of England, 8 meters and 20. He snatched the victory. Zark Visser took the silver, and another South African medal. The bronze medal also going back to South Africa. and it was a wonderful competition. It really was, Rob, and Greg Rutherford delivered.
He's brilliant, Greg Rutherford. He had a terrible time of injury with his coach going back to the United States as well last year. He's replicated the exploits of the great Lynn Davis, who 2 years after becoming Olympic champion added the Commonwealth crown, and Rutherford has followed suit. So we'll turn our attention to celebrating rather than watching the action just for a few moments, as we get to enjoy and reflect on a fantastic women's 3,000 metre steeplechase final. And just as was the case in the women's 10,000 metres, it's another clean sweep for the Kenyans. They were made to work for this one. Great effort from Madeline Heiner, the Australian, who finished just outside the medals with a lifetime best. So too her compatriot, Genevieve Leclasse. Gordon Mattison, leader of Glasgow City Council, forms part of the presentation party. Joined by Nigel Hall, Chief Executive Officer of Scottish Athletics, and how he must be delighted with the way proceedings are unfolding here over the last few days. While Joan Kipkemoy had a battle royale with Madeline Heiner for the bronze. She was second in the Kenyan trials, relatively inexperienced compared to her two compatriots, but she just did enough to hang on for the bronze medal, less than a second ahead of the Australian. 9 minutes 33.34. Playing her part in another truly historic evening for the East African nation. Well, Milka Chemos-Chewa has been around a long time. Bronze in Berlin and in Daegu in the World Championships before taking the world crown last year in Moscow. She came here with high hopes of defending her Commonwealth title, just falling shy by the smallest of margins. She came over the final barrier neck and neck, totally in unison with her young compatriot Purity Kirui, but she just got outrun by younger, fresher legs in the last 20 metres of a thrilling race. So the world junior champion from 2010, Purity Kirui, who won the Kenyan trials, has won even more friends and admirers here, because she adds the Commonwealth senior title to her world junior crown. And to beat the reigning world champion and the defending Commonwealth champion in a finish like that is a fitting way for her to seal her first major senior crown. A lovely smile, perhaps just a little touch of embarrassment from Purity Kirui.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem.
She will be the toast of Kenya when she returns home, as we once again turn to hear the Kenyan national anthem. A lovely smile and a great moment for this young woman to remember for the rest of her life. A great, great race.
So we've had some great field event action so far. Men's high jump, men's long jump. Now the women's javelin throw final. Here's your start list. We've got a couple of crackers in here. As you would expect, it's a Commonwealth final. In fact, 9 out of the top 10 who are in that Commonwealth list are here. And this is Goldie Sayers of England, Commonwealth ranked number 6 this year. The British record holder, 10 times the British national champion, has come back from awful injury prior to those London Olympic Games in 2012. Reconstructive elbow surgeries, but she's back and she's looking to get into some good form, and she's definitely in contention if she can nail a good throw. So our opening effort of the women's javelin final is going to fall short of the 60-metre line. Got a season's best of Goldie of over 62 metres and 3 centimetres. At her best back in 2012 when she was in sparkling form leading up to those London Olympics before injury, 66 metres and 17. So Goldie 57 metres and 51, but here is Kim Mickle of Australia, the world number 4, the Commonwealth leader, 66 metres and 83, a lifetime best in 2014. Drags the javelin far behind to get as much speed and pull through as possible. And well, the officials have got to shuffle themselves back a few metres there. She won world silver last year when she set personal best in qualifying and did a couple of rounds in the final. Oh, look at the flight. And she's going to take an early lead and maybe challenge the game's record. Well, 62 metres and 97 centimetres, I can tell you it went out to. That's an early lead and a game's record as well for Mickle. But here is Viljoen. Another big name, the Commonwealth number 3, the world number 8 this year. Well, she's responding well. You would expect no less. The defending and 2-time Commonwealth champion is Sunette Viljoen. 64 metres and 77 centimetres this year. She won world bronze back in 2011. One of the best javelin throwers the world has ever seen. And 62 metres and 17, she slots herself into the silver medal position.
Well, we've got one of the athletes of the Games and potentially one of the races of the Games here. Kirani James is starting in lane 6. A non-starter there is Chris Brown of the Bahamas, who looks some way off his best, obviously has an injury problem and doesn't make it to the final. But this is the lineup, starting on the outside with a sub-45 second man from the Bahamas, Latoy Williams, 26 years old. Former Central American and Caribbean Games gold medalist, the Bahamian champion. Lane 7, Olympic relay bronze medalist in 2012 for Trinidad and Tobago. This is Jarin Solomon, he's run sub-45. But lane 6, one of the superstars of athletics, the first ever gold medalist for Grenada. This is Kirani James. Fastest man in the world this year. 43.74 he clocked in Lausanne, Olympic champion and the 2011 world champion. Martin Rooney for England, very impressive semi-final winner, stands 6 feet 6 inches tall and with that beard instantly recognisable. 2 epic relay anchors at the Olympics, ending up in 4th place on each occasion. Lane 4, South African record holder, Wade van Niekerk. Personal best of 44.38, he'll be a factor, as could be the second athlete from Trinidad and Tobago. This is Lalonde Gordon, semi-finalist in 2010, but he's gone sub-45 seconds this season. And completing the lineup in lane 2, a third athlete from Trinidad and Tobago. This is Rennie Quo. 45.08 his best. He tends to come late in races. The game's record stands to Ewan Thomas of Wales, 44.52. It stood since Kuala Lumpur, 1998. Ewan is somewhere in the stadium tonight watching, and I wonder if that Commonwealth Games record is about to go. Kirani James, at age 18 in 2011, became the youngest ever world champion. He's a fabulous talent and still just 21 years old. James then in lane 6 has his main dangers inside. Van Niekerk, Rooney and Van Niekerk going well as they go down the back straight. Van Niekerk, the closest challenger, may have the lead at this stage. And on the outside, Latoy Williams of the Bahamas. Rooney has run a conservative first 200, as indeed has Kirani James. Van Niekerk still has the lead, but now look at James start to improve around the second bend as they come towards the straight. All around the stadium, people standing up to get a view, and it's James and Niekerk. Niekerk is right up alongside, but now Kirani James hits the front. It's going to be a gold medal for Grenada. Kirani James wins it. Van Niekerk just holds on for silver ahead of Lalonde Gordon, and the winning time, it's a games record, 44.25 seconds. Great effort from Van Niekerk in second place. He really took the race out, but it was Kirani James. Brilliant round the second bend and down the straight, imperious. Swept past Van Niekerk, who was tying up but bravely hung on for second place, and Lalonde Gordon taking the bronze. Games record then for Kirani James, 44.24, 44.68 for second place for Wade Van Niekerk, and Lalonde Gordon taking the bronze, a season's best for him, 44.78, and Martin Rooney once more the nearly man. The Englishman, he finishes in fourth place, just outside the medals. But what a performance to celebrate for Kirani James.
Well, it was a better race than I think many people expected, to be fair. They were looking at the Kirani James procession, and he was made to work. Van Niekerk from South Africa on the lane inside, in lane 4, 2 lanes inside, Kirani James ran an absolute stormer. He could not have done any more, Van Niekerk from South Africa, and he's been rewarded with a deserved silver medal. Lalonde Gordon finished like a train in lane number 3 to finish with a season's best of 44.78. But this man, when he's on form, when he gets it right, he's absolutely beautiful to watch running 400 meters. He's tall, he's rangy, he covers the ground. It looks effortless, and deservedly runs a games record and 44.24 seconds on a chilly night in Glasgow here in the UK. It was impressive.
Yeah, it's just 16 degrees tonight. A very far cry away. Everybody trying to get their memento of a brilliant performance. A very far cry. The conditions here away from the conditions that he's used to in the Caribbean. He's a huge, huge star back home in Grenada, and they'll be celebrating now, I'm sure, and rightly so. But what a brave effort from Van Niekerk in the green vest of South Africa.
He was in the perfect lane draw. He was 2 lanes inside Kirani James. You run your own race in 400 meters, but this is an athlete that's good enough to commit, but he still had half an eye on what James was doing, and he held on well, did Van Niekerk. Very good indeed to hold on to the silver. And Kirani James, though, in lane 6, he just pulled away. This guy this year has become equal 5th fastest of all time over the 400 meters. He's now the reigning Olympic champion, the new Commonwealth champion. He was the world champion in 2011. And we enjoy his battles in track and field with LaShawn Merritt of the USA. But today, no Merritt, of course, from America. He had the stage to himself, and I'm so pleased that he delivered.
Well, he's got years ahead of him as well. I think that's the wonderful thing to think about Kirani James. If he stays healthy, there's no reason at all why he can't be dominating this sport and being right up there for years and years to come. He can dominate the sport in the way that Michael Johnson did, in my opinion. He's as good a talent as that.
Well, he's now won every title available to him, and surely all he needs to do now is reclaim the world title.
Outstanding running there from Kirani James of Grenada. We'll be back to Hampden very shortly for yet more action from the track and field events. We're off to the SECC now, though, for the all-individual, all-around gymnastics. As you can see from your screen, this is Subdivision 2. The first athletes that you saw there will start on the vault, while the ones here, Charlotte Sullivan of New Zealand, will start on the uneven bars. There's 4 disciplines. We'll cross to live commentary now.
Final adjustments being made. Ruby Harold doesn't need all the runway.
Ruby has good power and attack. Sometimes the technique and style scrappy. It's impressive. That's the Yushchenko double twist out of 5.8, so maximum 15.8. One large step. But she'll score approximately 14.8, 14.7. Would be my guesstimate. Wraps the legs in.
Uneven bars, Charlotte Sullivan, 16-year-old Kiwi.
Full turn completed quite well, looking for a finish on top of the bar. Still facing the same way for her release. Transfers to the low bar with a pack salto. They have to end in a high support position on the low bar. So she's working well enough. Nothing too serious in the deduction department. It's not as clean as it might be overall, but that's more of a general impression. They might take a deduction at the end of the routine. Just an overall impression, although there's not really a deduction for overall impression. You'll find that judges will take that into account.
Vault score in for Ruby Harold, 14.8.
Well done, Vince. You could make a judge.
Just guesswork.
All right, Ellie Black, one of the favourites. Got to start well and then just keep it coming.
So a different style of vault to the Yushchenko. Real focus and determination on the eyes. 5.5 tariff. And Sukahara, 1.5 twists, slammed her feet into the mat, really wanted to stick it. Minor adjustment of the landing.
Landing looked a bit heavy, Vince. There's something about it was not quite right.
She was just really focusing on maximising the landing. It's more difficult to get height from the round-off entry on top of the vault from the Yushchenko. But a strong athlete.
Almost a case of whiplash here on the landing. The head really rocks forward.
Minor leg style in the somersault. Just wasn't quite